A 60-year-old man who relies on medication to survive is actually a top killer with a bounty of 7.6 billion. Countless people have died at his hands, and even the world's top mercenary teams are terrified of him. He began learning how to assemble firearms at the age of 10. While other children were playing with mud, he was learning how to use a knife every day of the year. While others were experiencing their first loves during their naive youth, he was learning how to eavesdrop on intelligence until his ears bled. He was a Russian spy, assassinated important officials, and survived terrorist organizations. However, this man, renowned in serving South Korean conglomerates, was abandoned by a newly appointed young boss simply because he was aging and had developed cancer. Old things should be scrapped. Sometime after, Pietro opened a bookstore and led a relatively peaceful life, following his doctor's advice and taking various anti-cancer drugs daily. He dedicated 50 years of his youth to the company with no regrets, his only regret being that he lived most of his life without having a single photo of himself. However, today's visit by a high school girl broke this tranquility. The girl claimed she came to buy materials for her siblings' middle school studies, but when Pietro turned to search for them, she had already drawn a sharp knife, ready to attack him. Yet, with a single phrase, Pietro stunned the girl. "I've done dirty work as a killer for 50 years. How could I not smell the blood on you?" Just by meeting face to face, Pietro's sharp gaze made the girl realize that the one to die today would not be him, but herself. Suddenly, Pietro swiftly moved in front of the girl, but his reason for doing so was not to kill her, but because two killers had appeared on the bookshelf. Apparently, their organization's assassination plan included a plan B, which involved eliminating even those who failed. As Pietro tried to stand, the girl noticed he was bleeding from his torso. Pietro tried escaping with the girl in the tight space. Picking up a gun and swiftly turning around, he saw that the girl had already been taken hostage by the two men. Pietro wanted to save her, but his body wouldn't move the way he wanted it to. "Are you sure this is the Pietro?" A tall man in a trench coat, tattooed with a blue-ringed octopus and known as the #1 jiu-jitsu master in South Korea, codename Octopus, slowly approached. "The only reason I'm here is that my boss is very uncomfortable. Thousands of people are after you because your bounty is worth 7.6 billion won. That is the same amount on my account." "It is. It's the money you've worked so hard for your entire life. So, please make sure you die by my hand." Suddenly, they started beating Pietro while he was pinned to the bookshelf. Then he was thrown into the next corridor. Seemingly, Pietro was knocked out. "It's a small gift from me." Pietro had thrown a flashbang right in Octopus's face, which illuminated the bookstore in an instant. By the time they came to their senses, Pietro had already disappeared. He escaped to a park, dragging his wounded and old body in the rain. Despite once being a formidable figure, he could not resist his cancer. He reflected on his past, dedicated 50 years to the company without ever craving riches or glory, yet he mercilessly killed those who were about to die, which left him utterly unfulfilled. Moreover, the money in his bank account was an absolute must, as it was an inheritance for his most beloved. However, he ultimately fell in the park under the rain. Meanwhile, two subordinates were discussing the legend of this man. They racked their brains, but couldn't figure out how strong he must be regarded as a god. Suddenly, a sound interrupted them. "That was my first photo ever taken. I don't know what happened, but when I woke up, this body seemed full of vitality." The man with a ponytail stepped forward. "This is not a place you can just walk into. I know where I am. Take me to where Octopus is." "So, you are in our field as well, but that means you must die." The ponytail man swung his fist, but to his surprise, the young man had blocked it completely with one hand. The next second, the ponytail man's hand was crushed with pure grip strength. Behind him, the other subordinate flew into the young man while swinging a knife. Casually, the man was stopped in midair. 5 blows was given to him in an instant. To the side, the ponytail man picked up a knife. "Where did you come from?" But the young man spoke unhurriedly. "Killers are divided into 3 ranks. Third-rate killers use knives, simple and fast. Second-rate killers are strong and skilled in punches and kicks. First-rate killers, however, can use anything in the world as a weapon." Seeing the man holding an octopus leg as a weapon, the ponytail man felt extremely humiliated and charged at him without hesitation. In moments, the knife was disarmed with a whip of the tentacle. Then, the tentacle was wrapped around the ponytail man's neck. With pure strength, the ponytail man was swung up and over towards a boiling pot of soup, crashing into it with a big splash. Both men were incapacitated in just a few moments. The man slowly picked up the photo. "This was a good shot, but it's a pity this person is already dead. Now, a new Pietro has returned, young once again. Don't come looking for me. I'll find you." The first thing he did after returning to youth was to check his body in the mirror, because during the rescue of the high school girl, he had been shot in the abdomen, but now the wound on his belly had healed, and even the cancer cells devouring his life had disappeared. This young body retained the experience and skills of his 50-year career as a killer. The old Pietro they were looking for might never be found, but the new Pietro, now unrecognizable, could do anything he wanted with this young body. Just then, despite the no smoking sign in the restroom, 2 old Westerners were smoking away. Pietro approached and simply advised, "This is a non-smoking area." The big man replied by slapping Pietro's face. "Get lost. I'm in a good mood, so I'm letting you go." However, Pietro chose not to retaliate. Instead, he walked to the restroom door. As everyone else left, he locked it from the inside. Even though he is now a 20-year-old young man, he still has the heart of a 60-year-old. He wanted these two to understand the consequences of disrespecting elders in Korea. The big man had no interest in listening to his nonsense, caring little for talk of respecting elders. At that moment, Pietro delivered a swift liver punch, simultaneously targeting the throat with his left hand at great speed. By the time the big man realized, his throat was already crushed. The big man fell instantly. The tan man stood frozen, raising his knife, unaware that he was facing a top killer. He tried threatening Pietro, but in response, Pietro lectured him that he was holding the knife the wrong way. The tan man charged at Pietro, but was swiftly countered, seemingly getting stabbed by the knife. Just then, the knife was now in Pietro's hand. The tan man screamed in pain, thinking he had been stabbed. "I didn't stab you. If I did, you would have died 3 times already. Who exactly are you?" Pietro stepped forward and grabbed his shoulder. "You'd better mind your own business about the matters of the underworld. If you knew who I am, you wouldn't leave here alive." Facing Pietro's chilling menace, the tan man was so frightened that he couldn't utter a word, and his pants were already soaked with urine. By then, Pietro had already changed into the big man's clothes, which surprisingly fit him well. However, at this moment, he began to worry because his phone showed that the money in his bank account had already been emptied. He told them before that that money accumulated over 50 years of his career as a killer was not to be touched. Pietro remembered his past. He too had grown up in the honor orphanage. Over 50 years, the orphanage, under the guise of caring for orphans, had transformed into the Glory Club, now a huge cartel that spread its influence in numerous political places. Although it was the company that raised him, now he had to destroy this business empire step by step. Meanwhile, Octopus was at a warehouse face to face with his target. The target was surprised he came alone. "No need to bring anyone else if it's just you. You Glory Club members are too greedy. Let's just finish this quickly, but I set up a festival just for you." Then suddenly, numerous muscular men came out of the shadows. The target knew that Octopus was not one of the disciples, so his arrogance was off-putting. "Treat our guest well." As his words fell, all of the mercenaries charged at Octopus. Just then, the target was on the ground shaking. These formidable men were easily dispatched. Octopus was wrapped around one of the men as if he had no bones, choking them out blue, his head locked at a 180-degree angle, as if their focus was never meant to be divided. Finally, Octopus charged at his target proper, with his body facing the other way. Before long, Octopus and the girl returned to the headquarters base. Octopus knew that a warrant would soon be issued, and countless people would begin searching for Pietro. He hoped the girl could find Pietro's whereabouts, but the girl, remembering how Pietro had saved her, had changed her view of him, yet she had no choice but to agree to Octopus's request. In the VIP restaurant of the branch, they were not supposed to receive external guests at this time. "Do you have a meeting with us?" "No, but I have a grudge about my card, worth about 7.6 billion. Hearing this figure, Octopus first smiled slightly, then showed a sinister expression, instructing the waiter to close the door immediately. Octopus was curious how this young man knew about Pietro, wondering if he could be Pietro's son, but in his memory, Pietro had always been alone. For now, if he didn't explain clearly, he would not be allowed to leave alive. Octopus raised 2 fingers. "You have 2 choices. 1. Tell me where Pietro is, then you can leave. 2. Get shot in the head and die here. There is a third option, but those who hear it have never survived. Option 3. I am Pietro." Hearing this, Octopus felt he was being mocked. What nonsense was this silly young man talking about? Octopus declared that if Pietro did not tell the truth, he would taste the bullet. "How are you related to Pietro? If you really want to know, come and kill me." Before the waiter could fire his weapon, something pierced through his neck at blinding speed. The waiter dropped dead, revealing a chopstick in his neck, piercing the major artery precisely. The girl was astonished by Pietro's skills. What was more surprising was that Pietro looked about her age. It would be hard to find such a skilled young man throughout South Korea. However, this move intrigued Octopus. Such skill is indeed impressive, but still, you must die. Octopus quickly drew his gun and shot at Pietro, but Pietro quickly blocked the shots with the table. This ain't a movie. A table can't stop bullets. A bright red liquid slowly flowed on the floor, leading Octopus to mistake it for blood. However, upon closely inspecting it by the table, he realized that the red liquid was just chili oil. He hadn't seen where Pietro had gone. While searching for Pietro's traces, suddenly, Pietro appeared above a pillar, his mouth bulging with something. Suddenly, Pietro spat a burst of liquid onto Octopus' face. While Octopus was blinded, Pietro attacked with a fluid combination attack, ending with a blow to the chin. He's too fast. Before Octopus could even think, Pietro was grasping at him already, and twisted his neck 180 degrees, breaking it. And Octopus fell without even having a chance to retaliate. Looking at the fallen Octopus, Pietro felt a hint of pity. Just then, Octopus's pupils dilated suddenly, flashing back to his youth. He was taught that if there was a stronger enemy in front of him, that he should attack when their guard is down. The do-or-die tactic. Suddenly, he grabbed Pietro's foot. Using his extreme flexibility, he locked his critical joints until they broke. The force tightened more and more, either leading to suffocation or death death by broken bones. Do you get how I survived this long? Die. But the next second, Octopus was stunned. Standing before him was an unharmed Pietro, and what he had grabbed was the body of his subordinate. It turns out he had mistaken the two due to his impaired vision. At this moment, Octopus finally realized that the man before him far surpassed the 12 disciples of the Glory Club. Octopus frantically begged for mercy, trying to make a deal with Pietro. He grabbed the girl. You can take her. Whatever you ask her to do, she will obey. She's inexperienced, but she's useful. It's a deal. Octopus was thrilled and quickly moved away from Pietro. The do-or-die tactic. Octopus stopped in his tracks after hearing this. The greatest threat in battle is showing your back to the enemy. Hearing this, he froze. It was a very familiar admonition. As a child, Octopus had a mentor who was one of the 12 disciples. The mentor had taught him the do-or-die tactic. Utilize the moment your enemy's guard is down. Now, he recalled the mentor's demeanor and expression, which were identical to this young man's. Pietro, do you remember what I said? The people who learn who Pietro is, none survive. Pietro charged at Octopus and used his own technique against him, twisting and turning his body beyond his own limits. Octopus was mangled in the air as Pietro landed. Not long after, atop a building, a man was reporting, Octopus is dead. All surveillance footage there has been erased, and no trace was left at the scene. Things are getting interesting. Notify all members of the Glory Club. I'm offering 7.6 billion as a reward, and will commence a full-scale pursuit of Pietro in 1 hour. As a top killer, Pietro perfectly disposed of several bodies, and then walked onto the street. People looked up as every high-rise building displayed wanted posters for Pietro, and even the flyers distributed by staff were filled with his pictures. What seemed like a harmless advertisement was actually the Glory Club's worldwide manhunt order. Yet, Pietro was unflustered facing this, as he was on a mission of revenge with a completely new appearance. Although he was alone at the moment, many tasks required assistance, so he thought of someone, despite that person's pet and some behaviors making him uncomfortable. Pietro decided to seek the person out. Pietro then went to a public restroom crowded with homeless people. However, there was a hidden compartment there. He barely found and pressed the button by moonlight, opening a door that led to an underground passage. Below was a room of dazzling splendor, a stark contrast to the simplicity above. Suddenly, his throat was pressed by a spike wielded by a woman with a German shepherd by her side. The woman was blind, though her eyes couldn't see. Her nose was exceptionally sensitive. She could clearly smell that this was a young man, without the scent of alcohol, and not a local homeless person. Most importantly, she could sense a strong bloodlust emanating from him. Pietro didn't want to fight her, just wanted her to calm down. The woman mistook him for an assassin from the Glory Club. She swung her cane around, but Pietro managed to dodge every attack. But still, Pietro was backed into a wall. Just then, the woman threw her cane at him, followed by a flying knee. But unexpectedly, the woman was now being thrown into the floor. But at that moment, the bloodlust on Pietro disappeared. Just then, the German shepherd, named Alexander Miking, suddenly charged, but the next moment shocked the woman. The dog, typically wary of strangers, was playfully frolicking with this young man she had never seen before. After a few rounds of drinks, the woman, named Jylan, was still in shock, continually rubbing Pietro's face. She couldn't believe that the man who was 60 years old and had an old man's smell had transformed into a young man. Even his skin was better than hers. How did you die? I want to try it too, so I can die and come back to life and become youthful. It turned out that this woman was an old acquaintance of Pietro. So, you want to fight Glory? How? I'm going into the eye of the storm. They had already issued a warrant for him, and he needed to grasp the group's information as soon as possible. To achieve that, he must become a killer for the Glory Club. Initially, the woman thought this was absurd, but then she had a flash of inspiration. She realized that no one would recognize the younger Pietro, so it seemed feasible for Pietro to enter the organization with his current appearance. If he succeeds, the Glory Club would be planning Pietro's assassination while being at the palm of his hands. But the most important condition was that all killers of the Glory Club must come from the Honor Orphanage. Even though old Pietro had come from there, his younger self is an outsider, unable to join the Glory's killer team. However, Pietro simply smiled and said there was another way, which was to enter the Sacred Divine Honor High School. This was a private school established by the Glory Foundation, ostensibly a regular school, but actually an organization that trained killers, even establishing a killer class. He needed to enter this school, be recognized in the killer class, and then successfully infiltrate the group. But on Pietro's first day at school, he was immediately surrounded by female classmates. Not long after, at the stage of the school gym, he spoke into the mic and introduced himself as Kim Sung-gu in front of all the teachers and students. I am a killer. This announcement shocked everyone. He did this to draw the attention of the school's senior leadership. However, the first people he attracted were not the senior leaders, but the school bully. The reason was that Pietro attracted many female students, which included Yejin, who had been Jang Yizil's girlfriend for 22 days. Jang Yizil said he was truly in love with Yejin, but Pietro's sudden appearance disrupted everything. Jang Yizil decided to get his revenge, swinging his massive fist. But in that moment, Pietro dodged and counterattacked. For the first time, Jang Yizil sensed death. However, Pietro stopped inches away from his Pietro's face, only flicking his forehead sharply, sending Jang Yziel to his knees. Just then, a teacher came running over, pinching Pietro's cheek. "You little rascal, daring to fight and cause trouble under my watch. Come with me, you're cleaning today." As they left, the girl who had bought books at the bookstore happened to be at this school too. She was shocked, wondering, how could this person be here? Then, at lunchtime, Pietro found the girl and sat next to her for lunch. She claimed had no appetite and just wanted to eat quietly. However, looking at the mountain of food in front of her, he thought, is this what she calls a lack of appetite? Although she was reluctant to talk to Pietro, at least she let him be. It turns out, after dealing with Octopus, Pietro had not chosen to kill her but had given her a chance to live, on the condition that she tell the organization that it was all done by the old man in the picture. She didn't understand why he was still looking for her since she had kept her promise. "I didn't come here specifically for you. It's just a coincidence, but it's also fortunate. You can help me, since we're on the same boat. I'll be counting on you, Yunmyeol." "No, Leuna." Hearing this, Leuna was stunned. How did he know my real name? By the time she came to her senses, Pietro had already left. Next, Pietro's performance at school was outstanding. He easily outran the fastest in Divine Honor High School. During the vision test, his vision was an astonishing 6.0. In cooking class, the teacher advised him to be careful not to cut himself. But for him, who had started learning how to use knives at the age of 10, carving an apple was a piece of cake. Meanwhile, the teacher was loudly scolding 3 troublemakers for not cleaning properly and smoking instead. They completely disregarded the teacher's authority, pushed him to the ground, advising the teacher not to meddle if he didn't want his teaching license revoked. Just then, Pietro came out to take out the trash and saw what was happening. Without hesitation, he stepped forward. "Did you hit the teacher?" One of them, showing utter disregard for kinship, spat a thick glob of spit on Pietro and threatened him to leave if he didn't want to get beaten up. Seeing that Pietro was unfazed, the troublemaker swung at him. Pietro expertly dodged all of the punch, then easily swept the leg of the troublemaker. Behind him, a student with a brick was charging at him, but the next second, the brick was shattered to dust with a strike. After a brief exchange, all 3 were thoroughly subdued, kneeling and begging for mercy before running off, even leaving their phone on the ground. However, the teacher suddenly kicked at Pietro, who easily blocked it. At that moment, the teacher showed a satisfied smile. The teacher noticed that even during the scuffle, Pietro's coffee didn't spill from the paper cup, which confirmed to him that Pietro was a transfer student with great potential. Therefore, he asked Pietro why he learned those moves. Pietro confessed he wanted to seek revenge for he lost everything, that he was the same as dead. "Kim Sung-gu, do you have any thoughts of joining the volunteering club?" It turned out he was a killer instructor for the Glory Club, secretly observing Pietro's performance, whether in gym class, during the vision test, in cooking class, or even during the recent scuffle. The teacher lead him through the hallways. There is a killer development class hidden within this school, specifically designed to train future killers. We call it the volunteering club. Under the alias Kim Sung-gu, Pietro infiltrated the enemy's ranks. He's a new volunteer who'll be working with us from today onwards. Leuna was shocked that Pietro had suddenly appeared here too. "I am Kim Sung-gu. Thanks for the warm welcome." But Pietro thought that the people here did not look like killers, except for the 2 in front of him. One was Dako Hyung, known for his speed, and the other was Dako Jae, known for his strength. Both were graduates of the 58th generation from the Honor Orphanage and believed that those not from the orphanage had no right to be in this class. Even the killer instructor could do nothing but say, "Then let's have a proper welcome ceremony." Everyone in the class was eager to welcome Pietro, but the Dako brothers were the ones that stepped up. Leuna immediately stepped in to mediate, hoping everyone could get along peacefully, but Dako Jae pushed her aside, telling her to mind her own business. Leuna knew how formidable Pietro was. It seemed like she was saving Pietro, but it was the brothers who needed saving. Then, Dako Hyung and Dako Jae immediately attacked Pietro. Facing their onslaught, Pietro handled it with ease. The 2 claimed that this place was not for neighborhood hooligans, but was intended to train top killers in the world, like him. And him referred to the very first disciple, Pietro. The 3 of them instantly put some distance between each other, and Pietro taunted the 2 brothers to come at him together. Dako Hyung and Dako Jae were instantly furious, and charged at Pietro intensely. But the fight concluded with the brothers exhausted and sweaty, but they had a proud smile on their face. Their classmates were praising them for their victory. Meanwhile, Pietro has left and was walking the halls alone when a voice stopped him. It was Leuna. "Are you looking down on the volunteer club?" Pietro was speechless, wondering what she was talking about. Leuna had been observing all along and noticed something during the fight with Dako Hyung and Dako Jae. "You never put any strength into your punches, and unlike them, you didn't even break a sweat." Leuna pinned Pietro to the wall. "What is your reason for being here? Were you scheming?" But to this, Pietro stayed silent. Then he awkwardly slid downwards to escape her grasp. "Sorry, but it's time for lunch." It's midnight. The next day, the killer instructor received an urgent mission. The chairman of Deha Group, Choi Eun-chang, who is one of the biggest sponsors of the Glory Club, had commissioned them. Recently, there had been several cases of teenage kidnappings, one of which was the chairman's only son. The task was to rescue his son and eliminate all those involved in the incident. Why not handle it through the police? The reason for the chairman's this request was because he wanted revenge. Moreover, to the group that is successful will be sure to receive a volunteer certificate through the chairman's recommendations. In other words, they will officially become killers. Raise your hand if you want to do this. Hearing this, Pietro immediately raised his hand, along with Lee Yuna. Dako Hyung and Dako Jae also confidently presented themselves. The next day, the teacher assigned them to investigate at the amusement park because this is where he was last seen. The primary mission was to secure the son and take down the kidnapper. However, before investigating the target's whereabouts, they went to enjoy the amusement park first. The brothers rode the merry-go-round, then later raced with the bumper cars. Pietro and Lee Yuna were no exception. They were at a shooting gallery with a very mischievous owner. He had weighed down the targets while the clueless Lee Yuna was inspecting her fake gun. But the next second, they claimed all the big prizes effortlessly. This was the first time the Dako brothers had encountered so many fun things, and they had already forgotten their previous displeasures. Only Pietro knew this might be their first time at an amusement park. After all, having gone through various devil-like training since childhood, their childhoods were probably like his, not knowing what fun was, only endless drills. At this moment, the smiles on their faces were genuinely joyful. Just as they were enjoying the afternoon, Lee Yuna's phone suddenly received a signal from Choi Yeonjeol's AirPods, Chairman Choi's only son. Surprisingly, this signal was coming from the women's restroom. Lee Yuna followed the signal and went inside. Although nothing unusual had occurred yet, the signal definitely originated from the woman. "Where did you get those AirPods?" Her facial expression had frightened the woman, which alarmed a burly man outside. He started to threaten Lee Yuna for what she did, then started pushing her around. Then, he swung his hand at her, but suddenly, Lee Yuna flipped herself up on top of the man and wrapped herself around him from behind and almost stabbed the man with a lollipop stick. She subconsciously did all of this in self-defense. The next moment, she was back on the ground. "Now tell me, where did you get those?" On the other side, the trio had not seen Lee Yuna for a while. Just as Pietro was about to contact her on his phone, Lee Yuna came running up, panting, and claimed she had found Choi Yeonjeol's earphones, which had apparently been lost in the haunted house. Hearing this, Pietro had already suspected it, as he noticed that within the entire amusement park, only the haunted house had almost no foot traffic. But the problem was, the software showed that tickets for the haunted house were fully booked. "It's the haunted house," Pietro and Lee Yuna claimed in unison. They immediately opened the door to the haunted house. Dako Hyung and Dako Jae were also full of vigor, wanting to search for clues inside. However, once inside, both were so scared that their legs turned to jelly. Only Pietro kept his eyes fixed ahead. He knew something was very eerie here. The haunted house, which should have been packed with people, was eerily quiet, even lacking staff. Pietro immediately warned them to be ready for a fight. Just then, thick smoke began to rise from the floor. Soon after, everyone collapsed to the ground. As it turned out, the smoke was all hypnotic. However, from the very beginning, part of the plan was getting themselves kidnapped as well. Not far away, a figure approached step by step. Meanwhile, the killer instructor frantically found the liaison, asking him to urgently contact those kids. However, no matter how much he dialed, no one answered. According to the killer instructor, the person behind the teenage kidnappings was actually the killer Park Sang-do. He was once a disciple candidate but was expelled by the headquarters because the Glory Club couldn't fully control him. The liaison smiled and said the students had mastered various skills and should be fine. But the killer instructor was sweating profusely, unconsciously touching his prosthetic leg. Park Sang-do is a cruel person. The killer instructor presented his leg, claiming that Park Sang-do was the reason for his condition. If he catches them, he'll cut their legs off. Meanwhile, at the warehouse where Park Sang-do stored his victims, Pietro and Lee Yuna were tied to a post unconscious. "Did you know? I put you to sleep with chloroform. When normal people faint from it, they sleep with their mouths open." Lee Yuna, however, had her mouth closed. She knew she had been found out to be awake now. But in that moment, Park Sang-do charged at her with malicious intent. But just then, Lee Yuna's phone caught his attention. He picked up the phone and answered it. "I know it's you, Park Sang-do. If you dare touch a hair on those kids, I'll kill you at all costs, even if it risks my life. It's been a long time, Senior Gwangyu. Don't start with such scary talk. Are you worried I'll cripple these children just like you? How about we make a bet? I'll send you a location, and when you arrive, guess how many legs are still intact. If you're right, I'll return Choi Yunchang's son to you. If you guess wrong, I'll take whatever is left." At this moment, the killer instructor trembled. Park Sang-do turned his head towards another room. The Doggo brothers were yelling around trying to find Lee Yuna and Pietro. "It's best you hurry, Senior." Then Park Sang-do ended the call and left the room. After Park Sang-do left, Lee Yuna quietly opened her eyes. She didn't know what to do next. Her hands were firmly tied, so she instead used her feet. She tried to wake up Pietro, only to find that Pietro was already awake. Lee Yuna quickly pulled her feet back in embarrassment. She then tried to break free, while Pietro watched this unimpressed. He then revealed that he had already broken free a long time ago. Pietro freed Lee Yuna, and the two of them started to move into the next room. On the other side, Dako Hyung and Dako Jae had already woken up. "If you don't want to die, hand over Chairman Choi's son." Park Sang-do smiled slightly. "How about a bet?" Meanwhile, the killer instructor was already on his way. "If you win, I'll release Choi Yunchang Hyang's son. If you lose, then each of you leaves one leg. Dako Hyang and Dako Jae immediately became interested, as it seemed this guy was not just an ordinary office worker. Suddenly, Park Sang-do threw one of the knives over. Bets are more fun when the conditions are fair. Dako Hyang didn't hesitate, picking up the blade and charging forward. You'll regret this. I'm an expert with knives. The two furiously clashed blades, but Park Sang-do seemed a lot calmer. Dako Hyang analyzed his opponent's moves and concluded he was better, and he'll win in a prolonged fight. But then he realized something strange as he was cut. Their blades clashed one more time, then Dako Hyang retreated backward. This knife has no edge. Hearing his words, Park Sang-do menacingly grinned. Just then, Pietro and Lee Yuna followed the noise and arrived. Dako Hyang gestured for them not to interfere, because they were very angry, wanting to show the man what the true strength of the Dako brothers was. From a young age, they underwent various devil-like trainings. In the group's final selection test, they were dropped into a forest without any resources, home to thousands of wild animals. Their task was to survive in this forest, but their only weapon was a handgun with just one bullet. In their desperation to survive, the children would use that bullet at the most critical moment, and some used it to end their own lives. However, Dako Hyang and Dako Jae became brothers in life and death during that test. In that harsh environment, they managed to save their bullets until the very end, and those two bullets was what decided their fate. A month later, only Dako Hyang and Dako Jae survived from the 58th batch. They were shocked to hear an astonishing piece of news. The disciple, Pietro, had also faced this challenge at their age. In 58 years, Pietro was the only one to survive without using his bullet. From that moment, Dako Hyang and Dako Jae spent years striving to become the best like Pietro. The brothers charged in with determination. Dako Jae went low and tackled Park Sang-do, while Dako Hyang flipped up, slashing toward Park Sang-do. Seriously, instead of your leg, maybe I should cut off your arm. Park Sang-do firmly grasped at Dako Hyang's wrist, but the brothers had a plan. Dako Hyang dropped the dull blade onto Dako Jae's hand. He then trusted forward with the knife, but to Dako Jae's surprise, the blade shattered into pieces. Park Sang-do had broken the knife. It turns out, the blade in Park Sang-do's hand was 3 times heavier than ordinary knives and much harder. This thing is the weapon of a murderer. Park Sang-do came into attack, and surprisingly, Dako Hyang and Dako Jae were easily defeated. Lee Yuna wanted to step forward to help, but was stopped by Pietro. At this moment, Park Sang-do revealed a chilling smile, raising his blade, about to sever Dako Hyang's leg. Just then, Pietro's voice interrupted Park Sang-do. Shall we make a bet? Double the stakes. 2 legs and 2 arms. Take my head too if you like. Hearing this, Park Sang-do tossed a knife to Pietro, clearly delighted, smiling innocently. However, Pietro picked up a colorful tray nearby. This will be enough to deal with you. Park Sang-do, possessing tremendous strength, couldn't help but laugh upon hearing Pietro's words. Don't expect me to go easy just because you're young. Park Sang-do heavily slashed down, but Pietro managed to avoid it. Park Sang-do then relentlessly pursued while Pietro used the tray as a shield to block the attacks. But Park Sang-do charged up another heavy attack. Meanwhile, the killer instructor was panicking as he was driving to the location. The killer instructor had once gathered a team to besiege the rebelling Park Sang-do, composed of 5 veteran B-rank killers. However, during their fight against Park Sang-do, the killer instructor was dumbfounded. Park Sang-do dealt with them easily, his movements surpassing human limits. Even before he could react, Park Sang-do had severed his leg, which ended his career as a killer. Park Sang-do's final slash was incredibly precise, cutting the tray in Pietro's hands in 2. Park Sang-do revealed a smug smile, clearly very pleased with his swordsmanship. Lee Yuna, seeing this, couldn't help but draw a blade, ready to support Pietro at any moment. However, Pietro remained unusually calm. He touched the tray's pattern, applying a great amount of grip strength, and the tray crinkled like paper. Pietro assumed a fighting stance. Thanks to you, I now have a weapon. Park Sang-do scratched his head, clearly understanding that this was no ordinary student, because in the moment his strike landed, Park Sang-do thought he had cut Pietro, but Pietro expertly dodged the attack while blocking at the same time. Park Sang-do no longer underestimated Pietro, took off his coat, and got serious. Throwing his coat as a distraction, Park Sang-do charged forward again to the unfazed Pietro, unleashing a fierce combo. Park Sang-do was confident that he cut something, but then he realized Pietro was gone. Pietro suddenly appeared behind him, slashing his neck. Pietro managed to land a hit on Park Sang-do, which made him back off immediately. The feeling of death was looming over Park Sang-do, but fortunately for him, he managed to block the attack with his hand. Are you really a student? Pietro posed with focus in his eyes. Just then, Pietro suddenly exploded into action, and the two engaged in intense combat. As the fight intensified, Park Sang-do gradually couldn't keep up with Pietro's speed. His steps began to falter, and he even sensed a non-human murderous intent in Pietro's gaze. Lee Yuna could only watch silently. She knew she couldn't intervene, because at that moment, she saw multiple images of Pietro. However, just as Pietro was about to deliver a fatal blow to Park Sang-do made a subtle cut on Pietro's face. Suddenly, Park Sang-do pulled out a finer knife. It turned out that hidden inside his curved knife was an even smaller and sharper blade. The weight of the curved knife knife made its power even greater. However, the cost was a reduction in the user's speed, and what Park Sang-do needed now was extreme speed. The two clashed in blinding speeds. Lee Yuna even noticed that Park Sang-do was using the stabbing knife for slicing as well. Just as Park Sang-do was about to stab Pietro, his hand stopped in front of Pietro's neck. Park Sang-do found that his hand suddenly lost strength, even unable to grip the knife firmly. Looking at the falling weapon, he was completely dumbfounded. It seems your hand can no longer exert force. It was only then that Park Sang-do realized, but it was already too late, because from the beginning, Pietro's target was never his neck. Pietro's real target had always been Park Sang-do's hand. What did you do? The flexor, extensor, and abductor muscles, the median, radial, and the ulnar nerves. I've cut them all. Pietro explained that he had never intended to kill Park Sang-do. At this point, Park Sang-do trembled, not just from pain, but also from his tragic childhood. He had suffered brutal humiliation, hung from trees, tormented by bullies, and even chased by ferocious dogs. One day, while being put against two dogs, the bully asked, "Want to make a bet?" When Park Sang-do heard this, it was as if a switch was flipped inside him, deeply stirring his spirit, and his body involuntarily moved. But Park Sang-do didn't go after the two vicious dogs. Instead, he charged at the abuser. He gambled his life, and from then on, betting became an addictive behavior for him. Like being injected with serotonin and adrenaline invisibly, gambling became his nourishment. Every time he bet his life, he felt an endless sense of power. It was precisely because of such thrilling stakes that he won both major and minor victories in every battle. This time, he felt he was facing a colossal being with a terrifying aura, as if a slight misstep would lead to being swallowed by Pietro. Meanwhile, Pietro slowly manipulated the tray, gradually wrapping his entire fist with it. Let me show you how an egg can break a stone. With just one punch, Park Sang-do's face crumpled like a tin can. Just as Pietro charged again, Park Sang-do suddenly pulled out a hand grenade, threatening, "Kneel down now, or I'll blow us up with the grenade." And inside one of those suitcases is the chairman's son, the one you're looking for. Lee Yuna was immediately shocked. If the bomb explodes, not only Chairman Choi's son, but even we might not escape unscathed. Pietro pondered for a moment. If you don't want to die, then kneel. In that moment, Pietro rushed forward before Park Sang-do could react and stuffed the grenade in his mouth. Then, Pietro pulled the pin of the grenade. You should know the power of a grenade. If you don't want to die, keep it tight in your mouth. Pietro was completely enraged and decided to teach this scumbag a lesson. Pietro gave a strong strike to the kidney, then another to the back of his head, and as Park Sang-do was falling, Pietro slammed him down with a final punch. Park Sang-do was battered beyond recognition, and the grenade in his mouth made him dare not relax even a bit. Just as Pietro reinserted the pin, Park Sang-do finally felt relief. "Get up, I'm not done yet." Park Sang-do slowly stood up, begging pitifully, "Let's just call it a draw." Lee Yuna and Pietro were dumbfounded at his actions as he continued to beg. Just then, the killer instructor burst through the door, shouting, "Park Sang-do, let those kids go." But the scene in front of him was quite shocking. The once ruthless and tough Park Sang-do was now crying on the ground. To the side, Pietro and Lee Yuna presented Dako Hyung and Dako Jae, who were barely conscious. Before long, the group sent people to clean up the scene. Chairman Choi's son was rescued as scheduled, unharmed, and Park Sang-do was also packaged and taken away, sent to wait for disposition by the Glory Club. However, the killer instructor was deeply troubled. Although the nightmare that ended his career was now over, it was incredible that these few kids could drive Park Sang-do to a dead end. However, Pietro, under the alias Kim Sung-gu, repeatedly denied his true strength, and the killer instructor couldn't say much more. The next day, as scheduled, they received the volunteer certificates from the Glory Club. However, on the elevator to Chairman Choi's office building, Dako Hyung was complaining that they should have gotten an A rank rather than a D rank. But then, when the elevator doors opened, they were all stunned. Two burly female staff members stood in front of them. Dako Hyung frantically pressed the elevator's close button, fearing that if the door closed a second late, they would die there. But when he saw a curvy, pretty female secretary behind him, he started frantically pressing the open door button, his eyes never leaving her. "Come with me. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chairman Choi instructed us to treat you well." They then enjoyed an extremely lavish dinner, and were even fashioned with a set of tailor-made suits. Afterwards, the secretary took them to Deha Group's military arsenal. There were thousands of weapons there, of every kind imaginable. The arsenal was enough to equip an entire military team, and Chairman Choi instructed them to pick whatever they wanted, as much as they wanted. Dako Hyung and Dako Jae had never seen such a scene before, their eyes nearly glowing green. However, they pretended to be nonchalant. "We'll just take a little bit. We'll have them delivered for you." Lee Yuna was more interested in knives. Here, there were not only Damascus blades, but also S30V specialty steel knives. When she wanted to pick one up, she suddenly remembered how little she had contributed against Park Sang-do, and suddenly felt embarrassed to take their things. As for Pietro, he was uninterested in those weapons, just taking a simple pen as he has already used everything in this arsenal. "This is all I need." The secretary took notice of this. "Now, I will take you to the chairman's office." "Of course, we shall go there then." The only one going to the chairman's office is Kim Sung-gu. Soon after, Pietro was taken to Chairman Choi's office, and the secretary was instructed to leave. Pietro was puzzled, not knowing what Chairman Choi wanted to see him alone for. And as the president of Deha Group, one of the greatest military entrepreneurs in the world, Choi Eun-chang was all smiles. "Welcome, Kim Sung-gu." Choi Eun-chang asked about the meal and the clothes, and Pietro replied by saying it was satisfactory. "Why did you ask to bring me to you?" "I wanted to meet you. There is no other reason." But Choi Eun-chang stepped closer. "Actually, there might be a reason for you to be here. Student Kim Sung-gu, I know who you are." Hearing this, Pietro's eyes widened. "You look just like Pietro." This made Pietro smile a little. December 24th, 1978, in Namsan, a Russian soldier was being interrogated. "Talk, you bastard. Where is Choi Eun-chang?" The Russian laughed. "The only way to save the kid is if you hand over your missiles to the Soviet Union. If you refuse, the son of the Deha Group will die." Hearing this, Choi Deha felt as if his whole world had collapsed. The secretary reassured him that they had already called for help from the United States, and the most elite Delta Force was on its way to Moscow. But unfortunately, the Delta Force they sent had already been eliminated. He had no choice but to go to that place. They went to the honor church. Choi Deha, frantic and nearly out of his mind, banged crazily on the church's windows, begging the priest, "If you're willing to save my son, I'll agree to any condition. Deha Group can provide nearly 100 years of support to the church. Those 12 disciples you're raising, please send the best one. Don't worry, you need only to pray, for God's missile has already arrived in Moscow." One person, even the elite US Delta Force, has been wiped out. What can one person do all by themselves? Everything, even alone. He is enough, for my son is the strongest. Pietro arrived, opened the door to a cabin filled with Russians. "How did he get in here? Is he alone?" "That's right," Pietro replied in Russian. The Russian was confused. Then suddenly a hole was shot on his forehead. Pietro swiftly moved while firing, leaving a trail of dead bodies as he went deeper into the train. "The number of your heads match perfectly with how much bullets I have." Stepping into the next cabin, a voice shouted at him, "If you don't want a hole in this kid's head, drop your gun. I heard about you, the monster that leaves no survivors." Disciple Pietro. He raised his arms up as if to surrender, but then he started to speak in Korean. "Choi Eun-chang, duck after I count to 3. 1. What the hell are you saying? Speak Russian. 2. Stop the bullshit and kneel, you son of a bitch. 3. Pietro revealed a coin that was hidden at the back of his hand. Then suddenly, in a flash, Pietro threw the coin with all his strength, hitting the Russian right in the forehead. "Thank you for saving me. You're Korean, right? I will never forget your kindness. I will repay you." "Hey, Choi Eun-chang, I didn't come to save you," he said while putting his hat on the child. "I came to save the future of Deha Group. If you understand, then let's go. There's a long way back home." Meanwhile, back in the present, thanks to you, I'm still alive now. 40 years later, I haven't forgotten my hero's face. "So, Kim Sung-gu, am I right?" Pietro. This shocked him once again, fearing his identity must have been found. "Must be your grandfather. You look very much alike, but I didn't know he had any kin." Pietro thought to himself that it's been a while since someone scared the shit out of him. However, he was also relieved that the once frail young boy had grown up into a dashing man. Later, Choi Eun-chang chided Kim Sung-gu for only taking a simple pen. "I'm happy with just this, sir." Because of this, Choi Eun-chang decided to give him a gift. He couldn't let Pietro's grandson leave just like that. "A long time ago, your grandfather used a similar model to save me. The pinnacle of the Deha Group's technology, St. Petrus V4. This product, not for sale to the public, has the world's most powerful engine, boasts the unofficial fastest speed in the world with a top speed of 527.21 kilometers per hour, and also features stealth capabilities, even able to disrupt all signals. When on a mission, there's no need to worry about monitoring and GPS tracking." Lee Yuna's eyes went wide at the sight of the vehicle, uncontrollably going forward to caress it. "You didn't have to go this far." While Dako Hyung and Dako Jae acted uninterested, the next second they asked the secretary if they could trade their gear for this dream vehicle. But of course, the answer was no. Meanwhile, Pietro threw a helmet to Lee Yuna. "Hurry up and get on," and she agreed to do so. Just then, the killer instructor called. "Are you having fun? I shouldn't interrupt at this time, but there's something you need to know. The people from Glory want to meet you. They are very interested in you." For Pietro revved the engine, knowing it was a gathering of killers. Dako Hyung and Dako Jae's expressions turned serious. They understood this was a chance to show themselves. Just then, the two could only ride an electric scooter on the way to the gather. To the side, Lee Yuna and Pietro can only look on in shame. "Speed up, Kim Sung-gu, then they'll fall behind." "Exactly, let's get away from them." Soon after, they got ready and arrived at the Glory Club's branch church. Dako Hyung and Dako Jae were extraordinarily excited. Being popular is tiresome. "I get what you mean. Surely they know that we are assumed S ranks. Are you ready, Miss Yuna?" But Lee Yuna was too busy worrying if the brothers' excitement may cause trouble. The massive church doors were right in front of them. "Let's go inside then." When they pushed open the church doors, the scene before them far exceeded their expectations. The church wasn't large, but it was packed with people, all top killers trained by the Glory Club. This is where revelations are received. These are the missions that Glory's killers get based on their individual ranks. Hidden underneath a holy wafer for communion, the missions are distributed to the killers. To Lee Yuna, that's how real killers get their missions. But to Pietro, they were just low-ranking killers. This time, Dako Hyung and Dako Dako J received their first official mission from the group and were exceptionally excited. However, when they saw fight as the mission, they didn't understand what it meant. The priest explained that the church does not give out missions to newcomers but gives them a cup of delicious holy blood as a reward for joining the organization. Unexpectedly, the priest splashed the holy blood on Dako Hyung's head. "Is it good? We waited for you to come, you fucking D-rank bastards." Dako Hyung angrily crushed the wafer with his teeth. "You don't know what kind of person you are talking to, senior." The brothers began to stretch their muscles, ready to fight. Two church helpers stepped in front of the priest, also prepared to teach these greenhorns a lesson. Suddenly, Dako Hyung jumped at the scarred B rank with a kick, with Dako J following up with a punch. "Will become S-rank disciples like Pietro." The brothers continued their combined assault, pushing their opponent backwards. Lee Yuna watched in astonishment, sensing that their strength had become even more formidable than when they fought against Park Sang-do. The scarred B rank landed firmly on the church pew. He saw Dako J charging at him, but then realized the smaller one was missing. Then suddenly, his ankles were grabbed. "Looking for me?" Dako J then jumped up, ready to unleash a heavy blow to the scarred B rank. However, blood began to drip on Dako Hyung's face. "I also once dreamt of becoming like Pietro, but it seems I'll have to make you realize the reality of the real world." Dako Hyung exclaimed his brother's name, but was immediately punched right in the cheek. Lee Yuna tried to step forward to intervene, only to be stopped by another opponent. "How is it, seeing the real world? You know, that guy has worked his whole life to become a B rank. Normal killers who reach that rank can be considered special. The killers of the Glory Club are divided into 4 levels. D rank only carry out tasks targeting ordinary people. C rank usually deal with gangs or other armed organizations. B rank engage in combat with other killers. A rank participate in nation-level assassination missions. Above these, those who stand at the peak, the 12 disciples, symbolized by the silver crosses they hold. Efforts alone will never be enough to reach S rank. If you want to become a disciple, the only way is to die and be reborn." The scarred man raised his fist and slammed it down to Dako Hyung, knocking him out. "You are just an underling of Octopus, with no unique abilities or corresponding skills. You should be grateful to be a D-ranker. Truly shameless." At this moment, Pietro grabbed the helper's wrist. "That's enough. Don't go too far, senior." Pietro started to squeeze the wrist tighter, but he remembered Jylan's advice to not stand out and suppressed his urge to fight. "How dare you talk so arrogantly to an adult?" Lee Yuna could only watch in terror as Pietro said, "Hit me as much as you like." This made the helper pause. "But let me take them to a hospital. But I will never forget your teachings, seniors, to not dare to speak lightly of the disciples." "Fine, we'll end it here. But in return, give up your volunteer licenses." Pietro was speechless. "You can come back when you've earned it." The group walked out of the church defeated. Dako Hyung was disappointed at himself. What do we say to Instructor Gwangyu? Lee Yuna and Pietro could only look on in silence. "Sorry, Lee Yuna, Kim Sung-gu, we couldn't protect you." Dako Hyung continued to reassure them that they did well to not get involved, while Pietro looked on with a newfound respect for the young man. Dako Hyung sighed. "I'm the leader, so I need to show you guys only my cool side." Pietro put on a helmet on Dako Hyung. "Then let's go, leader. It's time to eat." Meanwhile, Pietro was driving Lee Yuna home. "Kim Sung-gu, what can I do to get stronger?" "Don't ask about such things. Why do you want that?" "I was just asking. But are you alright? Our volunteer licenses were taken away." "Things are taken away from the weak." "What an annoying answer. You suck." "But it doesn't change the fact of my weakness." Lee Yuna grasped his clothes tightly, leaning against his back, everything unspoken. As night fell, the two sought entertainment outside and returned to the Glory Han River Branch Church. Under the moonlight, a dark figure was already present in the church. "Did you come to get beat up again or repent for what you did?" "Hey, don't ignore adults when they are talking." Pietro was clasping his hands together, with the silver cross of the 12 disciples in his hands. "Was it really necessary to go that far? I have come to show you what you have never seen, and what you will never see again in your life. The skills of an S-rank disciple." Hearing this, the B-rank killer with the scarred face nearly laughed his teeth off. He felt that having been a killer for 14 years, he had never even seen a disciple, let alone an S-rank disciple's combat. However, when he looked to the side, he was taken aback. Jong SSI, ranking among the top, now had a somber face. He stared at this unknown D-rank high school student who had no cover or weapons, only holding a string of holy beads, full of flaws, but his eyes revealed endless murderous intent. "Jong SSI, are you scared silly by this kid?" As Jong SSI came to his senses, he reassured himself that this was just a kid with a scary look. He pulled out a heavy book from behind. "If a junior commits mutiny against a senior, then the senior has the right to execute the junior." Jong SSI calculated in his mind. Just throw the book out. The opponent will definitely defend with his arm, revealing a flaw under his ribs for attack. And when he instinctively covers his stomach after being hit, the bent posture would allow him to attack the opponent's eyes. But as he charged forward, his gaze involuntarily began to waver, and his hands lost control, flailing in the air. The young man's holy bead string was sharp beyond measure, now soaked with Jong SSI's blood. The string lashed out in the back. Then suddenly, all the columns were blasted away. Jong SSI looked horrified, but in the next second, his head was now split from his body. Jong Ssi's pupils dilated suddenly. He immediately covered his neck, gasping heavily, goosebumps rushing from his feet to his crown. Why are you just standing there? Jong Ssi was petrified right in front of Pietro, because just now, in his mind, he had clashed with Pietro thousands of times. No matter the method or form, each time he had been defeated. With decades of experience and thousands of battles behind him, Jong Ssi instinctively knew, whether or not they actually fought, he was destined to lose. The look and pressure from the other were a type of terrifying power he had never felt before. At that moment, Pietro merely lifting his hand slightly, and Jong Ssi was already crying and begging for mercy, desperately pleading to be spared. However, Pietro just gently patted his face. Senior, recognizing the presence of death is a fundamental skill for a killer. In a way, you're quite strong. Today, you've learned a valuable lesson. After saying this, Pietro strode out of the church. Jilin then appeared, coming out of the car with Alexander miking. Why do you do such things? What if it provokes a situation and the people from the Glory Club find out? It won't happen. Just think, a B-rank killer has been defeated by a D-rank newcomer, humiliated by someone 20 years younger without even throwing a punch. If you were that person, would you announce it? Jilin, pouting and still worried about him, was at a loss for words, as Pietro revved up the engine and drove away into the night. The next day, Dako Hyung and Dako Jae were trembling, worried about the killer instructor's wrath since their volunteer licenses had just been lost. Just when they felt utterly helpless, a noise scared them out of their wits. But it wasn't the coach who appeared, it was Jong Ssi. Jae, it's a ghost. Begone, you wicked ghost. Why did you come here? Sir, are you going to beat us up again? Sir, the brothers trembled in their seats. However, Jong Ssi simply handed over their volunteer licenses, and the brothers smiled widely, relieved they wouldn't be scolded by their teacher. Meanwhile, Jong Ssi's attention was already elsewhere. It was on Pietro, disguised as Kim Sunggu, whose oppressive aura Jong Ssi still couldn't forget. Afterwards, Dako Hyung and Dako Jae thanked Jong Ssi, and Pietro smiled at this scene. It was time to return Lee Yuna's volunteer license as well. However, in the classroom, only Dako Hyung was bragging to his classmates, and Lee Yuna was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, in the training hall, Lee Yuna was furiously training against a dummy. Recalling Dako Hyung and Dako Jae's fights with Park Sang-do and their confrontation with the church helper, she realized how weak she was in comparison. She stabbed the dummy in exhaustion. If this continued, her brother Eugen would be in danger. Just then, Pietro appeared behind Lee Yuna, handing over the ID card of her killer license. I don't have the right to have that. Is it because of your brother? You feel pitiful, but you chose to be a killer unsuited for you. All for your brother, right? Don't act like you know everything. If you don't understand someone's situation, don't judge them. I don't know much about you, but I do know one thing. Your brother isn't your biological sibling. Lee Yuna was speechless. Can you tell me what happened to your brother? It turned out Lee Yuna's brother wasn't her real brother at all. He was just another child from the orphanage. Lee Yuna had always been a loner. She didn't want a family. Abandoned at a subway station locker on the day she was born, she should have died there but was saved and sent to an orphanage. Although the orphanage's conditions weren't good, it was still a place to live. She had never been interested in concepts like friends or family because she didn't want to be abandoned again. She thought it would be fine to die alone. However, during one mission, she was shot, leading to severe bleeding. During emergency treatment, she overheard people discussing, there's not much plasma left. Should we send her to Honor Hospital? Is it necessary? We could just throw her out. Kids like her are everywhere. Plus, we don't have much subsidy money these days. The staff left the medical room and Eugen followed them outside. Lee Yuna thought that this was bound to happen and she was glad to not have any regrets. However, she woke up from the hospital bed soon after and the doctor told her it was a miracle. Yet after her recovery, she never saw Lee Eugen again. But just then, Lee Yuna overheard the doctors talking about Lee Eugen, that he said he needed to save his sister, even if it cost his life. In the end, he became sick due to the operation. Is my Nuna all okay now? Lee Yuna felt as if her heart was breaking. She thought she had no family left, that no one would do anything for her. But Lee Eugen was there all this time. A pack of blood coagulant cost $1.7 million, and Lee Eugen needed a bottle every 5 hours. He's a ghost that's taking all my money. Let's just throw him away and stop the treatment. But just then, Lee Yuna interrupted their conversation, kneeling in front of them. Don't throw him away. I'm all better now so I can earn money. I'll pay the costs, no matter what, because I'm his Nuna. That was the first time Lee Yuna had gotten a reason to live. Who cares if he's not my real brother? Who cares if we don't look alike? I will do anything to save him. Okay, I stuck my nose into your business recklessly. I'll get going now. You should finish your training. You are the strongest person I have ever met, without exception. I beg you, help me become stronger. Pietro looked her over carefully, pondering. Lee Yuna was small, weak, timid, and had a quick temper, all of which are terrible traits for a killer. However, Miss Yuna, you have the best eyes for a killer. Lee Yuna never looked away from a fight, as if trying to absorb all of it in. From the fight with Octopus, the fight with the Dako brothers, and even Park Sang-do's quickness, your dynamic visual acuity is at the top 1%. This is a natural talent, an advantage that cannot be compensated by effort alone. So, there is a weapon that can turn your disadvantages into advantages. If you can master it precisely precisely and skillfully, you will become a truly excellent killer. When Lee Yuna saw what was in her hands, she was incredibly surprised. Can this really be enough? The next day, Dako Hyung and Dako Jae were smug about their weekly salary of 1 million won, while Lee Yuna had yet to appear. Dako Hyung guessed that Lee Yuna was probably doing a part-time job. She had to clean up traces from the scenes killers had visited. No matter if the scene was covered in excrement or viscera, she didn't mind the dirt because it provided her with a significant income. For her brother lying in the hospital bed, Lee Yuna did everything she could, while Dako Hyung and Dako Jae didn't understand. Why work so hard when you can have money for doing nothing? Just then, Dako Hyung received a text from Lee Yuna, asking him to bring her a scarf. Soon after, they arrived at a cold storage warehouse at -20 degrees Celsius. The two robust young men shivered from the cold, completely failing to understand why Lee Yuna would want to train in such a place. Of course, it's for training, to get stronger. How can you train in this place? It's not like you're going to break ice with your bare hands. Lee Yuna showed them the rope dart. The rope dart is a traditional martial arts weapon. It is highly flexible and can be wrapped around your body, then thrown at an enemy. The rope dart spins as it flies, which increases its destructive power. Moreover, it has a significant advantage. The enemy does not know when or from which direction it will come. So, do your best to master it, control it, let it become one with you. However, the two brothers laughed derisively. Just use a gun, it's better. A hidden weapon is so silly. Dako Hyung threw the rope dart at an ice block, which shattered it. It's pretty good, but guns are one shot, one kill. Lee Yuna disagreed and recalls what Pietro said. A gun can achieve one shot, one kill, but a rope dart is different. If the user is skilled and uses it correctly, it can achieve one shot, all kill. Hearing this, the brothers were nearly shocked out of their wits, unable to believe what was before their eyes. Soon after, the ice factory owner came to ask if Lee Yuna had finished her training. I've seen many people come here to break ice for training, even seen someone lock themselves in here for days, but seeing someone break all the ice like you, that's a first. Lee Yuna thought the owner was about to charge her for the training, but he waved it off. No need. Your friend came and paid for it, and he told me to give you wound ointment. After leaving the ice factory, Lee Yuna tried to thank Pietro through text, but she could not type anything. So instead, Lee Yuna dialed Pietro's number, wanting to thank him, but couldn't find the words. However, on the other end, Pietro spoke first. Congratulations, Miss Lee Yuna. You've finally acquired your very own real weapon. See you tomorrow. At that moment, Pietro was looking at a booklet containing detailed information on all the killers. He had long known that what Lee Yuna had been seeking had been firmly in her hands for a long time. Meanwhile, in an underground facility, Park Sang-do had slit a person's throat while he was naked. Fight me all at once. Park Sang-do was surrounded by killers, a few on the floor unmoving. But just then, a voice was heard down the hall. How annoying. Neither a B rank or C rank can kill the A rank Park Sang-do. What will it take? A disciple to come? The killers formed a line and bowed towards the man, while Park Sang-do was shocked, dropping his knife. I heard you like making bets. The disciple candidate Park Sang-do. Can you win against a real disciple? The man said with a wicked smile reflected on Park Sang-do's eyes. Disciple, Nathaniel. The next day, a child at the hospital was unwilling to get a shot, and Dako Hyung and Dako Jae laughed at her fear of needles. But the next second, they turned to plead with the nurse, begging her to be gentle. Their presence was for a new mission. Because new killer recruits must undergo a physical examination, all new members must undergo various tests at Divine Honor Hospital. The most concerning part, blood collection. The reason is simple. The Glory Club collects biometric information such as fingerprints and DNA to fit killers with a collar, which does not change with age. If anyone betrays the organization and flees, they can be tracked through this information. If young Pietro's blood was drawn, they would quickly discover that his blood type matches that of old Pietro. This means his real identity, new young killer Kim Sung-gu, is actually Pietro, would be exposed. When Pietro returned to Jaewon's residence, Jaewon looked serious. Pietro innocently mentioned, "Yes, I got blood drawn today." Jaewon exploded. "You old fool, what are you doing? I can't stand you. First, you provoke a B-rank killer, and now you dare to get blood drawn? Aren't you just blatantly telling everyone you're Pietro?" Pietro stroked his chin, seemingly amused by the situation. Jaewon was completely infuriated. "Don't you want to live?" "It's not that I don't want to live. I've thought of a way to completely escape their pursuit. I'm going to blow up the hospital." "You crazy old fool. Completely out of your mind, aren't you? Do you know what you're saying? Do you think you can mess around in that place?" Seoul Divine Honor General Hospital appears ordinary but conceals unspeakable secrets. Not only is there a department for disguising medical accidents as assassinations, but there is also an action team for disposing of abandoned corpses. Killers who come to this hospital even have dedicated VIP doctors for their treatment. Pietro was clearly aware, evidently having a plan ready. Pietro realized that his DNA was probably already stored in the hospital's data center, and destroying the database wasn't difficult. The challenge was that disciple Nathaniel was in that hospital. He is a divinely gifted doctor who disappeared after a medical accident. However, 4 years ago in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, a shocking incident occurred. After finishing his shift, a policeman rushed back to the station. As he approached the entrance, he sensed something was off. Someone was airing clothes at the station's entrance. distance, but as he got closer, the sight terrified him, causing him to crash his car in panic. It turned out that hanging at the station's entrance were not clothes but bodies of Rio de Janeiro gang members. This incident sparked an investigation by the action team, which only grew more shocking the deeper they probed. In an abandoned building, gang conflicts intensified, and the situation was far more complex than imagined. Various firearms were bent out of shape, and guns densely filled the column. The team captain sensed trouble, and suddenly, a pair of large hands emerged from the darkness, dragging a team member into a dark, eerie room. Then, the sound of bones crushing echoed, plunging the building into a horrifying silence. Soon after, chilling cries echoed from the room. Under the dim moonlight, bodies were seen hanging from the ceiling, and a tall, formidable figure slowly approached, holding a head in his hand, emitting wisps of white smoke, resembling a grim reaper. He muttered with bulging cheeks, "Give me someone stronger." The team captain, terrified, raised his submachine gun and fired wildly. However, all efforts were in vain. 6 gang bosses who had ruled Rio for 30 years, and those military personnel with outstanding combat skills, were all sent to meet their ancestors within a single day. Despite Jailen's attempts to dissuade him, Pietro was unmoved. He had already devised a plan to infiltrate, but he needed Jailen's help. The next day, passers-by on the streets were drawn to the giant LED screen displaying a shocking message. On August 24th, Pietro will go to find Dr. Nathaniel. This put the entire hospital on unprecedented alert. Every doctor was armed, security personnel patrolled frequently, and even professional Brazilian mercenaries were summoned. Moreover, many were curious about the combat between S-level disciples, eager to witness such a confrontation once in their lifetime. However, no one knew when Pietro would appear, as he always moved unpredictably. Unexpectedly, Pietro was already mingling among them. As he had always said, "No need to come looking for me, I'll come to you." Meanwhile, in a high-end bathhouse elsewhere, seated were not politicians controlling the government but directors of certain groups. "Ever since Pietro was expelled, I've been very worried. Now he's clearly declaring war, but the problem is, we don't even know where he is right now. Young man, if Pietro really shows up, that's going to be a problem. You need to figure out how to handle him quickly. If you can't even deal with an old tiger without teeth, we are in big trouble. You might as well step down early. Don't end up making us clean up your mess." "Old fool, have I been too kind to you for you to start getting cocky? You're just the chief of staff of the army, and yet you dare talk to me like this? Are you underestimating me? Take a good look and see whose creation is stronger, my father's or the prodigy I've groomed." Meanwhile, Pietro was in the hospital preparing to execute his plan. Although he had the skills to make a decent living as an orthopedic doctor, his purpose for being here wasn't to practice medicine but to eliminate disciple Nathaniel. The problem was, there was no one in the hospital named Nathaniel. Could it be that he had plastic surgery and changed his name? But one thing Pietro was sure of, Nathaniel was definitely somewhere in this hospital. Just then, Pietro's communication system activated. Jailen's voice came through. "It looks like you didn't find anything in the HR department." Pietro fell into thought. How could he uncover Nathaniel without revealing Kim Sungu's identity? At that moment, a Brazilian mercenary passed by, rudely warning him, "If you don't work properly, I'll kill you." Pietro's attitude suddenly shifted 180 degrees because he thought of a good plan. If the fisher won't show himself, then deal with the bait first. He instructed Jailen to initiate that plan. Soon after, a medical staff member ran into the basement, panicked, handing over the monitor footage to the professor. The footage showed a masked person in the third-floor orthopedic surgery room fighting with Brazilian mercenary. However, the fight was completely one-sided. The formidable mercenary had no chance to fight back. The battle lasted only 10 seconds before it was over. The figure then slowly approached the CCTV camera, clearly showing it was Pietro. At this, the professor slightly lifted the corners of his mouth, excitedly saying, "He really came, finally." The professor had prepared a special VIP spot for Pietro, even looking forward to stripping him down and placing him into a custom-made human specimen display. The surveillance footage was synthesized using advanced imaging technology, even replicating the wrinkles on old Pietro's face flawlessly. With things going this far, Nathaniel had no choice but to show himself. The bait was cast. Now, it was just waiting for the fish to bite. At noon, Leuna also arrived at the hospital. She couldn't understand why the disciple Nathaniel, known as the professor, asked her to come. Could it be that the incident at the octopus restaurant had been discovered by them? Suddenly, Pietro appeared behind Leuna. "Why are you here at the hospital? You shouldn't be here by any logic." Seeing Kim Sungu so guarded, Leuna finally shared her thoughts. "You might not believe me, but I have to tell you, that grandfather I met at the bookstore clearly has a connection with you. But to save me, he was shot. If nothing went wrong, he might no longer be alive." After a moment of thought, Pietro finally said, "Although I didn't want to involve you, if you came to the hospital because of that incident, then you must have seen this person, disciple Nathaniel. Don't say you don't know him. You weren't called to join this hunting operation, were you? Is it him who brought you here?" But before Leuna could speak, a sudden noise from behind interrupted their conversation. Both turned toward the sound, and Leuna's expression grew increasingly uneasy. She felt a chill down her spine and shuddered as an invisible pressure seemed to assault her entire body. Before them stood a towering, formidable man, the current disciple, Nathaniel. Nathaniel. His gaze, fixed on Pietro, was filled with oppressive intensity. As Pietro stood up, Yuka was worried that if these two got involved with each other, they would surely end up fighting. However, Pietro extended his hand to Nathaniel. "Greetings, Professor. I'm a D-rank killer who has been assigned to this mission, Kim Sung-gu. It's an honor to meet a disciple." Nathaniel kept his gaze on Pietro and didn't say much. He then instructed Yuka to see him after he finished his rounds. "I'll see you later." Facing this top-tier killer, Pietro also felt a thrill of fear. Just a simple handshake earlier had left him tingling. Nathaniel felt the same overwhelming force, even struggling to catch the documents handed to him. His gloves even bore the imprint of his tight grip. However, the professor was not angry but rather extremely excited, as this powerful pressure was exactly what he desired. He hoped Pietro would stay by his side to become the top specimen. Soon after, an aide found Kim Sung-gu and handed him an ID card that allowed free access throughout the hospital. The professor rarely selects personal attendants, but you kid actually caught the professor's favor. "I don't know what lucky streak you're on, but remember 3 things. First, never speak before the professor asks a question. Second, never question any of the professor's decisions. And last, the most important, never decline his grace." This left Pietro bewildered, still unclear about the current situation. Not long after, he appeared before the professor. In his view were 8 burly men, each with a face that had seen countless battles, marked with a pungent smell of blood. They were neither from the Glory Club nor loyal to it. They only followed their own king, and that king was the current disciple Nathaniel. Immediately after, the aides locked down all the hospital's exits. They had already matched all elderly blood samples for DNA. Finding Pietro was just a matter of time, as no disguise could change biological information. However, they could search their whole lives in that direction and still never find me, Pietro thought as he heard their plans crystal clear. Just then, the professor said he was taking Kim Sung-gu somewhere. They walked down from the stairwell, Pietro following the professor, not knowing how long they had been walking or how deep underground they were, especially since this place wasn't marked on the blueprints or the hospital floor plan. Pietro didn't know how many floors they'd descend or how long they'd walk, and at the end of the stairs, he didn't know where it led, nor could he understand what the professor ultimately wanted to show him. Soon, with a beep, the door opened, revealing a chilling scene. Organs wrapped around each corpse. This method was truly an outrage to gods and men. The professor explained this was his place to realize his ideal, to explore all information about biology. Charles Darwin once said that all species evolve through natural selection, that evolution is prompted by chance. There's no reason to fuss over survival of the fittest, but Darwin was wrong. My selection couldn't possibly be due to nature or chance, but rather to minimize the needless weak, preserving strong genes for further development. Compared to forcibly reviving a sickly person, this is of more medical value. So, Kim Sung-gu, you would. Before the professor could finish his sentence, a huge alarm went off in the basement. The experimental subject in the underground ward was escaping. Please, researchers in the ward, lock the doors quickly. Warning, the main A1 receptor has been activated to the 4th stage. Cannot control the experimental subject mentally. The subject frantically ran towards the door, feeling that everything would be better once he left here. Suddenly, the professor said, I was talking about something very important, so we can't let mere experimental subject interrupt our conversation. Back to the main topic. I like strong people. So, the muscles, and even the cells of the strong, I've dissected to study, mainly because I have a person I very much want to surpass. I see all this potential in you. You're so young yet possess extraordinary strength. I want to see the results of your evolution. How strong you'll become after evolving is unknowable, but isn't this kind of thing thrilling to think about? Accept my grace, Kim Sung-gu. With my ability, I can completely make you an A rank, even turn you as strong as a disciple. After coming out of the basement, Pietro was filled with doubts. Although outwardly obeying him wouldn't have too great an impact, he still felt his unusual strength. He could clearly sense the other side of the wall and could accurately seize the moment to shatter his skull, but he was curious about the source of this power. To continue investigating, Pietro decided to delve deeper. His primary task now was to sort out the blood issue. He planned to sneak in and switch the comparison results. Jaiwan objected to his decision, noting that it's not easy to get into that kind of room, and what if he was discovered? But Pietro said that wouldn't happen, as he now had the professor's ID card, which allowed entry into any room. While accompanying Nathaniel on consultations, he always kept an eye on the time. A typical consultation lasted about 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Just find and replace within that time frame, and no one would notice. But no matter how much Pietro searched, it seemed he could not find it. On the other hand, as Nathaniel was on his way back, the doctor reported the blood sample comparison results, showing that none of the old men's blood matched Pietro's. When he returned to his room thinking about these matters, he found Kim Sung-gu there. He couldn't understand why a mere D-rank killer would enter a disciple's private room. At this moment, Pietro looked bewildered. The professor had been consulting at the same time en route every day, yet there were still 2.5 minutes until the consultation ended. Why had this guy returned so quickly? Was he doing this on purpose to show himself? Whether it was the consultations, persuading himself to accept the grace, or revealing the secrets hidden in the basement, were these just baits thrown out to lure him into revealing himself? The professor asked repeatedly. You really need to explain this clearly. With a flash of insight, Pietro responded, I came to deliver this to you. I don't know what it is, but Dr. Hong asked me to give it to you. After saying this, he immediately tried to leave, but the professor grabbed his shoulder. The professor wasn't foolish either. The traces of perusal on the documents didn't seem to come from someone unaware. What exactly are you after? Wanting to know about the old men's blood samples? What exactly are you curious about? If you can't answer these questions, the truth is quite apparent. Yet Pietro remained unusually composed. A person can change their tone and behavior, even their facial features and expressions. But one thing that cannot be faked is DNA. We've never been able to catch Pietro, so I boldly speculate that maybe Pietro is no longer the person we know. I began to look into people who have recently had plastic surgery or gender reassignment surgery and then matched these people with the blood types on the chart, but found no matches. I'm sorry, Professor, I should have asked for your permission before looking into this, but I was so eager to catch Pietro that I got carried away and overstepped my authority. I'm sorry. The professor still harbored doubts, but Pietro's answers were flawless. Using the excuse there's dust on your face, he gently touched Kim Sung-woo's forehead and then turned to say, your dedication to your work is commendable, but you should not lose the dignity as a member of Glory. You may leave now. After Pietro left, the professor puzzledly looked at his hand. That kid's face is neither makeup nor a human skin mask. It's real young human skin. That Pietro should not be Kim Sung-woo then. Where are you really? Come out. I'm eagerly waiting to see you. And then to slowly erode you away. There is a man willing to challenge the strongest in the world at any cost. In a modern-day Roman amphitheater, known as a lawless modern coliseum, where any form of killing is unrestricted, Carter Podman, known for having the world's strongest legs, found himself utterly defenseless when he met this man. Just one move and his leg was as if it had never been part of Podman. Known for having the hardest fists in the world, when he fought this man, his own fists felt as if they were made of rubber, and the world's top gangsters were just toys to be crushed in his presence. Even though he defeated the world's strong, what they said was, you can never be the strongest unless Pietro is not in this world. This made Nathaniel incredibly irritable, because all the people he'd killed until now, all they talked about was Pietro. So, who exactly is Pietro, and where is he really? Is defeating you the only way to become the world's strongest? I have to see you and kill you myself. It's time to see the last person who saw you. Then, he instructed his subordinate, go and invite our friend. On the other side, 333rd and 334th D rankers were blaming Lee Yuna. Why did a 335th D ranker come here? Lee Yuna was annoyed, thinking how could she explain this to two egomaniacs. Just then, a voice interrupted them. Lee Yuna, go see the professor now. Don't ask any questions. Lee Yuna immediately felt uneasy, while the two brothers behind her dropped their jaws. This was A-rank Undertaker Santos. Who are you, Lee Yuna? Soon after, she arrived at the professor's room. Without wasting words, the professor showed her a photo of Pietro and said, you must be the first person to have survived a foe even the disciples struggle against. At first, I thought Pietro let you go on a whim, but you also survived your fight with Park Sang-do. You are just skilled with some knife techniques, with nothing particularly special about you. As a D-rank killer, Miss Lee Yuna, how did you manage to survive? Is this some kind of miracle? However, including myself, the disciples have a hypothesis. From the time at the Octopus restaurant to the secret base of Park Sang-do, you have been aided by Pietro. As a form of payment, there must have been some kind of deal between you. But you, coming from an orphanage, owning nothing but your body, what could you possibly do for Pietro? This is indeed a puzzling question. Or are you a double agent? I understand you had no choice, especially since you have a brother to take care of. I heard your brother Lee Eugen has hemophilia, a hereditary coagulation disorder that is a bleeding disease. With complications, he has almost no hope of recovery in the next 3 years. He is so young, truly pitiful, isn't it? However, I can save your brother. Our honor hospital has developed a serum worth $4.5 billion. Just one injection, and he will be cured. Now, you should understand which side you should stand on. Lee Yuna, unable to refuse, hurriedly asked, what exactly can I do? The professor burst into laughter. Of course, you will be my bait. Pietro said he would come to find me on the 24th. No matter what, you need to tell him to meet me at the hospital hall's clock tower on the 24th. With your abilities, it's absolutely impossible to earn $4.5 billion in 3 years. This way, you can save your brother, and I can find Pietro. This is a win-win deal you cannot refuse. Think it over well, but before that, I need to arrange a place for you in the hospital. With this diagnosis, Lee Yuna was extremely shocked. Don't be surprised. In my hospital, you can't be admitted without a disease. But if you refuse my proposal, you know who'll end with this diagnosis next. Miss Lee Yuna, see you at our consultation. Nuna, I really want to go to the international soccer match, but the tickets are so expensive. You're so young. Why worry about money? Don't worry, I've already found a way. Lee Yuna, enduring severe pain, finally did not make a sound out of place and hung up the phone. Soon after, Lee Yuna was sent to room 604. At this time, she was extremely worried. If the professor knew that Kim Sung-woo had been helping her all along, all three of them would lose their lives. But if she made the right choice, her brother could live well. This put her in a dilemma. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her thoughts. entrance. Turning her head, Kim Sung-gu had already opened the door. Lee Yuna was speechless. At such a time, this person was still running around. However, Pietro looked serious. He couldn't understand what was wrong with Lee Yuna. As her teacher, he never remembered his disciple having broken her arm before. He questioned Lee Yuna. What exactly happened? Lee Yuna was lost in thought, her mind a mess, and she stuttered. Are you free on the 24th? Pietro puzzled. What's up with the 24th? Regardless, come under the clock tower at 2 p.m. on the 24th. I have something to tell you. Although Pietro noticed Lee Yuna's unease, he didn't ask further and simply agreed to her request quietly. After Pietro left, Lee Yuna cried her eyes out, unsure whether what she was doing was right or wrong. She had no one to confide in and had to bear it silently. However, Pietro saw all of this. On August 24th, the professor, full of anticipation, arrived early at the hospital hall because he longed for Pietro's appearance. At that moment, Lee Yuna was extremely anxious. She had no idea how to explain things to the professor. As the clock struck 2, she wasn't sure whether her choice was right or wrong, but she had no other option because she couldn't overcome the barrier in her heart. Actually, when in the room, the clock tower Lee Yuna mentioned wasn't actually the hospital hall's clock tower, but the one in the yard. At that time, the hospital hall was swarming with killers. If Nathaniel knew that the real person who killed the octopus was Kim Sung-gu, then facing these net-like killers, even Kim Sung-gu, as skilled as he was, would probably struggle to cope. She remembered the moment Kim Sung-gu suddenly appeared, a person filled with doubts, but it was also the first time she realized how happy it was to have someone by her side. Their arguments at school, or enjoying fun times at the amusement park, and the feeling of dependence during critical moments, Kim Sung-gu brought her immense security. Even he was the only one who knew her true abilities. How could she possibly betray him? Therefore, Pietro was successfully diverted as per the agreement, and Lee Yuna hoped he would leave quickly. As time ticked by, the professor started questioning Lee Yuna. Why hasn't Pietro arrived yet? At that moment, she trembled all over and stammered. Actually, I haven't seen Pietro since that day. I lied to you because I was desperate to get the medicine to save my brother. You can make me do anything. Please just don't harm my brother. Lee Yuna collapsed to the ground, sobbing heavily. She couldn't betray Kim Sung-gu, nor could she resist the disciples of the Glory Club. However, the professor was not satisfied with such a response. A useless deranged killer like Lee Yuna, unable to bring Pietro here, meant she had lost her value, and there was only one outcome: eliminate her. With the sound of a fence breaking, numerous seasoned killers surged forward. Fire alarm, medical staff and all patients, please evacuate quickly. Suddenly, the hospital was thrown into chaos. After the crowd had left, all the emergency fire doors were shut, and those inside the hospital panicked. Even the professor was no exception. There was neither smoke nor a stifling heat inside. Just when everyone was bewildered, a familiar figure appeared. Pietro. He spoke into a walkie-talkie to everyone. I'm right here. At that moment, Pietro was very aware that ordinary people think of escaping to safety first when a fire breaks out. So, everyone here is neither actual medical staff nor patients, but killers who are here to kill me. Nathaniel was very confused, puzzled by Pietro's mention of me. Although he knew that Pietro was no ordinary person, let alone a regular killer, he never expected Pietro to play the hero. You don't really think you, a D-rank killer, can handle them, do you? They are agents funerarios. In the favelas of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, children usually don't live past 16 years. Large numbers of people die every day, hence it's called the town of funerals. There, survival of the fittest is the law. Only the strong have a chance to survive. There, various illegal activities thrive. Kidnapping, drugs, illicit trade, you name it, it's there. And from there, the top 100 survivors are now gathered in this hospital. Kim Sung-gu, since Pietro didn't come, it's also a good chance for me to see how deep your potential really is. Right now, you are like a tiger cub, not yet a fierce beast. Facing a pack of hyena-like beasts, you should find it hard to defend yourself. Stop acting like a child, accept my grace, and let me make you stronger. Pietro seemed unconcerned, shrugging helplessly. Nathaniel understood what he meant. In an instant, two fell from a high place. Two B-rank killers, carrying sharp blades, jumped down, but before they could even rejoice for 2 seconds, Pietro easily slit their throats. This shocked everyone present. He killed the killers who dropped from the sky without even looking, even accurately targeting their vital points, and his weapon was just a pen. Do you still think I'm just a tiger cub now? Killing a person is easy. Severing an artery takes only 1 minute and 12 seconds. A vein only 40 seconds. If it's the carotid artery, only 12 seconds. No matter how strong, everyone dies. Assuming it takes 1 minute to kill a person, and there are 100 seasoned killers here, as a D-rank killer, can you last 100 minutes? In an instant, the killers swarmed him. Pietro faced these people without any panic, but the constant flow of attackers gradually pushed him into a corner. Because these killers, even if a companion dies, do not care at all. Their fighting will remains unshaken. Although Pietro was extremely fast, able to mercilessly dodge strike after strike, his stamina was not infinite. Even he began to feel out of breath. The professor was very curious about this. The professor thought, how much more can he surprise me? Not only was there no way out behind him, but dozens of killers also blocked Pietro's path. Pietro paused for a moment, indeed outnumbered, but being cornered was part of his plan. He reached out toward the direction of a fire hydrant, and the agent's funerarios were confused, not knowing what he was planning to do. Suddenly, he grabbed a fire hose, and a fierce stream of water gushed out, scattering the agent's funerarios. Just as Pietro was having fun, the high-pressure water hose suddenly ran out of water. The fun times are always short-lived. The killers took the opportunity to catch their breath, but a water hose doesn't kill people. Pietro turned to find a defibrillator. In the blink of an eye, the agent's funerarios fell one by one, but at that moment, the high voltage also lost its power due to a short circuit. The professor admired this move. This kid being cornered was just a ruse. Using the water hose was to make them think he was out of options, but it was all a setup for using the defibrillator. Although the number of opponents had decreased significantly, there were still more than half of the agent's funerarios alive. Pietro picked up a clipboard from the ground, drew a few strokes with a pen on it, and then threw it towards the agent's funerarios. The clipboard had a human figure drawn on it, with a big red cross at the neck. Pietro slowly walked towards the crowd. A carotid artery wound leading to excessive bleeding will be the cause of death for all of you. Pietro's astounding combat performance left Leuna stunned. Although she had heard legends about Pietro before, he looked no different from an ordinary old man. Despite fighting with all his might, that was all there was. He didn't seem like the legendary figure from the stories, capable of taking on 1,000 people single-handedly. If that legend were true, it should look exactly like what was seen today. Before long, Pietro had dealt with the remaining people. The professor was ecstatic. This kid just took down 100 people in 13 minutes. He really is of great research value. However, Pietro said, "It's not over yet. Aren't you still alive? Should I come up, or will you come down? You choose." Accompanied by a loud cracking sound, Nathaniel jumped down. As soon as he landed, Pietro felt a strong aura. "This should answer your question. I also have a question I'm very curious about. I can't understand why you are so strong at such a young age. Being classified as a D-rank killer is puzzling. Do you have another identity, or are you a spy from another country? You really are becoming more and more exciting. I'm also curious about something. Do insecure people always talk a lot?" Nathaniel gave a slight smile. There's a difference between being bold and being arrogant. Pietro was full of doubts. How could he change his path mid-attack? It was a straightforward move, yet he changed direction in an instant and sent me flying. Such an unrealistic burst of power makes one instinctively fear. Seeing this, Leuna was completely stunned. If Kim Sung-gu continued like this, he would eventually be killed by Nathaniel. Nathaniel closed the elevator door. He had already seen Pietro's fight and knew clearly, this kid is fast, but if you fight in such a confined space, can you still run away? Are you really going to be like this? Where's your fighting spirit from before? I thought you'd be a fun opponent, but you're just like the other guys. Suddenly, the elevator cable snapped, and it started falling fast. A loud crash echoed as it hit the ground, and dust filled the air. The professor dusted himself off and scoffed. "I clearly came for Pietro today, but why did you come instead? Do you have some connection with Pietro, or are you already dead? But that's normal. No one who has fought with me has ever had a good end. Only those who comply survive." However, there were no marks on Pietro's face, not even dust. It turned out that Nathaniel's fierce attacks had been cleverly neutralized by Pietro, hardly expending any energy. "Sorry, I really must apologize. Fighting with you is so boring. It's making me sleepy." These words completely enraged Nathaniel. When had he ever been mocked like this? Pietro waved his hand. "Come on, it's time I got serious." Nathaniel exploded with rage, springing into action and rushing towards Pietro. The moment their fists collided, the entire basement shook. All of this was clearly described to Jaiwan through the surveillance. Even the German shepherd couldn't help but emit a fierce roar. Jaiwan calmly soothed the dog. "Don't worry about this level. That man's fists aren't made of dough." Because 55 years ago, when Pietro was still a child, he was taught the root of strength requires not only calm judgment but also a physical force that no one can resist. Their teacher had demanded that they break a granite rock, no matter what it took. Everyone else thought it was impossible, while Pietro, without any doubt, silently wrapped his hands in bandages. Others thought he was crazy. How could he possibly break the granite? Yet, Pietro practiced day and night. One morning, a month later, a few colleagues mocked secretly. "That fool has been at it for a month, and the rock doesn't even have a scratch." However, one of the girls was shocked by the scene before her, and the leading boy was stunned speechless. Below the cliff, hundreds of shattered granite pieces lay quietly. Could all these have been broken by Pietro? Even a strong man, known for his ability to lift 524 kilograms, had been defeated by Nathaniel. But when facing Kim Sung-gu, he couldn't hold back his strength. Just then, Pietro suddenly asked the professor, "Have you ever been hit by a truck?" The professor was puzzled. "What do you mean by that?" "Because my hand chop hurts more than getting hit by a ton-weight truck." Pietro suddenly became serious. At that moment, Nathaniel crawled out of an experimental tank, and Pietro's hands were covered in wounds. Nathaniel slowly stripped off his clothes, revealing a secret for the first time. As he took off his shirt, he completely shocked Pietro. Is this what he calls self-directed evolution? How insane must he be to have modified his own body like this? Nathaniel's upper body was completely devoid of skin, covered entirely by pulsating muscles. He was once a genius boy chosen by God, and when he entered medical school, there was a solemn ceremony. They all had to swear to heaven to dedicate their lives to serving humanity. No matter what happened, they were not allowed to use medical knowledge for acts that contravened human ethics. Such a boy, envied by everyone, was actually a sickly person who spent his days in the hospital. Everyone said he was a child chosen by God, but he, still so young, didn't understand. Was being weak also a part of being chosen? However, he once saw a documentary about the animal world that talked about crawfish in the red marsh shedding their old shells to grow new ones, becoming bigger and stronger. At that moment, Nathaniel seemed to have an epiphany. Perhaps this was divine guidance. Humans can't strengthen themselves by shedding like animals, so he decided to be the first to achieve this goal. One day, a patient who had been shot and was bleeding heavily was brought to the hospital, and the lead surgeon was Nathaniel, now a graduate. For him, having conducted tens of thousands of surgeries, this was just a routine operation. But when the patient lay on the operating table and Nathaniel was about to make the incision, he was completely shocked by what he saw. This man was the strongest-bodied person he had encountered among all humans. The person before Nathaniel, possessing such a robust body, puzzled him. What was different between him and himself? How could he attain such a physique? Looking at this nearly perfect body, Nathaniel was both curious and mesmerized, even wanting to dissect it right there to find out. Yet, reason pulled him back to reality. He told himself, I am a doctor with professional ethics, obligated to preserve humanity, just as I swore when I entered school. The world's population is decreasing, and it is a blessing for humanity that people like me are stepping forward. But then, an image suddenly appeared in Nathaniel's mind. Wouldn't everyone be happy if all humans became stronger? This so-called anthem of human rights is nothing but a stumbling block to human evolution. Yes, Nathaniel muttered to himself, it should be someone like me who leads, becoming the first to achieve the evolution of a new humanity. It's time to shed this weak body, as that is the law of nature. The weak should be eliminated. Only strength is the absolute truth. When the voice in his head faded, he was completely shocked by the scene before him. What was supposed to be a simple organ suture turned into him dismembering the patient's body, cutting it apart, even performing a craniotomy. From then on, Nathaniel fled the city, becoming penniless. He eventually hid in a small village in Brazil. Nathaniel chose this place because it was filled with the research subjects he needed. He conducted tens of thousands of experiments here, using them to validate his research findings. He had to kill the strong to prove his growth and strength. For this, he even replaced one of his legs at all costs to compensate for his body's deficiencies. Without relying on his parents' DNA, he transformed himself into a new kind of human. This was the result of Nathaniel's evolution. Intangible cultural heritage? No, it far exceeded that level. Anti-fragility means, if he is not killed outright, the damage inflicted only makes him stronger, because muscles become tougher and stronger through the process of tearing and healing. Nathaniel also developed a drug that significantly shortens the time it takes for muscles to recover. This means, the more Pietro attacks his body, the stronger he becomes. The basement was filled with thick smoke, and Nathaniel was even more excited, because before this, no one had ever escaped from his grasp. However, this young man, in the moment he was about to be captured, used 0.1 seconds to slip his hand through the gaps in his palm, thereby creating space to escape, surpassing the reaction speed of current humans and making the correct decision in an instant. Pietro was also somewhat wary. Although it was just a grab by Nathaniel, the back of his hand felt as if it had been nailed down. If Nathaniel had grabbed Pietro's head, his fate would not have been much better than the test subject. At this moment, Nathaniel became even more manic, proclaiming, "Go on, show me more of your abilities. Although you're a bit stronger than an A-rank killer, do you really have the strength to defeat me? I'm still getting stronger. If you beg me like a dog now, maybe I'll show mercy and spare you, even make you into the most handsome evolved being." Pietro was momentarily speechless, thinking to himself, this ignorant brat. He slowly raised his hand, and Nathaniel thought he was going to surrender. But instead, Pietro swung his hand down and said, "Disobedient troublemakers only learn when they're beaten into submission." These words infuriated Nathaniel, but they also gave him an unprecedented thrill. This was his first time experiencing such an exhilarating fight. Pietro was truly strong, unlike anyone he had ever faced before. However, Nathaniel always believed in one unchanging law: his body is still evolving, becoming more invincible. He didn't know just how strong his body could become, but there remained an unresolved mystery about Kim Sung-gu. Nathaniel always felt that beneath the capability charts, there lay secrets no one knew. From his eyes, one could see an unshakable resolve, a charge without hesitation. "What makes you think you can walk away from this fight unscathed? I'm going to cut you up, from all the small bones in your body to your cells. I'm going to cut you all up and examine you." At that moment, Nathaniel delivered what was meant to be a fatal blow, but his punch hit the floor instead, everything going exactly as Pietro had anticipated. Because Nathaniel had said, muscles grow larger and more robust when damaged, and they heal faster. However, when muscles become stronger than before, at their peak developmental state, they swell and compress the bones and nerves. Now, Nathaniel couldn't even move a finger. This was because he was so engrossed in the fight that he failed to notice his body gradually stiffening. Within just 2.5 minutes, Pietro identified the blessing's side effects and cleverly used them in combat. Nathaniel couldn't accept this reality. To gain this power, power, he had carried countless lives on his hands and endured unimaginable pain to forge himself into a near-perfect human. Yet now, this young kid had easily pinpointed his weakness. Despite this, Nathaniel laughed excitedly. I never thought I'd use this. He peeled a sticker from his shoe, revealing that it was a drug hidden there. This drug dissolved muscle, turning him into an ultimate biological entity. A drug that could instantly dissolve vital signs. It could turn an adult man into a puddle of blood in just 3 minutes. Nathaniel planned to use this time to die alongside Kim Sung-gu. Nathaniel decided to burn his life at the peak of his power to fight this young man to the death. However, Pietro predicted all his attack patterns, and Nathaniel felt a creeping sense of eeriness spreading. This D-rank killer, Kim Sung-gu, had a presence on the capability chart that transcended the diagrams, an insurmountable wall of experience that Nathaniel had never been able to defeat in his life. How could someone so young have such experience? Was he like the mythical Pietro he had chased his whole life? At this moment, Nathaniel's spine was completely shattered, and his muscles were still accelerating their dissolution. Nathaniel couldn't understand how, after 30 years of striving to be stronger and enduring countless hardships, he could lose to a D-rank killer. He asked resentfully, "What efforts have you made?" Pietro stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and said, "I know the obsession you face against everything in this world. Speaking of efforts, I have devoted a full 65 years. At this, Nathaniel was left speechless. Despite his medical background and many things he couldn't understand, the insurmountable mountain had always been right beside him. But at least, in the last moments of his life, he finally saw Pietro. With that, Nathaniel permanently closed his eyes. The battle that erupted in Honor Hospital thus ended, and Nathaniel and all his killers were utterly defeated. To hide the information, all records of these individuals were cleanly erased by the Glory Club. However, the killer instructor and his 4 students were unscathed. But sitting in the back, Yuna no longer wore her usual smile. She was silent, her face clouded with worry. Yuna was filled with concern for her brother. What should she do about her brother? Pietro seemed to read her thoughts and quietly told her, "Don't worry too much. There will always be a solution." When they returned to Divine Honor High School, the teacher urged them to go back and rest. But Pietro reminded Yuna, "Don't leave your things behind." Yuna was taken aback, feeling puzzled as she hadn't brought anything with her. But when she opened the package, she was completely stunned and tears unconsciously started flowing. Inside the package box were bottles of the medicine her brother needed. Pietro didn't say much, only softly reminding her, "Remember to administer the medicine to your brother on time." Yuna's tears streamed down uncontrollably as she had no idea how to thank him for this immense favor. Meanwhile, the patients of Honor Hospital had been transferred to other hospitals, and unrelated personnel would not know what had transpired inside. The marks of battle here made it hard for anyone to believe they were caused by humans. Was it Pietro? Yes, the surveillance caught his face, yet despite that, no one saw him in person, nor did anyone notice his presence as he entered or exited the hospital. "He's like a ghost." "What did you say? Did you just mention a ghost?" "No, I didn't mean that. Forgive me for saying Pietro is a ghost." "A ghost? Where do you get the courage to use that word in front of me? I killed your men. You're not angry, are you?" "No, you are my favorite subordinate." Nathaniel really had it coming. Dying before receiving the new disciple training was truly disgraceful. "Pietro, it seems you need some lessons to keep you in line." Meanwhile, on the other side, the killer instructor received a mission assigned from above. Although he was unclear why the task was given to them, he hoped everyone would perform well. The next day, they took a boat to a small island. Upon arrival, Dako Hyung and Dako Jae were dumbfounded because their mission turned out to be volunteering. Both immediately threw tantrums on the ground, having expected an assassination or espionage task, not something as juvenile as this, which was hard for them to accept. Suddenly, a gentle and beautiful girl approached upon hearing the noise. She was a teacher at the school on the island, named Yejin. The 2 brothers glanced over, and the next second, both immediately changed into their work clothes and began working exceptionally hard. Yuna was full of doubts, not understanding why the teacher had sent them to such a remote place. It was 500 kilometers from Seoul, and the killer instructor had repeatedly instructed them not to cause trouble or reveal their real identities. Pietro was reticent but seemed preoccupied with his thoughts. Just then, 2 thugs approached, claiming the school owed protection money. The security uncle at the school quickly tried to smooth things over. "You know this school hardly makes any profit. It's so poor it can barely pay the electricity bills. Brother, please accept this for now." After saying that, he handed over a basket full of potatoes. The thugs disdainfully knocked the security uncle to the ground, and teacher Yejin glared at them angrily. "Can't you see that we don't have any money? We're barely surviving on donations." One of the thugs moved closer, sneering, "Teacher, there's another way. With your looks, making money would be a piece of cake." Suddenly, Dako Hyung sternly stepped in front of teacher Yejin. However, in the end, he and Dako Jae, the 2 brothers, were beaten up badly. Even the security uncle was covered in bruises, all battered and bruised. But Pietro felt reassured by this. Compared to their first meeting and the fight with Park Sang-do, the 2 brothers had indeed grown a lot. Pietro understood that a truly strong person needs not only strength but also a patient heart and the demeanor to not show off. He was very satisfied with the brothers' performance today. Under the brilliant starry sky, sky. With stars twinkling, everything seemed exceptionally peaceful. Facing the beautiful scenery, Lee Yuna felt anxious. She thought about the medicine Kim Sung-gu had given her brother and felt undeserving of such a great favor, yet she had never formally thanked him. As she was lost in thought, Pietro was already standing behind her, startling her. It was just the two of them, a good opportunity to thank him. Unexpectedly, it was Pietro who spoke first, thanking her. He explained that at the time in Honor Hospital, he was supposed to be coerced to go under the hospital's clock tower, but Lee Yuna intentionally directed him to the clock tower outside in the park. Even though she knew lying could cost her life, she still resolutely hid the fact that Kim Sung-gu had killed Octopus. Despite being terrified and crying that day, she had summoned the courage from deep within to protect Kim Sung-gu. Lee Yuna was also confused and asked, "Why weren't you scared at all in the hospital? I've seen many killers, but I've never met anyone as strong as you. You even defeated Nathaniel, and with your abilities, being just a D-rank killer doesn't make sense." Pietro didn't explain much, only saying simply, "When the time is right, I will tell you everything." Lee Yuna finally gathered her courage and loudly said, "Thank you." Pietro smiled appreciatively and remarked, "Both brothers, and you have matured a lot. If that's the case, it's time to meet that person." Pietro went alone to the academic building, where the security room was still lit. The uncle was inside, as always, telling his corny jokes and asking after everyone's well-being. Pietro looked at the security uncle, still living optimistically, and was about to leave. But then, the uncle stopped him. "I've smelled blood for decades. You think a clumsy acting can cover it up?" The security uncle took off his cap, revealing silver hair. "I managed to come here silently, all thanks to the volunteer activities, and I have only one purpose for coming here, to meet you, the world's strongest swordsman, Disciple Simon." The uncle slowly pulled a sword from the broom, chuckled coldly. "You must have gathered quite some information before coming here, right? Did you know that your life is about to end?" Just now, when the two confronted each other head-on, Simon could find no fault in Pietro's technique. No one had ever escaped from his sword. Even when he used cut bamboo to create an enclosed area, he stood no chance. He clearly felt that the young man before him possessed unfathomable strength. Simon had tried hard to hide his own ways, adjusted his speaking skills, and even changed his body scent and breathing rate. But no matter how incredible or absurd, the person before him was indeed his senior brother Pietro. At this moment, the 50-year-old man with a weathered face knelt before a 20-year-old young man. It turns out that in his youth, he had received meticulous swordsmanship training from Pietro, and the young man who seemed to have reversed his age was indeed Pietro. When Simon learned the whole story, he was even more puzzled. Although he was pleased to know that his senior brother Pietro had not died, he still didn't understand why Pietro had come to this remote village. "Have you heard about the Nathaniel incident at Honor Hospital?" Simon was certainly concerned about that chaotic event. Could it be, he speculated, but killing Nathaniel doesn't solve the fundamental issue, because what I want to eliminate is glory. Pietro continued to explain, tracing back to 60 years ago. Father Gabriel had started an orphanage, selecting 12 exceptional children, including Pietro. From that point, they underwent rigorous training, fighting every day for survival, enduring countless hellish trials just to become stronger. These 12 disciples eventually became the country's secret agents, growing into a force that could shake the world in just a few years. But one day, the priest brought back a little boy, and for some reason, decided to adopt him. As time passed, this little boy began to covet the crown on the throne. He successfully killed the priest and placed the crown on his own head. When Simon learned of this, he was enraged and vowed to kill the usurper immediately, but he was stopped by an older Pietro. "The time is not right yet." Simon, holding back his grief, did not act. Thus, glory fell into the hands of the little boy, quickly becoming corrupt and rotten, turning into a bloody organization of killers. "If you know what glory is like now, then take me with you." But Pietro was unwilling to risk him. He did not want to see Simon's hard-built refuge disappear in an instant. He recalled the past, filled with regret. "If you hadn't stopped me back then, I wouldn't even be alive today, and that brat wouldn't be strutting around, acting all high and mighty. Even if I was beheaded, I would have gladly stepped in." Pietro appeared slightly sorrowful, hating his own powerlessness in his older years. Now, with his youthful body, it seemed as if heaven had given him a chance for revenge. "Simon, just watch quietly. The one who will destroy his empire will be me." The next day, they prepared to return home. Simon also followed his elder brother Pietro's decision, but he said, "If there's anything you need help with, just one phone call, and I'll be there." Pietro felt reassured seeing him still strong and vigorous. However, after they left, the island suddenly experienced fierce winds and a downpour, with thunder and lightning over the school. At that moment, sitting in the security room, Simon was about to read the newspaper, but suddenly he took off his hat. Two figures in black appeared in his sight, braving the rain. "I wasn't informed of any visitors today. What can I do for you?" "Of course, we are here for you." One of the 12 disciples of Father Gabriel, the swirling sword saint, Disciple Simon. The visitors were a highly skilled swordswoman and a man as large as a bear. It turns out they were sent by Glory, and the woman representing Japan's strongest swordsman is the new Simon. "You actually know about me? It's really exciting, coming all this way. It seems this trip wasn't in vain. Don't worry, I treat all my guests very well, so let's have a fight to the death." Soon after, the security room lit up with flashes of light, each burst sparked by the clash of their swords. The force of their strikes sent shockwaves through the blades, throwing them both backward from the impact. I was really looking forward to this. Could it be because you've gotten old? You're not as great as I thought you'd be. I haven't picked up a sword in many years. If it were before, you would have been dead by now. Mister, don't flatter yourself. Simon thought to himself. Her swordsmanship is impressive, but what worries me more is the buff guy standing behind her. To take on both of them, I would need to move to a larger area. With that, their swords clashed once again. The woman swiftly swung her sword at Simon, aiming for his neck, but in the next second, Simon quickly fled through the window. Damn, he actually got away. Is it okay with the rain pouring down like this? It's fine. Let's chase him. That woman's swordsmanship is unusual, but most important is her sword. She's crafted the blade like a saw, with each tooth unusually wide, so it can deeply penetrate the skin. And that big guy did nothing when his partner was hurt. They definitely have some secrets they're not telling. It wasn't long before Simon stopped. The enemy chased him to the edge of a cliff and said mockingly, "Mister, you seem quite romantic, choosing a cliff as your own grave." But Simon remained unfazed, quietly gathering his breath, feeling every drop of rain and even every wisp of air around him. Suddenly, he quickly dealt with one enemy and prepared to face the bear-like man. However, that man still showed no reaction. Looking down, Simon discovered a deep wound on his stomach. He couldn't understand when it had happened. It was clear he had struck the opponent. So why was this happening? Was he possessed by a ghost, or was it a hallucination? Simon began to suspect that what the woman had sprayed on herself might have been a hallucinogenic drug. Since it was a hallucinogenic drug, Simon decided to fight with his eyes closed. His swordsmanship skills, even with his eyes shut, would never fail him, as he had practiced them tens of thousands of times. But at that moment, to his enemies, Simon looked as if he was performing monkey swordplay, clumsy and inept. The enemy laughed. "This mister, you're like a drunk. I should tell you something too. Do you know why they call me Sword Ghost? Because just like the name suggests, I'm a ghost, and the sword I use is a ghost sword." Meanwhile, at Divine Honor High School, was love always this painful? Teacher Yejin isn't replying. Dako Hyung showed his messages to Liuna and Pietro. He mentioned that Teacher Yejin usually replies, but after she sent a photo of a note that read, "A woman who uses the sword, a bear-like man," she hadn't responded to anything. These strange messages made Pietro feel extremely uneasy, so he took Jaiwin and her subordinate back to the island to investigate. At the top of the cliff, they found a box and a photo of a ship. Inside the box was Simon's right hand. When Pietro saw this, he reflected that if he had kept Simon by his side at that time, this tragedy wouldn't have happened. At that moment, Pietro was completely enraged. In the distance, someone used binoculars to watch them, confirming that the target had received the gift. Indeed, there's an old man, but he didn't come alone. There's a woman and a dog and a young man. But where did the young man go? Before he could finish, Pietro suddenly appeared behind him, swiftly snatching his phone, leaving the man stunned. "Are you the new Simon of Glory? Oh my, am I talking to Pietro right now? Such a pleasure indeed. I really don't know what makes you so confident to mess with my people. But let me tell you something too. You say you are a ghost, right? Well then, just you wait. You will be tormented by a real ghost, in agony until death." The next day, a speedboat raced across the sea. Pietro had prepared early in the morning to set out. However, Jaiwin was unusually worried because the place they were heading to was an invisible ship. This ship had traversed 6 continents and 5 oceans, and the identities of all the people on board were unknown. Even the names or passport information of the crew members could not be traced. This ship was also known as the Ghost Cruise. But Pietro appeared calm and collected, as he already knew the origin of the ship. From the Kamakura shogunate to the modern era, there has always been an assassin group in Japan that has guarded for 1,000 years, known as the Wandering Ghost Blade. And then there was a group that was once the strongest underworld gang in Kanto, but then a bizarre disappearance occurred. That day, they were celebrating the leader's 60th birthday, and at the banquet, 2,000 people died all at once, and there were only 2 perpetrators. Jaiwin couldn't understand it, though it was a world-famous case. Why was it classified as a missing persons case? 2 people against 2,000 should more appropriately be called a massacre. The reason is, despite the massive scale of the battle that unfolded at the scene, not a single body was found at the site of the incident. Although the Japanese police immediately issued a warrant for them, they disappeared mysteriously, just as their name implies. However, years later, these 2 appeared in South Korea, re-emerging as the new Simon of the Glory Club. Jaiwin was even more worried. They are the ones who cut off Simon's hand. Isolated at sea, without support, aren't you really worried? Pietro was no longer concerned about how dangerous it was there. He just wanted to know how many people were responsible for spilling his brother's blood. Those people, they all must pay the price. Despite saying so, Pietro was not completely without support. Dako Hyung and Dako Jae came along as cleaning crew, and also Choi Eun-chan, the president of Deha Group. You should know, that kind of place isn't just somewhere you can enter casually. Even the president of Deha Group was embarrassed by it. It was mixed with smuggling of drugs, weapons, and various astronomical priced artworks. It even included human trafficking. Even Choi Eun-chan needed to scan his face to get on board. Soon after, they saw their destination not far ahead, the unofficial holy site of Glory Glory Club, disciple Simon's ghost cruise. Pietro was determined to find out just how evil that woman was. At that time, in the cruise's guest room, a dignitary smashed a waiter's head with an ashtray. Call your boss out now. Alas, Mr. On, what's made you so angry? Is the service here not to your liking? How about we talk in my room? Do I look that frivolous? I'm the CEO of Dusang Group. Don't be angry. If you don't like my room, we can talk here as well. What do you say, Mr. On? If you're not entertained enough, I can make it even more intoxicating for you. Oh my, look at him. I didn't think you'd be into this stuff. That's enough. Throw him into the sea. Do you really think Pietro will come? This will be the first auction after that phone call. He definitely will come. After all, he received the gift I sent him. I will find him and then slowly torture and kill him to claim the 7.6 billion bounty. I can't wait to meet you, Pietro. Meanwhile, after boarding, Dako Hyung and Dako Jae were completely shocked by the opulence of the club. A pool that could accommodate thousands, incredibly luxurious hotel-style services beyond their wildest imaginations, with dignitaries everywhere. After serving any guest, they received generous tips. A casual tip was $1,000, making them overjoyed, even fantasizing about working here for a year and a half and then retiring. Suddenly, the auction room erupted with enthusiastic cheers. Before we start the bidding, please allow me to introduce this item. This little thing can kill hundreds of thousands of people in 2 minutes. A biological weapon Photorock. It was developed by the former Soviet Union, decided to be destroyed due to its extreme danger, but for some reason, it was saved by us, and then came into our hands. At that moment, an old man trembled with anger. He was the top arms dealer in Russia, VVIP Victor Igora. I was wondering where it had ended up. You too, bring that woman here immediately. It's best not to go up there, but the confidence of the fighting nation made them disregard the warning, and they pushed past the man and walked straight towards the woman. The two men approached the woman, declaring, "Just behave, and you won't get hurt." However, suddenly, the two towering men let out screams of pain as their faces inexplicably began to melt. The audience below was shocked, and the scene descended into chaos. Only Pietro noticed something amiss, because he saw that the tall man had subtly done something when he stopped them. The man's hands had touched their faces, and though it was not yet clear what caused the melting, it was definitely linked to that man. The auction was disrupted by the commotion. Sorry for dampening everyone's spirits. The bidding for the biological weapon Photorock will start tomorrow evening, with a starting bid of $200 million. And one more thing, I wasn't planning to reveal this today, but because of this little incident, I'll give everyone a sneak peek. I've just got my hands on a very special auction item, something beyond everyone's imagination, even more valuable than today's Photorock. I look forward to seeing everyone tomorrow. Please be sure to arrive on time. Simon, where the hell are you? After leaving the auction, Choi Eun-chang and Pietro planned to grab something to eat. However, Choi Eun-chang began to mutter because he felt that the woman was extremely dangerous. No matter how prominent people were outside on this ship, they had to listen to her. She was one of the most extreme psychopaths he had ever seen. As they were walking, a familiar voice stopped them. It was the new Simon, the sword ghost of glory. She enthusiastically invited President Choi to dinner. Faced with this woman, even the worldly Choi Eun-chang could only politely decline, not daring to outright refuse her request. However, this woman was not one to give up easily, and not getting a satisfactory response, she clearly wouldn't let it go easily. Just then, she was pushed aside by a hand belonging to Pietro, disguised as Choi Eun-chang's bodyguard. The president is unwell and can only do so next time. If you really want someone to dine with, I'd be happy to oblige. Pietro then hurriedly escorted President Choi back to his room. Faced with such disregard, the woman was furious. Then, she pulled out her perfume and sprayed it on herself. I indeed need a dinner companion, and dinner time can be quite lengthy. Better loosen your tie and accompany me well. How could you refuse me? Any man who sees me becomes completely captivated and unable to deny my requests. Just then, Dako Hyung and Dako Jae, the two brothers, came to the rescue. Pietro's befuddled mind also began to clear at that moment. Seeing this, both the woman and his subordinate had to temporarily back off and leave the scene. However, because the brothers were too close, they inhaled too much perfume, causing them to become disoriented and madly clean the walls. This made Pietro realize that perhaps Simon had been mentally eroded by such tactics. Otherwise, with his skills, he would never have lost his hand. Aren't you curious? What are you referring to? 100 Brazilian killers and Nathaniel, who used 100% of his strength, all died by his hand. A nearly 70-year-old man. How could he possess such strength? Is there a possibility that the man wasn't Pietro at all? This place is different from the hospital. Considering the radar outside the ship and the possibility of disguise, that old man is not on this ship. So, someone's pretending to be Pietro? Then I should ask. I need to find out who he is and why he's prying into the organization's business. But how do you plan to get in contact with this person? Did you forget? We still have that thing. Has that man troubled you, or are you afraid that I might fall in love with someone else? Of course not. At that moment, Pietro changed into a waiter's outfit, planning to gather information about Simon on the cruise. He recalled his conversation with Simon. Although we are not related by blood, you are the only family I have. If one of us had to die, it should have been me. So, please, do not get hurt. For Pietro, Simon was also also his family, his only brother. Therefore, he would go to any lengths, even if it meant killing thousands, just to bring him back. The auction proceeded as scheduled, with all eyes focused on the event, and Pietro knew that now was the best opportunity to track down Simon. He nearly searched the entire ship, from the kitchen to the engine room, checked every bathroom, and even looked for hidden compartments, but still found no trace of him. Therefore, the only possible place left was the auction hall. At that moment, the auction hall was bustling, with astronomical bids being called out one after another. When a gavel hit, the auction welcomed its final item. A huge safe was wheeled onto the stage, causing the audience to gasp. What treasure could be so important to warrant such an entrance? This item is more precious than any jewel or painting, incomparable to those things. Even more so, it's more eye-catching than Photorock. As she spoke, she began to turn the safe's dial. The moment the safe opened, everyone was shocked. Inside the safe lay the former disciple of the Glory Club, Simon. Don't look at him now, weak and weary. He was once known as the strongest swordsman. The woman's gaze carried a challenge, as if she knew Pietro was watching. How about it, Pietro? Are you watching? Does it get your blood pumping? This should be enough to drive you mad. So, come out already. Where are you? Come out. Just then, Pietro could not suppress the rage inside him, releasing a fierce killing intent instantly. However, he quickly contained it. Although that moment of killing intent gave his position away, the sword ghost lost his track. Despite this, the sword ghost did not give up. She continued to drive the auction atmosphere to its peak. The auction for Simon will begin. The starting bid is $10 million. Pietro was very aware that this was a trick to draw him out. Not only that, it wasn't just about whether he had the $10 million to bid. Raising his hand to bid would surely reveal his identity as Pietro. If he chose not to bid, Simon would be executed on the spot. In the past, a disciple of glory was worth more than a nuclear bomb. Yet now, the auction hall fell into an eerie silence. The impatient sword ghost grabbed Simon's hair and taunted, "You really are trash that nobody wants now." Then, she announced to the audience below, if because he has lost a hand, no one wants to buy him, then after 5 counts, I'll kill him. At this moment, Pietro was extremely anxious inside, frantically thinking about how to save Simon. He forcefully suppressed his anger, his hands clenched until they turned red. Just as the countdown was about to end, suddenly, a voice broke the silence. $20 million. The chairman of Deha Group, Choi Eun-chang, signaled that he would buy the former disciple of glory, Simon, for $20 million in cash. This action shocked Pietro, and even stunned the sword ghost. Why would Choi Eun-chang do this? After all, he was a business partner of their boss, and also one of the major shareholders of the Glory Club. At this moment, the sword ghost was caught in a dilemma. If she went back on her word, it would deal a heavy blow to her own credibility. Thus, Choi Eun-chang got his wish and successfully bid for Simon. Soon after, Simon was taken to a guest room for basic medical treatment. Choi Eun-chang realized that this was the person that Pietro wanted to save. Pietro was grateful for this, but also started to worry that Choi Eun-chang might get drawn into this crisis. Although Choi Eun-chang outwardly claimed he was fine, he was deeply tied to glory and felt anxious about how to safely leave the ship. However, Pietro appeared calm and collected, reassuring Choi Eun-chang not to worry because he still had a card to play. Soon after, Pietro waited in the lobby. Before long, Dako Hyung and Dako Jae, the two brothers, appeared, dressed in designer clothes, shining brightly. It seemed they had made a good amount of money these past few days, and even began to mock Pietro's poor appearance. "Follow us, bro, we'll let you enjoy the good life." However, Pietro stopped them with a single statement that stunned them. "Didn't you come here to become legendary killers like Pietro?" This statement instantly snapped the brothers out of their fantasy, igniting a fire within them as they excitedly said, "Tell us, bro, what do we need to do next? Something very terrifying will happen on this ship soon, and your task is to act as A-rank killers." The brothers did not hesitate and immediately went to prepare. Pietro then returned to his room, looking at Simon lying weakly on the bed, feeling a mix of emotions. Seeing him like this, Pietro couldn't help but recall the old days. Over 60 years ago, when they were still young, they had watched school students play soccer during their free time. Simon had then expressed, "I wish I could be as simply happy as them, carrying a backpack instead of swords, wearing fresh school uniforms instead of smelling of sweat. How could I possibly go to school? It's not like I can use hands covered in blood to pick up a pen for learning." Pietro, who was very fond of Simon at the time, made a bold suggestion. "I plan to build a school that only accepts children who are poor, parentless, and homeless. You could naturally go to that school to study, and I will cover all the expenses of the school." Hearing this, Simon showed a smile that had been long missing. But now, Simon still lay in bed with no signs of improvement. Pietro leaned in close and whispered to him, "Get well soon. We still have to go to school. You promised me." This scene was quietly observed by Choi Eun-chang from outside the door. Meanwhile, the sword ghost returned to her room, furious. She couldn't understand the connection between Choi Eun-chang and Simon that made Choi disrupt her plans. "Let's kill him. Cut off Choi Eun-chang's head and hang it in the most visible place on the ship, so they know the fate of those who oppose me. Deha Group's revenue is significant, and without the boss's permission, we can't kill him. He is a key cog in the kingdom of glory. Your master should be me, shouldn't it? Don't be mistaken. You don't call the shots alone here. On this ship, I am God. I represent everything. Send someone immediately immediately to kill Simon and Choi Eun-chan. That way, the old man Pietro will have to show himself. Soon after, urgent knocking came from Choi Eun-chan's room. Choi was puzzled. He hadn't scheduled any visitors. Pietro calmly explained, "Actually, I ordered room service for you." After speaking, he asked Choi to wait a moment, then stepped out of the room and opened another room across the hall. This room was filled with dirtiness. There was a lot of trash to clean up. "You guys failed to be the best crewmen. What are you joking about? Young man, there are 20 of us carrying guns here. You think you can take us on with that pepper shakers? You're just a mere bodyguard. Be sensible and run for your life." Pietro smirked, clearly aware that these people did not understand how dangerous pepper could be. Over-reliance on guns, even if you're skilled, you will eventually have its limits. Sometimes, these little items are more useful than bullets. The leader was stunned as Pietro fearlessly charged into the crowd. Using a pepper shaker, he precisely targeted everyone's temples, instantly killing them on the spot. Pietro was fearless because they had surrounded the enemy themselves. If they fired rashly, their comrades would be hit first. If they hesitated, with Pietro's speed, they could not accurately shoot him. It seems these child soldiers completely underestimate how deadly pepper can be. As the smoke cleared, only Pietro's figure remained in the room. An interesting scene was about to unfold. Meanwhile, when the sword ghost learned that the hitmen she had sent were all defeated, she was utterly shocked. How could such a capable person be with Choi Eun-chan? These were mercenaries she had handpicked. Could it be that the old man Pietro had always been secretly protecting him? However, the head of security began to panic. He learned from the intercom that, whether it was the restaurant, the swimming pool, the surveillance room, the casino, or the cockpit, reports were coming in from all over saying they had seen Pietro's figure. The sword ghost was confused. How could he appear in multiple places at the same time? He couldn't possibly have the ability to clone himself. What exactly was the old man planning? The cruise ship was now in chaos. Tourists were running scared, and bodies lay everywhere. It turned out, this was all the work of Dako Hyung and Dako Jae. Previously, Pietro had told them a secret. That woman had inexplicably killed 2 bodyguards of a Russian arms dealer, and that person had not been seen since. Thus, Pietro deduced that the woman's real plan was to kill all the VIPs on the ship. After hearing this hypothesis, the 2 brothers suddenly realized, next, you two must take on the task of A-rank killers. As their identity could be disguised as cleaners, they could easily move through different areas of the ship, spreading this alarming news. The brothers acted swiftly, spreading the shocking news to everyone's ears. The informed guests all became skittish. However, this alone was not enough to trigger complete chaos. A catalyst was still needed. Just as Pietro fired a shot at the ceiling, the brothers immediately shouted in the most crowded area, "Save us! An Asian grandpa is fighting against the crewmen." In an instant, all the tourists on the cruise ship plunged into panic, fleeing in terror. At this time, the sword ghost in the lounge was hearing various chaotic rumors. Some said the crew would kill all VIP guests. Others claimed that the notorious killer Pietro had already boarded the ship. The sword ghost was furious, repeatedly striking the head of security with an ashtray. "Pietro, you old fool, can't you just die quietly? Already 1 foot in the grave, yet you still cause trouble, daring to cause such a mess on my ship. I'm going to kill you." "Master, don't be angry. I'll bring him back to you." "When did you get so enthusiastic?" "But there's no need for that. He always hides in the shadows, but I think I know how to lure him out. You just need to obey me. I've thought of a good way. With this, he won't be able to hide in the shadows anymore. A weapon that can kill 200,000 people, the deadliest thing in the world. What a treasure." Soon after, poison gas began to spread throughout the ship's cabins. Pietro was also shocked to see this. That madwoman had actually used photorock. Just a tiny inhalation of this biochemical weapon could be lethal within minutes. If things continued this way, everyone on the ship, including the 2 brothers, Chairman Choi Eun-chang, and even Simon, would die. However, Pietro remained calm. He had survived many similar crises before. Yet, the greatest threat now was not photorock, but the panicked crowd. Driven to desperation by the poison gas, they could not make sound judgments. To save these people, he needed to direct them all to head to the deck for safety. But the problem was, Pietro had already searched every corner of the ship while looking for Simon, and there were no alarms or public address systems on board. Most importantly, if he chose to save the crowd, Simon would be in danger, and Pietro couldn't possibly save everyone individually. The tide of fleeing people was beyond his reach. As Pietro faced this dilemma, he saw a ray of hope. Choi Eun-chan, carrying Simon, was moving steadfastly toward the deck. "Do you know how Dea became the best in the world? Whether it's technology or people, once we get them, we never let go easily. That's one of the most important principles in business. So, just leave him to me. Do what you need to do." Pietro realized that the little boy he once saved had grown into a man capable of supporting a piece of the sky. Pietro briefly thanked him, then turned and ran towards where the poison gas was spreading. This action left Choi Eun-chang in stunned admiration. Pietro rushed into the poisonous fog without a moment's hesitation. Choi understood that he should have stopped this young man, yet he secretly hoped he could achieve the impossible, just as he had once hoped for someone else. That familiar feeling surged once again. Meanwhile, the sword ghost had already prepared expensive wine, quietly waiting for the poison to disperse, after which she could go and search for Pietro's body. By then, she could claim the 7.6 7.6 billion reward in front of their boss. However, suddenly, the entire ship inexplicably began to tilt, which left Sword Ghost very puzzled. She believed such a problem was impossible with the ship she had constructed. 5 minutes earlier, Pietro had successfully infiltrated the control room and skillfully hacked into the ship's control system. Every large ship has 3 ballast tanks filled with water to balance the ship. If the water from one of these tanks were drained, the ship would lose balance and tilt in one direction. On a ship without any broadcasting devices and with the masses in a state of panic, Pietro knew that the most effective way to guide them to make rational decisions was to use their primal instinct to escape. A tilting cruise ship would naturally drive them to flee upwards, and the upper areas, particularly the deck, were the only places far enough from the poison gas. Only by running upwards can they survive. As people ran upwards, the heavier-than-air poison gas would stay on the lower levels of the ship and stop spreading. Before the ship could be stabilized, he had to defeat Sword Ghost and save everyone. Witnessing the chaos unfolding, Sword Ghost was burning with rage. At that moment, someone came to report Pietro is now in the auction hall. She chuckled darkly as she slowly removed her clothes, muttering to herself, since he so desires death, of course, I must oblige him. She approached the storage locker and began to carefully select a fragrance for Pietro, not sure what he likes. Should I choose the scent old Simon preferred, or try a new one? Never mind, I'll take them all. After all, he is Pietro, he should like them. Soon after, she and her subordinate arrived at the auction hall. By then, Pietro was already waiting for them. Seeing Pietro's figure, Sword Ghost was puzzled. Why is it this kid? Where has the old man gone? Pietro watched them coldly, containing his killing intent. Seeing that he did not respond, Sword Ghost prepared to draw her sword to kill him. However, Pietro picked up the microphone and slowly announced, the final auction of the Ghost Cruise is about to begin. Today's lot is a new disciple personally selected by the new owner of the Glory Club, Sword Ghost. Sword Ghost furrowed her brows, utterly confused. What is this fool talking about? Her anger became uncontrollable, given she was the roaming head of the Wandering Ghost Blade in Japan, the strongest swordsman of the Yamato nation. Starting bid, 100 Korean won. Feeling humiliated, Sword Ghost instantly drew her sword and roared, "You're courting death." Fortunately, she was stopped by the bear-like man. 100 Korean won, no bidders, then 51. If not, 31 will do. It really can't get any cheaper. Anyone for 10 won? What a pity. No one wants you. Don't be sad, Sword Ghost. I will ensure your life is valued appropriately. What do you think? 01. But I have a question. That night, did you really think you had defeated the Swirling Sword Saint? It seems you have overestimated your abilities. Today, I will let you see what the pinnacle of the Swirling Sword from that era really looked like. The bear-like man was stunned upon hearing this. This kid is barely in his 20s. How could he possibly emulate Swirling Sword technique? Yet, Pietro's gaze was filled with confidence and calm. This unwavering aura of intent to kill made the bear-like man uneasy. He immediately advised Sword Ghost to hold back, claiming he would confront Pietro first. But after Pietro's humiliation, Sword Ghost's fury was already ignited, and she unleashed her rarely seen ghost eye, ordering the bear-like man not to interfere. At that moment, her expression and gaze were reminiscent of the time she slaughtered 2,000 people, seemingly reverting to that bloodthirsty state. She slowly took off her shoes, sneering at Pietro, "You can tell me how you wish to die, and I can generously fulfill it." At that moment, Pietro quietly observed, remaining silent. He knew this was a critical moment. Her action of taking off her shoes seemed suspicious. Was it merely to lighten her weight to increase her speed? It seemed unlikely that speed alone could secure a position as a disciple. The Wandering Ghost Blade clan, with the title of Sword Ghost being the highest honor, reserved only for the strongest who could carry on the legacy of the previous generation. This woman's removal of her shoes wasn't just to reduce weight, it was because she possessed astonishing speed. The secret was in her soles, the ghost shoes. The ghost shoes provided additional kinetic energy for her movements, solving the inevitable vacuum period in high-speed motion. They allowed her to swiftly move to one location and quickly shift to another, granting her high mobility. Thus, the kinetic energy converted into powerful force, enhancing the user's destructive power several-fold. Seeing this vigor, the bear-like man had to admit his concerns. The speed of the Sword Ghost was extremely fast, and she would vanish into thin air after each maneuver. Against such an opponent, even Pietro would struggle to find an opportunity to counterattack. In other words, as long as Pietro couldn't catch her flaw, the Sword Ghost remained invincible. Despite this, the bear-like man was still filled with doubt. Clearly, Pietro was on the defensive, but his eyes revealed no hint of defeat. Instead, they were incredibly calm. Plus, he was meticulously observing every move of the Sword Ghost. Feeling uneasy, the bear-like man tried to stop the Sword Ghost. This kid is a bit strange. However, the Sword Ghost ignored him, angrily kicking the bear-like man away and scolding, "From now on, don't interfere. Just stay there and watch, and keep your mouth shut." But Pietro didn't see it that way. Your earlier action left you gasping for breath. Why didn't you let him help? Sure, you're fast, but compared to Simon, it's nothing special. It seems the Sword Ghost is nothing to shout about after all. Faced with such humiliation and provocation, she clenched her teeth in rage. She erupted with relentless killing intent, charging straight at Pietro. In response, Pietro met her assault with the swirling sword technique. Then, the two fighters froze in place, standing back to back in the final stances of their attacks, as if time itself had momentarily stopped. The sword ghost's pupils dilated, disbelievingly staring at this audacious young man, while Pietro remained composed. "Aren't you curious how I managed to block all your attack routes? You kicked so powerfully against the floor and columns, gaining unmatched speed, but it also means there's a fatal flaw. From the direction of the sound, one can determine where you will kick. This essentially tells me your attack direction. In other words, by simply positioning my sword in the line of your trajectory, I can easily fend off your attacks. And this is a gift returned on behalf of the swirling sword saint." At that moment, the sword ghost was struggling in the bear-like man's arms, continuously mumbling, "Now, immediately, right away, detonate that thing. I must personally dismember this insolent brat." Suddenly, with a loud bang, the ceiling blew open. This sensation was all too familiar to Pietro. It was the same perfume scent from their first encounter. As the lingering smoke slowly settled, the sword ghost revealed a sinister smile. "You're done for." Even if Pietro were here, he would have no means to deal with this. "This realm is mine alone." Facing the enveloping perfume, that hallucinogenic kind, Pietro chose not to flee. The enemy laughed heartily. "He really is an idiot. Anyone who smells this perfume becomes like a drunk, a lamb on the chopping block. And yet this kid doesn't run away. He just stands there, dazed." Just as the sword ghost prepared to deliver a fatal blow and end his life, she found Pietro involuntarily writhing in the smoke. He took off his vest and wrapped it around his blade. The bear-like man didn't understand either. Shouldn't he be hallucinating by now? The sword ghost seemed to notice something. Could it be that he's been holding his breath all this time? But even so, you can't hold your breath forever. Then, Pietro doused his blade with a bottle of strong liquor. "The perfume you've relied on. Let me show you how utterly powerless it really is." Pietro then swung the flaming blade through the air, igniting the drug-laden smoke. Sword ghost was stunned, and the bear-like man only then realized what was happening. The perfume, a soft material containing 60% alcohol, was highly flammable. The first time Sword Ghost encountered this young man, he had already discovered the secret. Yet Sword Ghost did not give up. Despite this, the hall was still filled with a large amount of perfumed smoke. Pietro stabbed the flaming blade into the floor, and flames instantly roared to life. Sword Ghost was taken aback. How could this be? Pietro hadn't thrown the liquor bottle earlier to stop Sword Ghost's actions, but to fill the room's floor with alcohol. He had been setting up the battlefield from the start to turn the situation to his advantage. At this moment, Sword Ghost, overwhelmed by rage, lunged forward with her sword. But now, bleeding profusely and with reduced strength and speed, she could no longer pose any threat. Her limits had been reached. But suddenly, what Pietro saw next shocked him. The bear-like man halted Sword Ghost's action with a hand chop. Losing a hand would cause severe bleeding, and her high blood pressure would make continued fighting dangerously risky. Calming her down was the correct decision at the moment. Pietro thought the bear-like man would be his next opponent, but instead, he turned and fled the scene with Sword Ghost, heading towards the flame-engulfed ship corridor. As they left, the bear-like man was regretful, feeling he should not have let her fight alone, while Pietro, who had planned to end the fight and leave, was left with an unresolved mystery: the Wandering Ghost Blade Organization. During his check with Jaiwan on their identities, Pietro uncovered something very odd. She had killed at most 2,000 people, but how could she qualify as the new Simon? Each disciple in glory was more powerful than her, more valuable than a nuclear weapon. She was utterly unqualified to be a disciple. Yet, after reviewing extensive data, he found that her capabilities were vastly inferior to Simon's. Nonetheless, Glory's new boss had recruited her. What could be the reason behind this? Pietro's suspicion was confirmed when he came alone to the ship's deck, and a figure slowly emerged behind him. It turned out he was the true disciple Simon, codenamed Simon Kagio. Rank: disciple. Pietro was puzzled. With your strength, why would you choose to be someone else's shadow? You don't need to be so curious. In this industry, those who are curious don't last long. Pietro forced himself to remain calm. This person is like a shadow, never appearing in any records. Even during the previous battle with Nathaniel, Pietro had only caught a glimpse of some abilities. Now, facing a completely unknown person, the biggest issue is that he has no idea about his fighting style, which puts immense pressure on Pietro. From the brief exchange just now, Pietro grew more doubtful because he couldn't understand this man at all. His posture was very low, not resembling karate at all. Despite experiencing tens of thousands of battles, he had never seen a human use this fighting style. Was he still hiding something, or was it some secret technique even he didn't know? Although his movements were full of openings, neck, chest, abdomen, completely unprotected, his fighting style seemed unusually unnatural. This confused Pietro. His actions seemed utterly devoid of any combat skills, yet he seemed extremely proficient. This weird feeling was more like an animal's instinct, dodging Pietro's attacks in an extraordinarily unusual posture. He possessed a rare insight. Whenever he saw an attack coming, he would instantly decide whether to block or dodge. From these signs, Pietro realized that this man was a relentless fighting machine, born like a wild beast filled with savagery. After a brief exchange, Kagio felt Pietro's strength, but that was it. He thought there was no need to use that thing. Sloppy. Compared to your natural talent, your attack and and defense patterns are too simple and mindless. You must not have studied combat skills much, right? To be precise, you couldn't learn them. It's really hard to understand. You clearly have that ability. Why do you always hide behind the sword ghost? What is holding back your nature? Or is it that you can't do anything without your master? Keijo was also shocked. Why did this man know the secrets behind him? But no matter what, he had to protect the sword ghost. So, he burst forth, charging at Pietro. This action made Pietro increasingly fascinated. All movements were full of recklessness but also filled with creativity. Maybe he didn't need to learn any combat skills, because it seemed like he never felt threatened by anyone, like a born predator, instinctively biting the opponent's neck and then tearing off the prey's head. But there was still one thing that was unexplainable. He still seemed to be hiding a secret. Facing this young man, Keijo was also somewhat nervous because he had been aiming at one place all along, his legs, always thinking of setting traps to limit his movement. Keijo's agility must have been frustrating for him, hence the elaborate trap. Since he's so purposeful, then I'll do exactly the opposite. I'll attack him, Keijo thought. However, when he found his movements constrained, he was very puzzled. When had the chain been fastened? Was it during the recent fight that he had already laid the groundwork for everything that followed? It seems you've always been fighting on instinct, but you must have realized something after witnessing my fight with the sword ghost. So, my bait has to be more refined. You've probably never fought a battle that required brains, have you? Don't waste your effort. Even a saw would hardly cut through this chain. However, hidden in Keijo's sleeve was a set of clawed gloves, not only corrosion resistant but also capable of cutting through his own skin, meaning he used his own blood to melt the iron chain around his neck. This was why he could become a disciple, the power to dissolve people he had displayed at the auction. Seeing this, Pietro became extremely cautious. Having such abilities meant he couldn't approach Keijo carelessly. When Keijo charged at him, Pietro seemed unable to evade the attack, but in the next second, Pietro caught Keijo's hand, which was right in front of his face. It turned out Pietro had pretended to be unable to dodge in order to closely observe Keijo's hand. The series of confirmations just now made Pietro realize something. This should be what he knew, the toxic leopard lineage known for dissolving everything with their blood. Even Pietro himself was surprised. This family had disappeared from the world a long time ago, their descendants slaughtered. Could it be that only you survived? The toxic leopard lineage, renowned for their ability to dissolve anything with their highly corrosive blood, was wiped out overnight. Those who pursued them to extinction were from an even more famous clan in Japan, the Wandering Ghost Blade, but they left a single child alive, thinking it amusing to leave a lone survivor in these chaotic times. However, this lone survivor displayed amazing talent within the Wandering Ghost Blade, even accidentally injuring his fellow students. He didn't understand why this happened, thinking it was just regular martial arts sparring. His rapid growth caught the clan's attention. This descendant of the toxic leopard, with his acidic blood, kept growing stronger and more uncontrollable. The clan thought of a unique way to harness him, using the lure of flea markets. A flea can jump over a meter high, about 200 times its height, but if placed in a jar with a lid for 3 days, once the lid is opened, they won't jump out anymore. They'll believe that's their limit. So, by curbing his growth and providing him a jar, they could control him. After that, he no longer appeared in the clan's training. He was ostracized and isolated by everyone, not allowed to participate in any martial arts training. Because of his unique blood, no one wanted to be near him, even faced with hostility and physical assaults. As a young boy, he couldn't understand why he couldn't train and grow like everyone else. What had he done wrong? Why was he despised just for being born? A punch in anger knocked down a decades-old tree. Suddenly, a fledgling fell beside him from the tree. Seeing its lonely figure, he related it to his own solitude and decided to climb the tree to return it to its nest. But upon climbing, he realized the fledgling had dissolved in his palm. Seeing this, he became even more inconsolable. It turned out, no one or creature could come near him. From then on, he realized he would always be alone, unable to be close to anyone. Everyone would despise and avoid him. So, since everyone was going to avoid and despise him, he might as well make them fear him even more. Afterwards, the 23rd generation head of the Wandering Ghost Blade, Weisuki Hideaki, realized they couldn't contain his growth. He alone decimated the powerful Sekinoriya family, leaving a scene gruesome like a beast's mauling. It was an incredible ability, also extremely threatening. He was like a beast in the night, born to be a spectral hunter. Unfortunately, the blood running through this descendant's veins did not belong to the Wandering Ghost Blade. However, as long as he doesn't rise above his master, there's no need to worry. And all of this, Keijo knew very well. Yet, he still chose to be a shadow, the man who protects behind the sword ghost. What the hell are you doing? Serving under the Wandering Ghost Blade lineage that trampled your family? You could have established your own independent sect. Why debase yourself? Keijo also found it strange. Why did this young man know his secret? Those who could confront the sword ghost face to face in this world are few, and he could not possibly be unaware of such people. So, who are you really? Want to know? Then you must defeat me to find out. Pietro's attack aimed at Keijo's chin was just right, but such clumsy attacks hardly made an impact. Keijo could still turn around and counterattack because the attacks lacked sufficient force. If Pietro increased his strength, his own bleeding would become a weapon against him. It seems that without neutralizing his toxin, Pietro couldn't couldn't win. What should he do next? Suddenly, Pietro noticed something interesting, and Kageo followed suit. The corrosive nature of the toxin became stronger, creating a suffocating pressure. At that moment, Kageo made a suggestion. Just tell me Pietro's whereabouts, and I'll let you go. Do you think no one can fight against you? Seeing the scene before him, Kageo was completely speechless. Are you joking right now? But Pietro remained calm and composed. A joke? Impossible. I am seriously fighting you, but you can't even imagine that this mop will be the weapon that ends your life. Is he out of his mind? Kageo thought to himself, knowing well that his invincible claws could instantly pulverize anything wooden. Did you think using a long-distance weapon will give you a significant advantage? Once you've been hit, you'll understand the logic behind it. Kageo became exceedingly cautious. Although unclear about the mop's potential function, he was certain of one thing. Pietro was always fighting with his brain, like playing chess, planning several moves ahead. Thus, the mop definitely held a secret he wasn't aware of. Sure enough, Pietro began to attack from a distance, swinging the mop so swiftly that Kageo struggled to approach easily. However, these attacks did not inflict any fatal damage. Therefore, Kageo decided to abandon defense and charged head-on, since a single touch from him would mean Pietro's death. However, Kageo's overconfident move played right into Pietro's hands. Pietro swiftly wrapped the mop around Kageo's short claws, then sharply twisted the mop, aiming to trap his weapon. Nevertheless, this hardly affected Kageo. Such a thing he could easily unravel with just a flick of his hand. Faced with Kageo's fierce attack, Pietro remained composed and unbothered, while Kageo felt thoroughly underestimated. He lifted his short claws and charged violently. However, Kageo inexplicably fell to the ground, followed by cries of pain. What have you done? Pietro watched the scene unfold as if everything was within his expectations. He knew Kageo's capabilities were terrifying, not only preventing close contact but also necessitating constant vigilance to avoid contact with his blood. Once touched, it would mean certain death for him. But Kageo's blood also had a fatal flaw. Due to its high acidity, once it encountered a strong alkaline cleaning agent, it would react chemically, neutralizing the acid, and Kageo's much-prided weapon would cease to exist. Enduring the pain in his hands, Kageo finally understood. So this kid used the mop just now to coat my hands with a strong alkaline detergent. Despite losing the advantage of his blood, Kageo still believed he could continue the fight. After all, he still possessed that wild reactivity. At that moment, Pietro was shocked by the sight before him, and Kageo was thus interrupted in his action. Sword Ghost approached the battlefield, dragging her weary body. Pietro thought if she really wanted to save her life, she should have left earlier, but Sword Ghost kept muttering, I must kill him. Yet, she couldn't even hold a sword. Madam, are you okay? Didn't I tell you to stay in the boat? What are you doing here? This will only make things worse. Shut up. I'm going to kill him. I promised you that once this is over, we will leave. Leave this to me. I can find Pietro too. I must do this. I need to be the one who accomplishes this. People must obey their master. Madam, wait a minute. Please, come to your senses. Open your eyes. Looking back, I've always longed to walk out that huge gate, to leave that place, because once outside, there's no oppressive atmosphere from the clan. But the only reason I can't leave is because of Yuka. Big bro, aren't these flowers pretty? These flowers are really fragrant. Come and smell them. Being with you, the air is warm, and even life is full of meaning. The scent of those flowers suppresses my hatred, loneliness, and sorrow, and even the distinctions of status and nobility seem to disappear. Madam, you shouldn't call me big bro. It's okay. You're bigger than Yuka. Big bro. Really, don't call me that. I don't wanna. You're older. Big bro Kageo. But happiness is always short-lived. Because of the reasons of status, distinctions aren't recognized, leading to me being severely beaten. Even because of the blood running through our veins, we can't touch each other at will. Maybe it's my cursed blood. Maybe it's your noble blood. But for sure, this relationship means we can never cross that boundary again. In the days that followed, I could only watch you from afar, because you will eventually inherit the wandering ghost blade, and being your shadow is enough for me. Your birthday was also very grand, with countless valuable gifts, including your favorite perfume, all expensive items, and my cheap, inexpensive perfume. I couldn't even give it to you. Priced at 800 yen, it was far too unworthy for you. The originally cheerful and laughing Yuka changed drastically one day. The friendly Yamadagumi clan unexpectedly attacked the wandering ghost blade, and all I cared about was Yuka's safety, not considering anyone else. I could only take you and flee from that dangerous place. From that day on, you became a different person. You trained day and night, utterly disregarding your physical condition. For revenge, even if you were sick, you continued to enhance your strength, and I could only silently watch, quietly accompanying you. We stayed in a cave for several years, eventually exchanging your life for training results. One day, years later, you successfully avenged the clan with your sword and my blood. After slaughtering 2,000 people, we disappeared. But in exchange for taking revenge, we lost our place to return to. We wandered aimlessly for many years, unable to find a direction in life. You asked me, where should we go? Of course, where the master is. That's where my home is. Even if you asked me to leave, I wouldn't be content. But you seemed tired of this life of hiding and yearned for a place with sunlight, a place where no one could recognize us. And I don't care what that place is, as long as you are there. I just need to be your shadow. That's enough. knife. Keijo, yes, madam. How is this possible? How do you have this? You think I didn't know? For the past 10 years, I've always carried it with me. I didn't want to waste it, so I never used it. Now, can you spray it for me? No, this perfume is expired. I can't spray it on you. You really know how to choose a scent. It's truly one I like. The days spent with you are truly joyful, all precious memories. I'm sorry, I couldn't keep our promise. You must take good care from now on. Big bro Keijo, that is my blood. Spit it out. No, I've done many bad things. This might just be my fate. This way, you'll be able to live better. So please, finish this for me. You can't do this. Yuka. Keijo held onto Sword Ghost tightly. The sudden shock had already made him lose his reason. He suddenly stood up, slashing his own chest with his hands. Acidic blood flowed out. Faced with Keijo's beast-like onslaught, Pietro also felt fear and apprehension, because now, Keijo was not simply fighting. His recklessness, disregarding his own safety, had only one reason. He didn't care at all if he would die. He was unleashing his wild nature without restraint. Keijo's blood made it impossible for Pietro to approach, and coupled with his enraged state, this made the situation exceptionally tricky. Suddenly, Keijo was stunned as several fire extinguishers flew around him. Immediately after, Pietro threw several hotel room cards, which swiftly cut open the fire extinguishers canisters. The fire extinguishers exploded right beside Keijo. Pietro's intention was not to create smoke to block Keijo's sight, but to make the dry powder from the fire extinguishers cling to Keijo, thus achieving a hemostatic effect. Keijo recalled everyone he had fought before, whose last expressions were of lost will to fight. However, the man before him was different, showing no fear at all, as if his talent and blood were meaningless to him. Keijo, lying on the ground, couldn't comprehend any of this for a long time, like a confused fly facing such a formidable opponent, either related to Pietro or the Glory Club. This young man must be above A rank, even more formidable than a disciple. If someone possessed such strength, he would certainly know of them. So, who exactly is he? But what would knowing change? His life now seemed utterly pointless. Just kill me. Yet Pietro thought him a simpleton. Have you never considered why the Yamadagumi clan would attack the Wandering Ghost Blade? That entire incident, from start to finish, were all Glory's wicked plan. Hearing this, Keijo's eyes widened. What do you mean? Over 10 years ago, the new boss of Glory began looking for candidates to replace the old 12 disciples. The most notable among them was the Wandering Ghost Blade, which has ruled Japan for 1,000 years. He was attracted to the clan and wanted to take control of it. However, the proud and powerful clan leader wasn't tempted and refused his unreasonable demands. For someone aiming to establish the Kingdom of Glory, no one could stop him. Thus, after leaving the Wandering Ghost Blade, he went directly to the Yamadagumi clan leader's residence, using the Yamadagumi clan to annihilate the Wandering Ghost Blade. Do you think the two of you, then just children, could have escaped so easily from that massacre? Afterwards, as he had predicted, you slaughtered all the members of the Yamadagumi clan. With your purpose and life lost, he proposed that you become disciples of Glory. As a result, he took control of the bloodlines of both the Wandering Ghost Blade and Toxic Leopard clans, and you became the real shadow behind the Sword Ghost. Although all of this is incredibly cruel, it's the harsh truth. Keijo could hardly believe any of this. How could he believe Pietro's twisted words? Noticing Keijo's doubts, Pietro said, "If you don't believe it, why not ask your boss, Raphael?" Hearing the name Raphael, Keijo was utterly shocked. Raphael was actually the codename of their boss, the one who gave them the disciple necklaces. Though he had never wanted the necklace himself, believing that the world couldn't have two sons, and that he could only serve the Sword Ghost, Raphael had appointed the Sword Ghost to that position so Keijo could continue to serve his master. Considering these clues, if all this was indeed orchestrated by boss Raphael, then what the young man said might be true. What kind of life had he and Yuka been living over the years? He just wanted Yuka to be happy. Being by her side was enough for him. But if he had accepted the position of a Glory disciple and hadn't always been by Yuka's side, was she still living happily? Was she still at an age like a flower, enjoying the warmth of the sun? Raphael, you really are shameless, so easily ruining someone's life, aren't you? Facing the emotionally charged Keijo, Pietro advised, all this anger will only cause you more pain. It'll just hasten your meeting with the King of Hell. Feeling Pietro's goodwill, Keijo also disclosed, your friends are about to face danger. The pirates we sent to murder the masses are already on board, each armed with sophisticated firearms. This ship will soon be engulfed in flames. You'd better hurry and save them. Meanwhile, the ship was already being devoured by fire. Dako Hyung and Dako Jae were arranging for the masses to leave on lifeboats. However, a sudden sound interrupted their efforts. The people approaching were the carefully selected Somali pirates by the Sword Ghost. Faced with these well-equipped enemies, the brothers were helpless. Moreover, there was a very important person on board, Chairman Choi Eun-chang. Despite Keijo's warning, Pietro did not seem anxious, knowing that there was a top killer on guard there, the former disciple, Simon. Decades ago, Pietro had asked Simon, what is the most lethal moment for a swordsman? It's when their hands become weak, unable to hold the sword anymore. What would you do if you lost your most skilled right hand? Later that evening, Pietro heard rumors that Simon was absolutely mad. When he stepped into the back room, he was completely shocked by the sight. Simon had actually broken his own right hand to train his swordsmanship ship with his left to adapt to sudden situations. Pietro rushed to question, why would you need to break your arm to train? If it wasn't truly broken, I could never fully adapt. The body's instinct would naturally make the right hand move, which would never achieve the results I wanted. One day, I will complete the swirling sword with only my left hand. Even Choyun-chan was shocked by this scene. Normally, shooting requires a finger to pull the trigger, and a swordsman needs hands to grip the blade, but Simon broke these norms. After that, all the people safely left, and Glory's second stronghold, the Ghost Cruise, completely sank. 3,348, the total number of islands in Korea. Being able to locate Simon's hideout in a remote area speaks volumes of their intelligence capabilities. The incident on the ghost ship will soon reach Raphael, who by then will surely be grinding his teeth in anger. But don't worry, Raphael, just you wait, because the real battle is just beginning. When they return to Jailin's basement, Simon is puzzled by Raphael's situation. The Honor Hospital and the Ghost Cruise. These two strongholds are not as straightforward as they seem. Jailin is distressed because Raphael's real goal is to kill Pietro, a figure symbolic of the disciples, posing a great threat to the Glory Club. Previously, during the era of Divine Cathedral, the 12 disciples were trained by Father Gabriel, not as ruthless killers but as special forces to quell wars. When the world's pain and chaos were calmed and peace was approached, Father ordered the dissolution of the 12 disciples and their return to ordinary life. But Father's foster son, Raphael, was dissatisfied. He found Father Gabriel believing the company could grow and even go global, and that the 12 disciples should not be disbanded. Father believed that the disciples were Raphael's brothers and sisters, not stepping stones for him to climb to the top. They had sacrificed their beautiful lives for this. They saved millions, all children of the Lord. Now, this peaceful world no longer needs them. Faced with such a response, Raphael clearly could not accept it. He vented his anger at the statue, believing that letting glory grow was truly God's will. Subsequently, he killed Father Gabriel and successfully took over the Glory Club. Upon taking power, Raphael immediately acted, transforming the halo accumulated by the Honor Orphanage and turning it into an organization of killers, the Glory Club. He then selected 12 young people from around the world to replace the aging disciples. Raphael planned to expand the business globally, even aiming for global control. To achieve this, he had to kill the spiritual pillar of the disciples, even the pillar of the entire industry, Pietro. Mentioning Raphael, the rascal, Jailin was gnashing his teeth. But what enraged Jailin more was that Pietro had brought Kagyo back to their secret base. In the face of the incessantly chattering Jailin, 2 disciples directly carried him out. Although he wasn't dead, he was seriously injured. Now he needed to rest well. Suddenly, a loud bang resounded in the room. Jailin couldn't understand how he could recover so quickly after losing so much blood. When they opened the door to investigate, Kagyo had long disappeared. It didn't make sense for him to get up so quickly after all the tranquilizers administered to stop the bleeding. He must have gone there. It can only be there. Meanwhile, in the vast meeting room of the Glory Club, the ghost ship has sunk. I think Pietro must have done it, but there's no trace of him. He used to show himself. My disciples, what do you think we should do? Could it be that the sword ghost, oh no, should I say Kagyo, was defeated? Is Pietro really that powerful? This old man is truly fascinating. It's interesting. A dying man could be so capable. Aren't you scared? Don't just rely on genetics to enhance your body. Try improving your strength first. Shut up if you don't want to be brutally torn apart. You muscle-less muggle. Can people get stronger just by talking now? You too. Would drilling a hole in your heads keep you quiet for a while? Alright, since we've all greeted each other, let's talk. My disciples, you are all top-notch figures in the world, but why can't you catch an old man? Just then, the exhibition hall doors were violently blown off. That's an interesting knock. Kagyo, you're still alive. That's great. I've heard the news about Yuka. It's such a pity. But Kagyo, tell me quickly about Pietro. However, Kagyo did not respond, but glared angrily at Raphael. He questioned whether that incident was really true. Faced with Kagyo's inquiry, Raphael was completely clueless about what had happened. Kagyo asked about the reason behind the annihilation of the wandering ghost blade. All of this happened because of you. You should take full responsibility. If you had accepted the position of disciple naturally from the beginning, none of this would have happened. Kagyo was furious and could no longer suppress his anger. From now on, all the disciples in the hall, one by one, get out. Anyone still here after 10 seconds will have to die. Kagyo, do you know what's going on for you to be saying that? It doesn't look like anyone is thinking of leaving. Fine. Today, you will all die. Facing the onslaught of the other disciples, Kagyo was overwhelmed, especially since he had not yet recovered from the injuries sustained in the battle with Pietro. However, one man with glasses easily intercepted the two, leaving Kagyo exhausted from too much blood loss, now unable to face so many disciples at once. Yuka's revenge was still unavenged, and now he could only retreat to regroup and plan further. This guy just greets and leaves? Should we chase him down and kill him? Let him go. At his age, he still has the temper of a child. I believe we will meet him again soon. However, now we can be sure of one thing. Kagyo and Pietro had no interaction. So how did Pietro know about the sword ghost matters and all the details of the events? According to speculation, there must be a big shot who helped him, just like someone on the past passenger list of the ghost cruise. The name Choi Eun-chang didn't appear, but someone said they saw the boss of Dea Group on the ship. Why did he get on this unrelated ship? He told me he was going on a business trip. Or was he the one who helped Pietro? Forget it. Let's drop him since I just need an armory anyway, and I can replace it. How about it? Can you do it, Disciple Johan? The next day, a video with a high number of views mysteriously appeared online. On the building of Dea Group, 7 English letters appeared, Alipede. Pietro and others were also watching this video. Jaiwan stated that such crazy behavior could only be the work of Glory's S-rank killer, Disciple Johan. He murdered the former Disciple Johan, also known as Alipede. He always leaves his name before each assassination, which adds an extra layer of dread for the victims enjoying their final moments of fear. There was once a prince from a certain country who received his blood-red signature, prompting the immediate protection of the prince by special forces. Meanwhile, the former Disciple Johan also participated in this operation at 59 years old with a record of participating in 359 assassination missions, maintaining a 100% success rate. He assured the prince that the operation would be over quickly. Alipede was right beside him, yet this move did not wound Alipede. Johan discovered that the aura under that military uniform was different from other people. Alipede had killed the original squad members, disguised himself near the prince, and was waiting for the right moment to strike. In the factory, the lights suddenly went out, accompanied by various painful screams. In his urgency, Johan fired a shot and found a night vision goggle with the faint light. For someone well-trained and battle-hardened, this was just a temporary crisis. This was all routine. Then, Johan immediately took off his shoes, because in this pitch-black place, sound was the only source of information. He did this to prevent the enemy from pinpointing his location. However, when he used the night vision goggles, he was utterly shocked. In the pitch-dark factory, suddenly there was complete silence. Even the previously detected scents had vanished. Even with night vision goggles, he could not detect any human presence. Following that, he witnessed a bizarre sight, a short blade inexplicably floating in the air, with some heat emanating from the handle. Normally, if this were an organic life form, thermal imaging would definitely capture it. However, Johan, who had lived for nearly 60 years, had never seen such a phenomenon. Unable to see the approaching person, he felt like an ant on a hot pan, unable to find his way. Even though the person was right beside him, he felt nothing. Simon couldn't comprehend it. He reasoned that if any skin was exposed, it would surely be detected by thermal imaging. How could someone as skilled as Johan be killed so easily? Pietro, however, was deeply apprehensive, as the real fear did not lie in whether the opponent could be captured by night vision goggles. It was that all the prophecies he had laid down had come true. Now, on the building of Dea Group, his name was also left. Although the specific timing was unclear, Alipede would surely follow his prophecy, waiting for the opportunity to assassinate Choi Eun-chang. Immediately after, Simon hurriedly took Jaiwan to contact a hacker to investigate the matter. However, when they operated, Simon was completely dumbfounded. The unseen Jaiwan was unexpectedly proficient at typing on the keyboard. Are you really blind, or just pretending? Jaiwan then explained that he had always worn a special pair of headphones that could read all the information on the screen and transmit it to his ears through sound. Although he was blind, his other senses were exceptionally developed. Just then, Pietro became serious, because at this point, Raphael would certainly not let things go. Even the former disciples could be in danger, as they would try everything to find them and then eliminate them. Therefore, Simon must act. You need to find them before any of our brothers and sisters get hurt, and remind them to be on alert. Subsequently, Jaiwan and Pietro sent Simon to Seoul Station. Although Simon was still worried about Pietro's safety because of his highly conspicuous identity, they couldn't act together. From there, Simon embarked on the journey to find the old disciples. Meanwhile, Jaiwan and Pietro did not dare to delay, arriving at Choi Eun-chang's side. At this moment, Choi Eun-chang was sweating profusely, unable to eat or sleep. After Pietro briefly introduced the situation to Jaiwan, a question lingered in Jaiwan's mind. Why did you choose Kim Sung-gu of Glory? Logically, you could find someone more capable. Choi Eun-chang explained that although Kim Sung-gu was connected to Glory, his stance was completely opposed to Glory's. And most importantly, Glory's current boss Raphael did not like people with deep connections to Father Gabriel. This conflict was bound to come, and Raphael's goal was to take over the Dea Group. Choi Eun-chang's health had not recovered, so he had his secretary make arrangements. The secretary, who had heard somewhat of Alipede's feats, knew his assassination skills were considered the best in the world, not only never failing but also famous for his brutal methods. Thus, she arranged for some people willing to cooperate with Kim Sung-gu. They brought in the most famous security team in Europe, Escudo. They claimed to be Europe's toughest shield, where even a mosquito trying to get in would get smacked twice. This was arguably the best team they could find, and leading them was their captain, Costa. Costa was known for his solid tactics, and he also brought a gift for Pietro. Pietro casually accepted it. No need to be so formal. I'm just the chairman's bodyguard. Relax a bit. However, Costa was not optimistic about the young man in front of him. Just don't hold back, Escudo. Meanwhile, in the security control center of Dea Group, Jaiwan and Alexander Miking were also closely monitoring the surveillance. Hundreds of people people were patrolling throughout the building. Not even a fly could get in. There were over 100 cameras with no blind spots. However, despite this, the European intelligence officers were still sweating profusely in the air-conditioned room at 16 degrees, the pressure from Alipede making them restless. In contrast, Marco, the captain of Escudo's Team B, was calm and enthusiastic in the control center, claiming, "We are the strongest shield. Escudo is the strongest. No need to panic. No need to worry." Then, he received a notification from his subordinates that it was time to depart, so he left the security control center singing and dancing, with the specifics of what he was going to do still unclear. On the other side, Pietro followed Costa as they methodically checked every corner of the building. Costa told him that the key to security work lies in experience. The reason he climbed to his current position was due to his experience in tens of thousands of operations, a height that young people like Pietro have yet to reach. Pietro agreed, recognizing that experience is indeed crucial. He and the entire team tightly controlled all the insignificant details to ensure the building's security arrangements were extremely well managed. There was no trace of any outsiders entering. Thinking from another perspective, if he were Alipede, where would he enter the building from? Suddenly, the building's alarm sounded, and Costa quickly arranged for personnel to take action. Pietro originally planned to head to the location of the alarm immediately, but the action of Costa checking his watch caught his attention. Although checking the time wasn't problematic, Pietro felt something was off. Soon, security personnel arrived at the location of the alarm, revealing horrified expressions. Someone was dead in the corridor. It was temporarily impossible to identify the victim, as he had been beheaded. Despite the sound of gunfire, there were no gunshot wounds. The victim was inexplicably decapitated. Identification through a work badge confirmed that the deceased was Marco, the head of security Team B. Instantly, the entire building plunged into chaos. Logically, the entire building had been locked down, and not even a fly could enter. So how did Alipede manage the assassination? From another angle, Alipede had publicly declared his intention to kill Choi Eun-chang, making it unlikely for him to break into such a tightly secured building. Moreover, he had left his signature on the building yesterday, clearly aware of the impenetrable security measures inside. Thus, the only explanation was, Alipede had already infiltrated the building. He had disguised himself as one of the building's staff members, meaning, Alipede is among us. At that moment, everyone's phones received the same video. The video showed surveillance footage of the corridor, and running in the video was the head of security Team B, Marco. He was dragged back into the shadows by a pair of hands and slowly disappeared. Shortly after, a figure appeared, holding a round, spherical object. Seeing this scene, Pietro was truly surprised. This person appeared more confident than the other disciples, and his plan was meticulous and flawless. The person slowly raised the object in his hand, and it turned out to be Marco's head. On the face was written a series of English words that read, "Nobody will get out of here alive. Let's see who wins, old man." After seeing the video, Costa pushed Pietro against the wall. "If there is a traitor among us, it can only be you, because only you have just arrived at this building, and everything was peaceful before you came. Did you anticipate what would happen next, or is this all your plan? Now, you need to prove to us how you can clear your suspicion." Although Costa suspected Pietro, he still had reservations about him, as this young man was clearly no ordinary person, always alert. Seeing this, the secretary stepped forward to mediate. Now is not the time for infighting. If it really comes to that, it would be exactly what Alipede wants. If Alipede really is among us, then do we have a lead? Don't worry, it will all be finished soon. Pietro put all his hopes in Jaiwin at the security control center. On the other side, as Escudo's intelligence personnel made consecutive mistakes, facing the death of team leader Marco, they were unable to concentrate and analyze the current situation. However, Jaiwin appeared unusually calm and composed. He believed that Alipede was a very clever disciple who had used minor tricks to create divisions internally, buying himself more time to act. But if Alipede was someone who liked to play tricks, he would definitely leave some clues. Suddenly, a terrified scream came from another workstation, and the man monitoring the CCTV shouted at the screen, saying that Alipede's whereabouts had been captured. The footage showed Corridor C on the 14th floor of the East area, where two security personnel raised their guns at a person and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Soon after, the corridor fell silent. However, in the footage, it seemed that something had grabbed their necks, and in an instant, they were lifted up. Then their heads were inserted into the ceiling. The surveillance video ended with a strange noise, leaving everyone puzzled. What does this mean? Jaiwin was also momentarily unable to make sense of it. Normally, surveillance doesn't capture sound, but due to Jaiwin's operation, the sound capturing function had been enabled. However, in the surveillance video where Marco was ambushed, there was no sound at all. Does this mean that the video of Marco was not actually filmed today? Realizing this, Jaiwin became extremely anxious and quickly called Pietro. Alipede is an exceptionally clever guy. Wait, let's talk about this later, Jaiwin suddenly said, as she detected a very familiar scent. Pietro seemed to sense something was amiss and anxiously shouted into the microphone, "Where are you now?" "Basement 1, West Hallway, Area F." After saying this, Jaiwin hung up. Pietro wanted to go immediately to support her, but was stopped by Costa. Costa believed that Pietro, not having cleared his suspicions, could not leave the room. Pietro had no time to explain, as talking more now would be of no use. However, two burly men immediately surrounded him, even more suspicious of Pietro's rash actions. Pietro then displayed a stern authority. "If you block me again, I will have to break your legs. You can try." Pietro immediately released a chilling murderous aura, knowing well that if he did not rush to support Jaiwan soon, the consequences would be irreparable. Suddenly, Pietro moved swiftly to Costa, a strong punch ready to launch. Costa sensed this deadly move and quickly ducked to avoid it. However, Pietro flipped over Costa's back, escaping the encirclement of the crowd. The two subordinates immediately wanted to pursue but were stopped by Costa. "Just now, that kid instantly grabbed my carotid artery. If he really wanted to do something, I would have met the king of hell already." Costa temporarily set aside his doubts about Pietro. "We have other things to do." On the other side, Jaiwan had already reached an underground storage warehouse. She casually tapped on a metal object nearby to determine the position of the person approaching. "The first thing I did when I got here was to turn on the recording function of the surveillance, and you deliberately leaked the prepared video, approaching me beforehand with some intent. Why? Why leave a scent that could be tracked? Should I call you Alipede or Team Leader Marco? The first time we met, I found it strange. It seemed like I had smelled this scent at some point. It is neither perfume nor the smell of a living person, but a special disguise scent. Does your head feel stuffy? Why not take it off since I can't see anyway?" Captain Marco gave a slight smile, then tore off his face, revealing a silver-haired youth, disciple Johann Alipede. He was only 28 years old, but had already participated in 187 assassination missions, with a success rate of 100%. Jaiwan wasted no time, immediately smashing the warehouse's electrical system with her cane, plunging the entire interior into darkness. Then, she disappeared from Alipede's sight. Alipede felt puzzled. Did she cut the power system to fight me on equal terms? If a person loses one sense, they will compensate with the others, and this is precisely what Jaiwan has trained: echolocation, the ability to perceive the position of objects through sound waves. "In this darkness, you're my prey." Suddenly, Jaiwan appeared behind Alipede, striking him with her cane and sending him flying. Alipede, impressed by her skill, acknowledged the techniques of one of Father Gabriel's killers. At that moment, Jaiwan hurled her cane directly at him. However, the scene before her was quite shocking. Normally, 80% of sensory information comes from the eyes, and in such dark conditions, ordinary people cannot make effective defenses. But Alipede precisely grabbed her cane, as if he could see everything in the dark. Neuroplasticity is the brain's ability to rewire itself and adapt to changes, like injuries or outside impacts. This helps the brain respond to stimuli and change behavior. It can be achieved through different types of training. Jaiwan spent 25 years of her youth forcibly training herself in echolocation, while Alipede has been an exceptional being since birth. The sense of disharmony she felt during their first encounter resurfaced, especially due to the device on his face, which emitted high-frequency sounds that even Jaiwan couldn't discern, seemingly having an effect. "I'm amazed. You've learned echolocation well. However, there is one thing you can't overcome, no matter how hard you try. People call it despair." Jaiwan finally realized that Alipede had been deliberately giving her signals to track because he despises smart people, especially having an unusual disdain for the blind. This is what they call like repels like. Facing such an opponent, Jaiwan was powerless to resist. As soon as she entered this space, Jaiwan had a bad feeling. The room was filled with ultra-high frequency vibrations over 20,000 Hz, which normal people could not perceive because such echoes can only be emitted by bats and received by their own kind. Jaiwan vaguely remembered what the doctor who took care of her after she became blind had said. "Although you are impressive, having mastered echolocation through your own training, you can only determine the approximate position and location. But some people are born blind, and they can grow to a level comparable to those with normal vision, even having a more precise perception of space. This is why Alipede could move freely in the dark. He was born blind, but his other senses surpassed those of all normal humans. His hearing, smell, touch, and taste were exceptionally sharp. This allowed him to perceive everything around him, even without sight. Alipede gave her no chance to breathe, nor did he show any mercy because she was a woman. Jaiwan, wounded by a blade, had not yet figured out a counter-strategy. The skills she had honed over 25 years of her youth seemed trivial in Alipede's eyes, and Alipede's echolocation was something she could not match, even if she trained for 100 or even 1,000 years. In this warehouse, Alipede seemed to have a 360-degree unobstructed view of the entire space. However, Jaiwan also discovered a clever trick. His senses were much sharper than normal people's, which also meant that his sensitivity to sound was far beyond that of ordinary people. Thus, Jaiwan picked up a hose and frantically struck the nearby metal rack, thinking Alipede would not be able to withstand the piercing sound and that this would be her chance to finish him off. Unexpectedly, he only pretended to react, but in reality, he was unbothered. In an instant, he pulled out 2 throwing knives and quickly launched them. The knives struck Jaiwan's arms, and Alipede immediately pulled the strings connected to them. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful knee strike to her. He stepped on Jaiwan, coldly saying, "I really hate my own kind. You are smart, which also makes you very aggressive. However, you are a great bait. Perhaps cutting something off you will make Pietro show up. Just then, Pietro appeared in front of Alipede as fast as lightning, delivering a heavy blow that sent him flying several meters, saving Jylin just in time. This rescue left Jylin stunned for a moment. As the smoke gradually cleared, Jylin told Pietro, "This person is Alipede, and he is also blind. Disabled or not, bullying my senior is not okay." Alipede, bewildered, thought, "Where did this kid come from, having such strong legwork? He looks barely in his 20s. Just then, the Escudo security team started to mobilize from outside. Alipede realized the situation was unfavorable and saw no need to continue fighting. He threw a throwing knife at Pietro, using the time to swiftly escape the scene. With his refined assassination skills, he easily evaded the Escudo guard team's search. However, Alipede felt a strange sensation. He had clearly blocked the hit, but his hand was numb. The young man's strength was not something ordinary people could match. Shortly after, Jylin was taken to a rest area for treatment. After a series of intelligence gathering, Pietro fell into deep thought. Alipede not only had excellent combat skills, but although he was blind, he still performed so precisely and terrifyingly. How could Alipede have perfectly disguised himself as Marco, now that his identity and appearance were exposed? To continue assassinations in such a tight security environment, there was only one answer. He would repeat his trick, disguising himself again as someone who could easily approach the target. Jylin felt anxious. "Then we should immediately go to protect the chairman." However, Pietro was unconcerned. "I've already arranged countermeasures around Choyung-chan." When Alipede, disguised as Costa, arrived at the door of the room, he found two tall female warriors guarding the entrance, ordering that no one be allowed to enter the room, regardless of whether you are the captain of the guard or any other identity. Choi Yun-chang's secretary sensed that the atmosphere was off and came to smooth things over. "If there's any verbal message that needs to be conveyed to the chairman, you can tell me, and I will pass it on." Costa handed over the briefcase he was carrying, informing her that it contained very important documents that must not be opened before they reach the chairman. Costa had no choice but to give up and left the scene. Pietro continued to look for clues, while Jylin indicated over the radio, "Alipede must have accomplices in this building, otherwise, he couldn't have gotten those disguise equipments." However, no other body has been found yet, so it's unclear who Alipede has now disguised himself as. The mystery might be revealed the moment the elevator doors open. Pietro encountered Costa just coming down from Choi Yun-chang's floor in the elevator and was slightly suspicious. Immediately hanging up on Jylin, the two stood in the elevator in silence, creating an awkward atmosphere. Pietro was the first to break the silence, asking, "Judging by the elevator floor, you went to the chairman's office, right? What happened?" "Yes, there was an important document that needed to be submitted." According to intelligence, Pietro was just a D-rank killer. However, Costa was surprised by the strength of the kick earlier. What puzzled him more was that this young man, from his scent and movements, seemed to be just a rookie, yet he possessed a maturity that belied his age, which was hard to understand. Pietro is 185 centimeters tall, weighs 84 kilograms, and has quite good physical fitness, with a very rhythmic breathing rate. Combining these factors, it's unlikely that he is just a D-rank killer. He should be at least A rank or above. Costa suddenly asked, "Do you know Pietro?" "From what I heard, Pietro is a legendary killer of glory, and everyone wants to catch him to claim the 7.6 billion reward. I would also like to meet him to see just how formidable he is." Pietro, using the alias Kim Sungu, responded nonchalantly, "For a D-rank killer like me, it's hard to meet such a person. Since you brought it up, I also have a curious question. I heard that Alipede mainly operates in Europe. Is his whereabouts really that hard to track? Why did he specifically come to Korea, if he's had a long feud with Escudo? Another thing, why does he only fight in the dark? He's strong enough to confront openly. Could it be because he's blind? But even so, he can't match Pietro. They're not on the same level." Alipede, under his disguise, was infuriated by this, but had to feign calmness, as he couldn't reveal his identity yet. "There's one more thing I almost forgot. This pen should be returned to you. A valuable item like this makes me feel a bit pressured holding it." Indeed, this pen is quite valuable, even hard to find in Europe. However, Pietro took out another pen and said, "But it seems I took the wrong one. You wouldn't mistake such a valuable item, would you?" After being exposed, Alipede became enraged. He then realized that this young man had set a trap for him from the beginning. High alertness combined with a nimble mind, Pietro was definitely not a simple character. "Is your eye blurry?" In fact, Pietro had been suspicious even before entering the elevator. He judged the authenticity based on everyone's professional habits. For instance, a prison guard, whether at home or at work, always closes all cabinet doors. A retired firefighter, even when the alarm rings at 5 in the morning, will reflexively get up and get dressed to act. The sign that Pietro picked up on came from his interaction with Costa. He noticed that if a blind person has learned Braille, they often unconsciously touch the textures of objects in their hands. But during his encounter with Costa, he exhibited none of these actions or habits, and such habits cannot be changed in just a day or two. Alipede could no longer conceal the truth and yelled, "Turn off the lights." Instantly, the entire elevator was as dark as night. In an instant, Alipede attacked Pietro with a knife, and it seemed Pietro was hurt and struggling. But Alipede didn't stop there. He stabbed Pietro multiple times. Then, on the 20th floor, the elevator doors opened and the lights had already come back on, where Alipede immediately fled. At this moment, Jilin was frantically shouting over the radio, worried about Pietro's safety. The sound of the fight suddenly stopped, making him extremely anxious. However, Pietro was not seriously harmed, just suffering some superficial injuries. He immediately informed Jilin, "Now you can go look for Costa's body." Pietro looked at the wounds on his body, acknowledging that Alipede was indeed strong. But by then, Alipede had already escaped into the ventilation duct. Pausing momentarily, he was puzzled, as he had just stabbed Pietro more than 50 times at his vital spots in that darkness. Pietro should not have been able to dodge his attacks. But in the moment of their struggle, Pietro made the correct response. He used the pen to find the precise angle to rub against the blade, creating a faint glow, ensuring some visibility inside the elevator. This was the first time Alipede felt such strong murderous intent, even wanting to kill this young man who was not originally a target. The value displayed by Pietro made Alipede consider killing him. At that moment, Alipede said over the radio, "The situation is getting more complicated now. We can initiate that plan." Pietro also felt an ominous sensation. If Alipede could easily enter this building and obtain various disguise tools, then his accomplice must be someone who could indirectly control the building. Moreover, this person could freely access any location, even being able to approach Choi Eun-chang at any time. This meant that Alipede's accomplice was likely within the chairman's core team. That person was the secretary who had always been lurking beside Chairman Choi Eun-chang. Pietro tensed up, realizing he needed to quickly return to Choi Eun-chang's side. The 12-year-old blind boy Alipede loved white rabbits because they, like him, had pale skin and blood-red pupils. If any peer tried to harm his pet, he would ruthlessly resist. From that moment, he was considered an oddity by others. His classmates not only exploited his blindness by swapping his food for leftovers, but also frequently abused him. Because he could not see, he was unable to fight back, and gradually, his character became more introverted. However, on one stormy night, Alipede discovered his beloved rabbit was missing. It turned out that the bullies had captured the rabbit and subjected it to inhumane torture. By the time Alipede arrived at the scene, the rabbit was already dead. He frenziedly sought revenge, but Alipede was no match for those people and was quickly overwhelmed. He held the rabbit and wept bitterly, the pain stemming not just from the rabbit's death, but also because his last bit of self-confidence had been completely shattered. At that moment, a sudden flash of lightning caused a short circuit in the cabin, plunging the room into darkness. The bullies panicked, fumbling forward in the dark. However, for Alipede, who was already accustomed to darkness, this was his most familiar environment. Using his exceptionally sharp hearing, he easily pinpointed the bullies' locations and sensed their fear and unrest. He stepped forward and punched the leader, who had no power to resist and even thought he had encountered a ghost, begging for mercy repeatedly. When their teacher arrived at the cabin in the rain, the inside was splattered with blood, and the others were silent, leaving only Alipede standing in the center. From that day, he realized he could become better and stronger. Later, in a village in Malta in 2017, known as Popeye Village, Alipede kept a house full of rabbits. However, he discovered two figures lurking behind him, none other than Glory's Raphael and his servant. Faced with their uninvited visit, Alipede did not show them any kindness. The servant, Octopus, felt that everyone should give some respect to his boss, but this kid showed no such courtesy, so he suggested breaking his legs first. Unexpectedly, the moment Octopus raised his gun, Alipede had already moved in front of him, and before Octopus could pull the trigger, Alipede had struck him several punches, disassembling the handgun into pieces. "If I had a blade in my hand, you would have died 13 times over, not just lost the ability to move." Facing Alipede's arrogance, Raphael was not angry but instead delighted. Because he always appreciated capable people, he was very keen to recruit Alipede as his subordinate. Raphael told him that the current Glory Corporation was no longer the old Glory, but had become the brand new Glory Club. Raphael tossed a business card to Alipede and used a reverse psychology tactic, claiming that there is someone in Korea beyond his imagination, sparking Alipede's interest. "Although he's already an old man, I think he's better at assassination than you. If you're interested, give me a call." After Glory dropping this remark, Alipede, wanting to prove his strength, ultimately became a disciple of Glory. As Alipede recalled these past events, a danger signal came through his earpiece. "A large number of Escudo guards are heading to your room, and they are all very angry." Alipede calmly responded to the secretary, "Don't worry, because they are all already dead. How are things on Choi Eun-chang's end?" At that moment, the secretary was carrying the briefcase Alipede had given her, heading to Choi Eun-chang's room. But what she didn't expect was that Ariana and Grande, the two female warriors, now wouldn't even allow her, the secretary, to come within a step of Choi Eun-chang. The secretary incredulously demanded, "Why can't I go in either? It's not that you can't go in, but before you do, we must thoroughly check the items you're carrying to ensure the chairman's safety." When they opened the briefcase, it wasn't important documents inside, but a syringe and a bottle of poison. Seeing her plan exposed, the secretary quickly pulled out a sharp knife. Although she remained outwardly calm, inside she was panicking. She knew very well that she couldn't defeat these two. According to the ranking of Glory's killers, these two female warriors were at least B rank, having been Israeli mercenaries for 13 years and participated in 273 special missions. Despite this, the secretary still tried to confront these two powerful female warriors. However, before any fight could occur, the outcome was already determined. She had no chance of winning. The secretary repeatedly pleaded for mercy, claiming she had no choice but to follow Glory's orders. Just then, Alipede suddenly appeared behind her and, without hesitation, cut her throat. By showing your face like this, doesn't it mean you're exposing yourself to public view? Isn't assassination important anymore? Even if you see my face, it won't hinder my assassination plans, because the foundation of a successful assassination is that as long as there are no witnesses left alive, it's a successful operation. Soon after, Pietro and Jaiwan arrived at the scene. As soon as they approached, Jaiwan unconsciously covered her nose. The air was thick with the scent of blood. The beautiful secretary and the two female warriors were all lying on the ground. Pietro told Jaiwan to check on Choi Eun-chang first, while he approached Ariana, who weakly handed him a mobile phone. On the other end of the phone was Alipede, who said to Pietro, "I hope you can come to the weapons warehouse on the 10th basement level. I still have some unresolved matters. If you don't come, you won't be able to protect Choi Eun-chang." Before he could finish, Jaiwan suddenly yelled inside the room. Pietro immediately ran into Choi Eun-chang's office, finding a remote-controlled bomb strapped around Choi Eun-chang's neck. Pietro knew that if he didn't go to the weapons warehouse, the bomb would be detonated immediately. He began to ran to the 10th basement level while arranging for Jaiwan to notify the bomb disposal team to come for the rescue, as he needed to buy enough time to give Choi Eun-chang a chance to survive. Even knowing it was a trap, he had no other choice. "I have to go." Jaiwan looked dazed as she watched Pietro's retreating figure, and he left her with the words, "I am Pietro, and that name should be enough answer for you." With that, he didn't look back as he headed to his destination. Jaiwan couldn't help but exclaim, "The guy is so fucking cool." Not long after, Pietro arrived at the weapons warehouse on the 10th basement level. The shelves were loaded with an array of offensive weapons. Pietro carefully observed his surroundings, pondering why Alipede had chosen this place for their final showdown. Alipede didn't hide himself but faced Pietro openly. He knew, despite Pietro's youthful appearance, he had reached heights impossible for his peers. This wasn't prejudice against the young, but a judgment based on facts. Alipede, though blind, had exceptional perception, and he said, "From your actions, you must be Pietro, right? But before I kill you, I'll let you taste an appetizer." Pietro glared at Alipede, coldly saying, "If you press that switch, you will disappear without a trace." Alipede chuckled in response, "If that really happens, that would be great. Now, the party has officially begun. And what's a party without some music?" At that moment, Pietro was on the ground, trembling. "Do you know what you just did?" "Of course I do. I have something I've been dying to show you." Despair. As the words fell, the warehouse was plunged into darkness. "From this point forward, I'm going to make you experience a deeper level of pain." Pietro thought back to his former colleague, Johan, who even with thermal imaging equipment couldn't cope with Alipede's special abilities. This meant that traditional methods could not solve the current predicament. Just then, Alipede hurled knives at Pietro, who, unable to see in the darkness, struggled to dodge or block the attack. "You're nothing special. In the end, you can't do anything in the dark," Alipede mocked, already positioning himself behind Pietro. Facing this fight without any visibility, Pietro felt a bit annoyed, but he knew he had to stay calm to face Alipede's attacks. Pietro bided his time, waiting for Alipede to get close before launching a counterattack. However, Alipede anticipated this and delivered a heavy blow, sending Pietro flying. Struggling to cope with Alipede's attacks in the darkness, Pietro felt incapacitated by the invisible dilemma. Seeing his state, Alipede sneered, "This doesn't seem like the person who was tough-talking in the elevator." Pietro slowly got up and said, "I admit you are a very dangerous opponent and the first human I've encountered who can fight like this in the darkness, but your prized weapon is about to be destroyed." Having said that, Pietro pulled out a flare from behind him, and the confined warehouse was instantly illuminated. However, Alipede hesitated not a bit to cut off the flare, and the warehouse gradually returned to darkness. "Just a flare, why not destroy it?" Pietro smiled slightly, obviously not relying on the flare to fight Alipede. Using echolocation in the dark is indeed a great skill, but it still has one key weakness: fire suppression system. If we introduce various different sound waves into this scenario to create confusion, how would you cope then? Alipede suddenly felt uneasy. Now his echolocation became unclear in this environment, and everything was at a stalemate. Originally, Pietro's looking around upon entering was to locate the fire suppression system. The flare was not for illumination, but to create a lot of smoke, triggering the smoke detectors in the warehouse. Despite this, Alipede still forced a calm demeanor and said coldly, "This sprinkler system will not last long due to the small amount of smoke. Just wait it out, and you will still end up in my hands." Facing Alipede's onslaught, Pietro seemed unconcerned, for he had already noticed some subtle clues. "For someone obsessed with perfect assassinations, you're warning me about blowing up the target soon to be assassinated? You definitely wouldn't do that. Choi Eun-chang hasn't died from the sound of that bomb. They must must all be fine. You actually detonated a bomb elsewhere. Is it because you failed to kill me that your self-esteem was severely hurt? You have a strong sense of inferiority towards someone stronger than you. Does this make you feel defeated? Or just smile a bit, it might make your sad face look better. Alipede instantly flew into a rage, shouting, "How could you possibly understand what I've been through?" and charged at Pietro with a karambit knife. Suddenly, Pietro smiled and said, "It's because of your anger that I've found a chance to catch you. You're like a beetle, using a hard shell to protect a fragile heart. Those who appear confident on the surface are actually very afraid of being exposed. So, get ready, let's see how long your armor can last." As he finished speaking, Alipede and Pietro's battle truly began. Pietro landed an extremely precise punch directly to Alipede's stomach, hitting his liver. A liver shot can cause so much pain that one cannot breathe, a very deadly attack in combat. However, Alipede, enduring the severe pain, did not let out a single cry of pain. Since that's the case, next up are the intercostal spaces, the throat, sternum, abdominal cavity, wing point. Although you have great willpower, no matter how tough, you will eventually break down in face of this pain. Just then, Pietro paused slightly. Alipede's eyes turned red, followed by an angry roar. He suddenly exerted force, a knee strike aimed directly at Pietro's stomach, the power seeming to step up a notch. Alipede's erratic legwork caught Pietro off guard. At this moment, Pietro realized that Alipede was not just enduring the pain through willpower, but was driven by the pride ingrained in his soul. This pride controlled his will, making him willing to pay any price to win this fight. The next moment shocked Pietro. Such a fierce blow should have knocked Alipede out, but he still stood up, relying on his strong willpower, as if nothing had happened. Using a handcuff to break the balance in the fight in the dark was indeed a good idea, but you should have held me tighter. The sprinkler system hasn't stopped yet. Even if your hands are free, you still can't see. Can you? Alipede, thoughtful, murmured softly. This kid is indeed right. If so, let's change the location to a place without sound wave interference. But suddenly, Pietro followed through, preparing to deliver a knee strike. Is it really okay for it to be this bright here? Alipede blocked the attack with a kick, causing Pietro to recognize Alipede's ability to make split-second decisions. Your combat effectiveness decreases in the dark, but for me, as long as the sound waves are not disturbed, it makes no difference whether it is dark or light. Feel the fear of despair. There are no sprinklers here, nor anything that can create light. Now, how will you respond? Although you are the first opponent since Johan to excite me, he lost to me because he relied on vision, and you are the same. In the darkness, you can't stop my attacks, let alone resist. However, before Alipede could attack, he was hit by Pietro. Alipede wondered internally, how did he cope with my sneak attack in the dark? He shouldn't have been able to see. Could it be that my senses haven't fully recovered? He decided to try again, this time moving faster and more covertly, making it impossible for Pietro to predict his movements. However, Alipede was left disoriented by the blows he received. He couldn't understand why Pietro could still catch his rhythm despite being unable to see. You've done well enough. If I continued fighting like that, I would definitely lose to you. But you might have forgotten, the handcuffs I put on you earlier have already tightly bound you. Once something is locked, you can't easily get rid of it. Alipede was completely stunned. What is this kid talking about? I've already unlocked my handcuffs myself. Why would there still be something binding me that I can't shake off? He was confused, not understanding what method Pietro had used that made him feel still bound. As Alipede was too focused on the fight, he suddenly noticed a familiar scent. It was the smell of luminous paint. Pietro had covered the handcuffs with luminous paint, and his own sleeve cuffs had long been smeared with the glowing paint. From the beginning, Pietro had observed his surroundings, used the flare to trigger the sprinkler system, and then lured himself to the entrance where it was bright. All of this was to charge the luminous paint. This guy, how far into the future can he see? Alipede marveled inwardly. When exactly did you start planning all this? Echolocation is your most powerful weapon, something I learned about from Jaiwan before, so I had her put luminous paint in the elevator. I had to prepare at least one decent weapon to counter you. Alipede waved his hand. It seems I was wrong from the start, not to fight someone with brains this way. Now that it's bright enough, you can see clearly. Next, there's no more cunning, only a straightforward contest of strength. A fair duel, no excuses if you lose. He threw a karambit knife to Pietro. Pietro looked at the weapon on the ground, thinking, this guy's got some spirit. I quite like dealing with someone like him. As Pietro picked up the karambit, Alipede said, come on, young Pietro. As they charged toward each other, Alipede sensed Pietro in front of him, but Pietro was too fast, striking with the karambit before delivering a heavy blow. Despite this, Alipede quickly retaliated, launching multiple strikes with his own karambit. Alipede watched the unfolding scene in disbelief. Pietro's skill was superb, using the karambit fluidly and naturally, nothing like Raphael had described. Alipede recalled what Raphael had said when he recruited him. Pietro rarely uses weapons, and there's a famous quote of his, using a weapon would make the fight too easy. Although Alipede didn't understand why Raphael would say that, it was indeed what he had said. Despite his reluctance to admit it, in this confrontation, he had truly lost to the young man before him, Pietro. There was no way Alipede could withstand Pietro. No one had ever escaped from him before, and now, he could neither see nor touch Pietro, let alone catch him. Even with his strong strongest skill of echolocation, he still couldn't grasp Pietro's movements. What exactly is going on? Could it be because of that knife? Just then, a flash of light passed, and Pietro appeared in front of him. Echolocation once again locked onto Pietro's position, but even seeing him now was pointless. Pietro closed in instantly, and Alipede could no longer respond to his moves. All resistance was futile. Could this young man really be an existence I cannot surpass? Alipede found himself facing an unavoidable question. Just surrender now. Your pectoral muscles are already torn. The more you move now, the more blood you will lose. Although Alipede was reluctant to admit defeat and even more unwilling to concede, he knew Pietro was right. The situation could no longer be changed. In the previous assault, his left arm had already become immobile. What he found most incomprehensible was why Pietro's knife skills were so formidable. It had taken him over a decade to master the techniques that Pietro handled so adeptly. How did he train his knife fighting skills? The karambit is not a weapon one can master simply. You, a young man who looks barely over 20, how could you possibly use it so skillfully? Alipede was full of doubts. All of this seemed so unreal. At that moment, Pietro slowly walked towards Alipede, saying, "If you wish, I can turn off this light for you, because now you can only move your right arm, and you're completely unable to resist my two hands." However, Alipede suddenly bit down hard on Pietro's arm, clinging fiercely, claiming, "Even if I die, I won't let go of this hand." Faced with Alipede's stubborn resistance, Pietro struck with precision, directly breaking his masseter muscle. "Are you sure you won't let go? Biting power comes from your masseter muscle. Once it's hit, even a 400-kilogram silverback gorilla would let go. Do you understand now? This is our difference. There are some things, no matter how proud you are, you just can't do." Alipede, wiping the blood from his mouth, slowly said, "You say your name is Kim Sung-gu? I will remember that name." After saying this, he immediately got up and cut off the flare. Having adjusted to the light for a long time, Pietro suddenly found himself plunged into darkness, making everything around him even more difficult to discern. However, not long after, a special operations team appeared behind Pietro. Pietro raised his hands, signaling he had no hostile intent, and Alipede, hearing the movement of these special forces, had already left the scene early. Pietro sighed internally. The more he understood Alipede, the more incredible he found him. If he could use his abilities for good, it would be a boon for the general public. At that moment in the Dea Group's ground floor lobby, various armed personnel were frequently mobilized. Just as Jaiwan asked if there was any news of Kim Sung-gu, a white-haired man quickly passed by them. This scent immediately caught Jaiwan's attention, and she then found an extra note in her pocket. Opening the note, Jaiwan saw a string of braille messages that read, "Let's practice echolocation again next time." Looking up, the white-haired man had already left the building. What exactly does he still want to play at? Later, Pietro and Jaiwan went to treatment room. Thankfully, everyone was rescued in time, and there were no life-threatening injuries. The bomb on Choi Yun-chang's neck also did not explode. According to the doctor, none of them had sustained fatal injuries. Hearing this, Pietro pondered, then asked the secretary, "When did you start becoming a spy for Glory?" "Actually, I've been a spy from the beginning, like many others embedded inside the Dea Group. As long as Glory commands, my whole family would be killed." On the way out of the hospital, Jaiwan asked in confusion, "Why did you let Alipede go?" "You're not someone who lets a caught fish escape, because I believe that Alipede will definitely help us in the future. Take the long view, and you'll understand later." After that, Raphael was practicing handstands with one hand. Sitting beside him was Alipede, who had survived an assassination attempt. Raphael, full of confusion, asked, "Choi Yun-chang isn't dead. Were you also attacked by Pietro?" Pietro wasn't in that building. Just then, a noise startled them. "Looks like someone has come back with their tail between their legs. What a useless failure." A man dressed in a Chinese martial arts uniform walked in. His short, neat hair emphasized his calm and composed demeanor, known by the codename Thaddeus. Faced with such mockery, Alipede casually threw a flying knife, but Thaddeus easily caught it between two fingers, unharmed. Raphael did not intervene, curious to see the sparks that would fly between the world's finest assassin and the top martial artist. It was said that Thaddeus possessed extraordinary, god-level skills. As tensions mounted between the two, Raphael interjected, "All right, let's stop here. It's time to discuss our next plan." But Alipede showed no interest. "I plan to go and kill that young man alone." After saying this, he left without looking back. Facing Thaddeus's questions, Alipede gave no response. Thaddeus then gave himself a thumbs up, smiling, "Are you asking me to go kill Choi Yun-chang? I'm pretty good, you know." However, Raphael had no intention of taking that action. He had another plan. "I have a better way to test Choi Yun-chang's loyalty, which is for me, personally, to meet the chairman of the Dea Group." The man could never have guessed Raphael would have such intentions. When Raphael arrived at the Dea Group building, he was stopped by special forces at the entrance. "There has been a terrorist attack here. Not even the president of Korea can enter." However, the next second, Raphael picked up the special forces soldier like a small animal, blasted through the doors, and walked straight in. Everyone who saw this was shocked, daring not to move. Raphael never cared for these formalities. Whatever he wanted to do, not even the president of Korea could stop him. In Korea, there was nowhere he wanted to go that he couldn't. Next, he wanted to see Choi Yun-chang to find out his stance. At that moment, Choi Yun-chang received a call. Someone has forced their way in, insisting on seeing you. When Choi Eun-chang heard the name Raphael, he panicked. Why would he come here? Incredulously looking towards the office door, Raphael, carrying a person's corpse, strode into Choi Eun-chang's office. Chairman Raphael, why have you come here? You don't welcome me? Is there a guest here, or something else? You shouldn't treat your visitor this way. Given the current situation, I hope you can understand me. No choice. I heard you were in danger and came straight here. I've seen the news about the terrorist attack. Thank you very much for your concern, Chairman Raphael, but things haven't gotten too serious. Did someone help you? Or maybe I should ask, did disciple Pietro come here? Choi Eun-chang had seen many people's gazes, but only Raphael's gaze made him feel terrified and extraordinarily dreadful, because in this world, no one else has a gaze like Raphael's. Choi Eun-chang could only feign composure. If Pietro had been here, my men would have caught him by now. Good. I also believe Chairman Choi would not secretly contact Pietro. However, no matter what, you should tie your tie more securely. Otherwise, even if you are the chairman of the Deha group, it will be hard to keep your neck safe. Choi Eun-chang was completely panicked. Although he indeed had not seen Pietro, saying the wrong thing in front of Raphael could mean immediate death. His mind flashed back to his interactions with Kim Sung-gu, casual conversations, and overhearing his talk with Simon. Kim Sung-gu's reckless courage reminded Choi Eun-chang of Pietro's shadow. He secretly resolved not to betray Pietro's grandson because of this. Glory has so many excellent killers. They must be able to catch Pietro. Seeing Choi Eun-chang's nervous demeanor, Raphael thought it unlikely he was lying, and somewhat bored, prepared to leave. But before he did, he said, however, if you have something to say, it's best to tell me in advance. If you contact Pietro behind my back, you will bear the consequences. If I find out the truth, I will personally tear you to pieces, even if it offends the entire Deha group. After that, an emergency alarm suddenly went off in the corporate hospital. Pietro and Jaiwan followed the doctor's footsteps to Choi Eun-chang's office, where the scene that greeted Pietro completely dumbfounded him. At this moment, Choi Eun-chang was on the verge of collapse, spouting incomprehensible ramblings. Jaiwan learned that Raphael had been here, and afterwards, Choi Eun-chang had turned into his current state. It was said that due to the immense pressure from Raphael, even renowned psychiatrists were helpless, and tranquilizers couldn't calm Choi Eun-chang down. Pietro suddenly noticed an item belonged to Choi Eun-chang, a worn hat, said to have a stabilizing effect on Choi Eun-chang's emotions. Seeing the hat, Pietro instantly understood everything. He immediately ordered everyone to leave the room. He wanted to talk to Chairman Choi alone. The doctors were puzzled, feeling it unreasonable to leave under such circumstances, but Jaiwan could only persuade them briefly, and eventually, everyone left and closed the door. Pietro looked at Choi Eun-chang before him with great compassion, hoping Choi Eun-chang could calm down and listen to a few words from him. There are no more spies from Raphael here, you can rest assured. But Choi Eun-chang couldn't take in any words, repeatedly mumbling, Deha group is just a toy for Glory, an ant that can be controlled and crushed at any time. I could be crushed by Raphael at any moment, and it all means nothing. Pietro suddenly shouted, do you really want to disappoint me? Have you forgotten the promise that day? Hearing this, Choi Eun-chang was stunned and recalled past events, gradually regaining some lucidity. It was 1978, and snow was falling heavily in Moscow. On the railway, Choi Eun-chang vividly remembered when Pietro saved him. Pietro admonished the young Choi Eun-chang, there's a long way to go to Korea, don't lose track. As they prepared to leave, Pietro sensed something was off. He asked Choi Eun-chang to wait, to sit on a bench, cover his ears, and count loudly to 10. Although Choi Eun-chang didn't understand why, he complied. After Choi Eun-chang's emotions stabilized, Pietro turned back to the end of the train car. Behind the car, two attackers thought Pietro had discarded his gun and could easily control the situation. As they raised their weapons, Pietro had already disappeared from sight. Before the count of 10 was complete, Pietro had already appeared at the rear of the car, swiftly dealing with the two men who collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Choi Eun-chang witnessed this, thrilled by the excitement, thinking Pietro was incredibly cool. No one had ever so grandly stood out in his mind before. On the way back to Korea, Pietro spoke very seriously to Choi Eun-chang. There will be many more dangerous days like today, and you will face many trials. I cannot always be by your side. However, the young Choi Eun-chang did not understand. He only felt safe when he was with Pietro. Pietro seemed to read his mind, and then said, then take the hat you are wearing on your head as a part of me. We agree that you must become a strong person. If one day you see me again, just don't let me feel embarrassed. The young Choi Eun-chang cried with joy, agreeing to Pietro's promise. Choi Eun-chang, what's wrong with you? Didn't you promise yourself to grow up strong? It's time to stand up. The people below are looking up to you. Choi Eun-chang trembled. He had thought such things impossible, even doubting whether he had been mistaken when he first met Pietro. He had also doubted, when he heard Simon mention Pietro's name, whether it was a hallucination due to his age. Are you really Pietro? Since that day, I have never forgotten you, dreaming of seeing you again. But this is too incredible. Choi Eun-chang, I'm glad to see you've grown up well. Soon after, the office door opened, and Choi Eun-chang stood before everyone looking spirited, as if he had never suffered any mental anguish. Behind him, Jaiwan looked puzzled. What exactly did you do to make him recover so suddenly? Pietro just smiled faintly, not explaining much, only saying, this is the best outcome. After handling the affairs of the Deha group, they started their journey home. Jaiwan was somewhat irate, complaining, "Do they only come forward when needed and step back when not? Not even a gesture of appreciation." However, Pietro handed her a letter. Jaiwan scoffed, "I don't want any thank you note." But when she opened it, she was surprised to find that it was a casually issued black card, which could even buy an island without a problem. The car was filled with laughter and joy, and from there, Pietro decided to return to school. The next day, the classroom was noisy. Dako Hyung and Dako Jae asked Pietro, "Where have you been fooling around these days?" Before they could finish, Lee Yuna hurried over, looking tense. "There's been a big problem. It's said that Glory is about to dismiss D-rank killers." She mentioned that there was a letter from Glory that stated, "All D-rank killers must undergo a test, and those ranked below 100 out of 336 killers will be laid off." Dako Hyung and Dako Jae completely broke down. Their bottom rankings could never squeeze into the top 100. However, Pietro seemed to have anticipated everything and remained exceptionally calm. Just then, the classroom door was pushed open, and seeing the newcomer, Dako Hyung and Dako Jae immediately froze in shock, their faces turning pale, while only Lee Yuna blushed slightly. The visitor was Keijio, the poison leopard disciple who had once fought with Pietro. Keijio's arrival completely dumbfounded Dako Hyung and Dako Jae, while Lee Yuna was puzzled about why this person had come here. As it turned out, Keijio had returned to Jaiwan's secret base after visiting the headquarters of Glory. Everyone was puzzled why Keijio had suddenly come back after leaving. Pietro hoped Jaiwan would leave temporarily because Keijio probably had something to say. When Jaiwan left the room, Keijio finally opened up and spoke freely. "I've seen all the disciples of Glory, but none as formidable as you. Who are you, really? I really want to know." Facing this question, Pietro did not evade it, saying calmly, "If I really tell you, what would you do? Would you believe it? Since I came here, regardless of whether you say you are Pietro or someone else, I have no reason not to believe." Pietro stated indifferently, "Yes, I am Pietro." Keijio paused. Then after a long moment of contemplation, his face filled with disbelief. How can this be? Pietro is supposed to be a man in his 60s or 70s. He had confidently claimed he would believe anything, but now he found himself conflicted. Just then, Keijio suddenly remembered some details. The skills Pietro demonstrated in combat and his precise control of the battleground were indeed impeccable, showing a strong foundation. Keijio began to waver, thinking, perhaps he really does have the ability to confront Raphael. Keijio's expression darkened, and he slowly said, "I went back to see Raphael, but with my current strength, I simply cannot compete with those disciples or Raphael himself. Just like you said, no one really taught me how to fight. Though the world is full of unbelievable things, one thing I am sure of, you are much stronger than I am. So, I beg you to teach me. I want to become stronger. I have an insurmountable pain in my heart for Yuka, whom I wish to avenge. Please, train me to be capable of revenge, master." Pietro frowned, finding these words somewhat embarrassing. "Stand up and say what you have to say without making it cringeworthy." However, Keijio played the fool. "If you don't agree, I will remain kneeling here." As Keijio stubbornly knelt, Pietro suddenly said something that completely shocked him. "I don't let my students kneel easily, but I have a very important task to entrust to you." Keijio immediately stood up straight, ready to take any command. "Whatever the order, I will do my best." Pietro then explained that the task was actually to train 3 D-rank killers. With their meager skills, it's nearly impossible for them to break into the top 100 of the D-rank killers. Upon hearing this, Lee Yuna was furious, exclaiming, "Who has meager skills? What rank are you in Glory?" If not for brothers Dako Hyung and Dako Jae holding her back, the scene could have escalated into a bloody confrontation. Pietro quietly instructed Keijio, "Because of my identity, it's inappropriate for me to train them openly, so I'm delegating this task to you." Thus, Keijio accepted his master's first task. Lee Yuna defiantly said, "I've survived hellish training. What special training methods could you possibly have? Just ordinary training, nothing special." However, moments later, they were all taken to a towering cliff. Each person had to climb up carrying a 300-kilogram rock, and any mistake could be fatal. If you don't tread on the edge of death, you cannot become strong, let alone hope to break into the top 100. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Glory, recent events had caught the attention of the upper echelons. These events seemed to have one thing in common. Whenever a Glory killer was at the scene, traces of Pietro were found. The movements of Glory are known only to those inside the group. Even someone like Pietro couldn't possibly know these secrets. If he has infiltrated Glory, it would be difficult for such a revered figure to go unnoticed. He couldn't possibly be running around acting everywhere. So let's think about it this way. Is it possible he is hiding among the most numerous group of assassins, disguising himself? He is someone who can turn the impossible into possible. We need to question everything and not overlook any possibility. Pietro can't hide his skills, but we can't find any trace of him. So, is it possible that he, like Alipede, is disguising himself among the crowd? Hanging from the rooftop, Thaddeus scoffed and said, "I seem to have thought of a very interesting game that might just lure Pietro out." Meanwhile, at Jaiwan's secret base, they're going to lay off the D-rank killers ranked below 100. Such a thing has never happened in the history of Glory. They obviously have discovered something. We don't yet know what they're plotting, so we can't act rashly. Even so, are you still going to go? If I don't go, it will raise even more suspicions. Unfortunately, I have to go. Keiichiro originally wanted to go with him, but because his face and status as a disciple of glory were too conspicuous, he had to give up and couldn't go along. A week later, all D-rank killers were sent to Glory's new headquarters. The place had a chilling name, Death Island. Pietro hadn't expected things to escalate to this point. The meeting place turned out to be a desolate island, gathering all the killers hidden in the city here. No one knew exactly how Glory headquarters planned to conduct the strength division. At that moment, a host appeared on the plaza's display screen, introducing himself. I am Koli Ma. Welcome to Death Island. To reshape the image of Glory, this event has been organized quite abruptly. I hope all the promising D-rank killers here can survive and earn greater honors. This test is very simple. Over the next 48 hours, you just need to survive on this island. Of course, this is not just a survival test. Starting now, you are free to choose opponents to fight. The winner of the fight can take the loser's killer credential. After 48 hours, rankings will be determined based on the number of credentials you hold, and the top 100 will pass the test. The rest will be laid off. There are no limits to the fighting, and the format is arbitrary. You can choose to run, hide, or steal someone else's credentials. It's up to you how to get them. There are no rules. Just fight to your heart's content. Now, you have 30 minutes to prepare. I'll see you in 48 hours to find out who will be the last one standing. Immediately, all killers began to prepare, donning specific operational gear, each piece marked with their ranking number. However, Pietro was deep in thought, pondering the deeper meaning behind this test. It seemed Glory was prepared. The apparel raised a serious issue. The numbers clearly marked everyone's original ranking. For example, number 335 meant you could instantly determine that this person's strength was relatively low, and 336 was the bottom-ranked killer. This meant that those ranked higher could easily target weaker opponents based on the numbers. Also, the island was equipped with numerous CCTVs to record everything that happened. This meant Glory intended to closely monitor everyone's every move. If Pietro showed any anomaly, it would be immediately noticed. They wanted to use this test to verify if Pietro was among the D-rank killers. Although it was still not certain if Pietro was a D-rank killer, this test was undoubtedly a probe. Thus, Pietro had to hide his abilities, demonstrating only enough skill to fit into the 336th spot while still managing to break into the top 100 in the test. Although it sounded simple, the actual execution was fraught with difficulties. Pietro hoped no unnecessary complications would arise. Just then, a commotion erupted as the person with number 330 badge shouted loudly. This person was the current disciple, Thaddeus, who exclaimed, "Everyone, look here. My name is Butterfly, ranked 330. I came here today to confirm something, and I hope everyone will cooperate. Rumor has it Pietro is here, and I want to find his whereabouts. But we can't just go around pinching everyone's face. So, I've thought of a method. If you are really Pietro, please raise your hand and let me know who you are." Regarding this, Pietro fell into deep thought. This is clearly a variable sent by Glory, and he needs to figure out Thaddeus's real purpose to see what unexpected things he plans to do in this test. Just then, Thaddeus suddenly widened his eyes because he saw Pietro, in front of everyone, raised his hand. Thaddeus's face showed ecstatic delight. "Are you really Pietro?" Pietro did not answer him directly, but coldly said, "Does this pique your interest, Butterfly?" Thaddeus was dumbfounded. He had always thought he was looking for an elderly man in his 60s or 70s, not the young man in front of him. The other onlookers jeered, thinking Pietro was crazy to believe he was the legendary Pietro. However, Thaddeus showed a delightfully surprised expression as if he truly believed the young man before him was Pietro. Pietro's action was actually to dispel everyone's doubts and avoid unnecessary disturbances. Although he was still unclear about Thaddeus's motives, at least he had temporarily eased the situation. "You should take a closer look at the situation around you. Suppose Pietro is really mixed in the crowd as you said. Do you think he would expose his identity by searching for him so ostentatiously? He would only hide deeper. If you think this method will find him, then pretend I never said anything." After hearing this, Thaddeus smirked and suddenly made a probing kick towards Pietro's head, but stopped just before making contact. The two brothers standing nearby were stunned and couldn't believe what they were seeing. How could he be so reckless with his own brother? However, only Pietro noticed the subtlety of Thaddeus's kick. What seemed like a normal kick actually concealed great strength. This kick blended a middle kick, a Brazilian kick, and a front side kick, changing the trajectory 3 times in a short period, cleverly hiding his true intent to attack. Fast and skilled, this person was definitely not an easy opponent. Just then, Dako Hyung stepped forward and put an arm around Thaddeus's shoulder, saying, "Don't pick on those weaker than you. Fight with a real man like me." Thaddeus scoffed and brushed off his hand. "It was just a joke. Lighten up." He then stepped forward and pinched Pietro's cheek. "See you next time, brother 336. Thaddeus thought to himself, this kid has something, definitely not as weak as those idiots said. On the contrary, when I changed the trajectory of my kick, his eyes followed my leg. He saw through all the attack paths, and he was not afraid at all, showing exceptional confidence. Is this kid really just D rank? This will be interesting." Meanwhile, the two brothers and Lee Yuno were full of fighting spirit spirit, feeling that advancing a few hundred ranks wasn't a problem. However, Pietro became serious. So far, the risk factor is still very high. Think about it. Who would people with higher rankings prefer to attack first? Simply put, the four of us have just become targets for 332 people. Hearing this, the two brothers panicked and hastily asked, "Then what should we do? The only way we can survive is to stick together." Accompanied by a huge noise from the screen, the survival game on Death Island officially began. Pietro was very clear that most killers had the same idea at the moment: to disperse, find a suitable place to hide, as the primary goal was to avoid elimination, then consider how to seize others' credentials later. But there was a problem at hand: the island's surveillance system. Pietro understood that he couldn't use his full strength at will, which meant he had to move together with these three scatterbrains. Pietro resolutely told them, "Remember to stick close to me. I have a way to keep us all alive." No one expected that Pietro would lead them into the forest. The two brothers couldn't help but complain. Normally, there's plenty of food and water on the east side of the island, where there are good supplies. There's even a bunker in the south that can be used as a defensive point. And you're taking us to this broken factory. What are you thinking? The answer is simple. Everyone knows those two places are good, which means the fighting there will be very fierce. If we go there, we would become prime targets. So we have to choose a place that no one pays attention to. However, despite this, the thing Pietro was worried about still happened. A person silently followed them, and Pietro could not be sure what this person's intentions were. Maybe he had something to do with Raphael, but rashly driving him away would only expose himself and be more dangerous. Now, it was like having a time bomb by his side, making Pietro extra cautious. At that moment in the factory, several assassins ranked over 300 had gathered. These were people that Pietro had called over because he believed that those ranked higher would preferentially attack those with lower ranks. Therefore, those with lower ranks should not fight among themselves, but instead cooperate to ensure they aren't eliminated. Then think about how to obtain more credentials later. It's a win-win cooperation. Lee Yuna agreed, believing that making enemies under these circumstances would only make things worse. Following Pietro's strategy indeed increased their chances of survival on Death Island. Pietro then shared his plan for entering the top 100. While we hide in this factory, the other killers will be fighting fiercely. No matter how strong they are, after several rounds of combat, they will run out of energy. By then, they won't be able to fight us all at once, and we can go hunting for such prey, snatch their credentials from them, and then share them among us all. In other words, the 10 of us will become one team. You two will come with me to the forest to search for prey, and the others will stay here and start making the factory our hiding place. Thaddeus was very excited about this, thinking, this kid's quick decision-making and leadership skills are exceptional, making the game on Death Island even more interesting. Later, three of them entered the forest. A man with a head covering began sharing his past. "I was once a rising star in the boxing world, even winning a medal in a national competition. Unfortunately, life was tough, and it forced me into becoming a killer. I thought life would get a little better. After coming here, I realized it's all monsters, let alone moving up to the standard level. It would be good enough just to keep the D rank." Pietro encouraged him not to give up, saying, "Effort will not betray you." He secretly hoped that there would be no trouble at the factory while he was out gathering information. However, just then, an injured person frantically knocked on the factory door, screaming for help. The people inside didn't think much and immediately opened the tightly closed door. The newcomer had an injured arm and claimed that a B-rank killer was killing people outside. The two were immediately alarmed, asking, why would a B-rank participate in this test? As such, the more such a moment, the more we need to unite. Who knew that as soon as the words fell, number 320 suddenly pulled out a knife and stabbed it into number 325's waist. He tore off his own clothes, revealing he was the second-ranked Shiwei Zhou, also a B-rank killer ranked 27th among the Black Snake sect. The other person also ripped open his clothes, revealing he was the third-ranked Du Jaehyun, ranked 39th in B-rank. Faced with this situation, Thaddeus still showed an unfazed expression, instead finding this interesting turn of events exactly what he wanted to see. Lee Yuna was completely flabbergasted at this scene. Two B-rank killers? How do we deal with them? We had no chance to fight back at the church before. At this moment, outside the forest, Pietro and his party seemed to sense something was wrong, realizing their companions in the factory might be in danger. The man in the clown mask didn't want to get involved. He only thought about how to protect himself. Pumpkin Knight was unsure what to do, asking, should we go back and rescue them now? The people inside the factory were completely stunned. Normally, this was just a test. Why would someone be killed? The rules never said you can't kill. So are you going to hand over your credentials nicely, or do we have to kill you all to take them ourselves? Faced with this situation, Lee Yuna fell into gloom, thinking, if Kim Sung-gu were here, he could easily solve this problem. But now he's not here. What should we do? Although the two brothers were nervous in the face of B-rank killers, they were also ready to die, needing to protect Lee Yuna. Shiwei Zhou sneered, since you're not willing to hand over your credentials, I'll just take them myself. As he spoke, he leaped toward Lee Yuna. Just at this critical moment, suddenly, a figure rushed out, stunning Lee Yuna and the two brothers. Who was so powerful to knock down a B-rank killer with one punch? The newcomer was number number 331, Pumpkin Night, and he was Pietro. He blasted Shi Wei-zhou away with a punch. To avoid exposing himself under strict surveillance, Pietro had already planned on using an unnoticed identity. He had long had the identity of the masked man to hide his own. Therefore, Pietro chose to go to the forest because there were no CCTV cameras there, perfect for a switch in identity. Everyone could see that Pumpkin Night looked very different from before. He appeared much taller and even more robust. Who exactly are you? Your strength doesn't match that of a killer ranked over 300. Or do you want me to cut open a few holes and reveal your face under that mask to make me feel better? Didn't I tell you earlier? I'm Pumpkin Night, ranked 331, once a national boxing champion, so don't underestimate me. Onlookers thought he was insane, a D rank fighting a B rank. Thaddeus was also surprised, internally wondering, no matter how you look at it, the composure of number 336 and the strength of number 331's punch doesn't seem like D rank killer. Being a national champion is impressive, but not to this extent. Maybe that punch was a sneak attack, but how will he manage now in a head-to-head fight? Pietro was well aware, with so many eyes on him, he couldn't fully reveal his true power. After all, a D rank simply shouldn't be able to defeat a B rank so easily. As Du Jaehyun charged at the Pumpkin Knight, everyone held their breath for him. The way the Pumpkin Knight fought left the brothers dumbfounded. This is what showing off gets you. Thaddeus couldn't help feeling speechless. Maybe I was overthinking it. Watching the situation unfold, he judged. Being beaten like this, how could he just be a D rank? He must be at least A rank, perhaps even higher. Du Jaehyun also felt strange. I clearly hit him. I felt every punch connect, but why do I feel such an eerie unease? Normally, after so many hits, he should have fallen by now. Only Thaddeus sensed something amiss. This Pumpkin Knight is just concealing his real strength. It looked as though he was being hit, but Pietro was actually waiting until the last moment, when a punch neared his face, to turn his head in the direction of the hit, creating the illusion of being struck. This is a common technique in boxing, known as rolling with the punches. On the surface, it seemed like D-rank Pietro was being pushed back, but in reality, B-rank killer Du Jaehyun was already gasping for breath, sweating profusely. Du Jaehyun refused to believe what was happening, thinking Pietro was just lucky. So, he charged again, determined to settle his doubts. However, all the outcomes were within Pietro's calculations. The comical performance allowed the mysterious number 331, Pumpkin Knight, to inexplicably win the battle. The brothers and Lee Yuna were stunned. If I had that kind of luck, I could do it too. I could be a national boxing champion too. Thaddeus, however, was immensely excited, exclaiming internally, so freaking interesting, pretending to be clumsy and foolish, yet skillfully dodging attacks. This kind of victory, which seems based on luck, not even a world boxing champion could necessarily achieve. And the precision of that elbow, perfectly targeting the temple, using the B-rank killer's own force against him. Not just anyone could do that. Just then, Shi Wei-zhou woke up from his daze, incredulous at the scene before him. The next second, he scurried away, tail between his legs. Pietro calmly searched through Du Jaehyun's possessions, and when he saw what he collected, he was startled. The test had just begun, and these guys had already collected so many killer credentials. This also meant they were definitely hiding something. The brothers stared at the killer credentials in the Pumpkin Knight's hand, marveling. This guy is too lucky to have so many all at once. When the Pumpkin Knight shared the credentials with them, the brothers gratefully shouted, "Daddy, you're ours. Love you." Even Thaddeus received a credential from Pietro. However, Thaddeus wasn't interested in the killer credentials. What he wanted was a thrilling battle. "Come and fight me," Thaddeus challenged, sparking the interest of the brothers. The fight between the Pumpkin Knight and Thaddeus will be an interesting and impressive one. Let's have a life-threatening battle. Isn't that fun? And you want more credentials, right? If you can touch a single hair on me, I'll give them to you. How about that? You might as well hand over the credentials now, because you won't be able to touch even my fingertips. As the words fell, a powerful tension erupted between the two, with red and blue auras clashing in the air. Pietro knew very well Thaddeus was no simple character. From their first meeting, he noticed that Thaddeus never raised his arms. Could there be something wrong with his arms? Just as Thaddeus prepared to stand and fight, the loudspeakers across the island suddenly announced a restriction for the factory area. If you are still inside the factory in 5 minutes, you will be automatically eliminated. Please leave immediately. At that moment, Thaddeus received a call instructing him to immediately head elsewhere. With that, Thaddeus left the factory, and the Pumpkin Knight vanished without a trace. Shortly thereafter, Kim Sung-gu appeared outside the factory gates. Pietro found a supply bag outside. These were likely hidden around various parts of the island. Now unable to stay within the factory, they needed to venture out to find resources to continue surviving. Thus, they decided to split up, as staying together would make it impossible to find sufficient supplies. They split into two groups, with Pietro and Lee Yuna as one group. However, Pietro noticed a bigger problem. The current test was restricting the areas of activity, meaning that participants would increasingly converge. This also meant that encounters would become likely, and once they met, conflicts could easily erupt. Even Pietro could not avoid such situations. Lee Yuna sensed a terrifying presence, the air filled with a pungent smell. She found a large bag of supplies, full of the scent of meat. How can you smell food through the packaging? With your survival skills, you definitely won't won't starve. At the same time, Dako Hyung and Dako Jae heard sudden gunfire in the forest, which heightened their alertness. Theoretically, there shouldn't be any firearms on the island. Could the supply bags possibly contain guns? Pietro told Lee Yuna to find a safe place to hide while he went to investigate. He was very aware that all dangerous weapons had been confiscated before they entered the test. This gunfire indicated that the situation was far beyond a simple test. He quickly headed towards the direction of the gunfire and eventually found a participant lying in a pool of blood. By checking his pulse, Pietro confirmed that he had no heartbeat and could assert one thing: this D-rank test had completely lost its original purpose. Just then, a shadow quietly appeared behind him. Elsewhere, high up in a towering tree, person number 330 spoke into a communicator. "Hey, bro, there isn't an old man like Pietro here, though there are a couple of interesting young people, but that's about it. I think I should head back. It's getting a bit boring. If you go back now, you'll regret it." A voice from the communicator replied, "Because from now on, things are going to get very interesting." Number 330 asked with confusion, "What do you mean by that?" "You'll understand when you find out." "Explain it to me now. I don't understand at all." "All D-rank members will be killed. If someone survives, do you think it could be Pietro?" Meanwhile, on Lee Yuna's side, a dense sound of footsteps came from behind the forest. She immediately stood up alert and called out, "Who's there?" Soon, a black man came from the depths, the host of this Death Island event. "Why are you here, mister? This is no longer just a promotion test. Everyone here will die, even if they get the killer credentials. It's unclear what Glory is planning, but there are a few people on this island who have been targeting D-rank killers, with at least 2 B-rank present. Even if all D-rank members are called together, they can't defeat them, so you better run fast." Just as Lee Yuna was about to inquire further, a blade suddenly pierced through the host's neck, killing him instantly. In the distance, a figure resembling a chimpanzee approached slowly. It turned out he was a B-rank killer disguised as a D-rank killer. "Isn't this a D-rank test? What are you, a B-rank, doing here messing around?" "Who said I came to collect credentials? I have no such intentions. But what I didn't expect is that there are such cute and pretty girls here. I won't kill you. I'll take you back and take good care of you." Just then, the two brothers arrived just in time, startling Lee Yuna. "Don't touch the girl. Your opponents are us." At crucial moments, it wasn't just Pietro standing in front of Lee Yuna, but the two brothers as well. The helplessness they felt in the church against the church helper had frustrated them enough. They refused to cower like before. Dako Jae confidently clamped down on the B-rank killer. "Caught you. Now you're done for." However, Dako Hyung suddenly shouted, "Let him go." Dako Jae, confused, asked, "Why?" During the brief scuffle, Dako Hyung had realized that this opponent didn't rely on speed, but purely on brute strength. The immense grip strength they felt was oppressive. Even a slight easing off could mean their throats might be directly crushed. The average grip strength of an adult male is only about 45 kilograms, yet this killer's grip strength, akin to that of a chimpanzee, was a terrifying 130 kilograms. At that moment, the 18-year-old brothers had only one dream: to survive, and that was to become the world's top killer. When the teacher asked them why they wanted to be like Pietro, they responded that it was fate. More than a decade ago, when they were at the honor orphanage, they didn't even have names. Thus, those guys became their nickname. The nameless duo often fought with others, but they were always the ones locked up in the dark room. Dako Jae always believed his mother would come one day to take him back, but Dako Hyung had a different view. He thought that an orphan discarded without even a mention of a name meant that the person had never intended to take them back. They were utterly unwanted children. Father Gabriel was around. The orphanage was a happy place, but with his departure, the only hope in their lives also vanished. At that moment, a book fell from a shelf. "Even this book is hitting me." But Dako Jae noticed something odd about the book. It seemed to hold some special meaning. The translation of the text on the book's pages went like this: July 11th, 1967. "It seems everyone who knew my name has died in the war, but I will not be bullied because of it." October 11th, 1968. "The white folks call me Lone Wolf, a nickname meant to insult, but I don't mind them calling me that. Instead, I decided to prove to them just how strong this lone wolf can become." That line deeply moved them. "Although it seems foolish, when I was alone, I kept shouting my name. I believe that those outside won't say my name. But tonight, I will go to sleep with determination, for I will not let myself be unworthy of the name Pietro." Seeing this, the two brothers were completely stunned. Could it be? Is this actually a diary written by Pietro? So it turns out he was always alone when he was young. If that's the case, we can choose our own names too. Pietro's nickname Lone Wolf is really cool. We're brothers, so we'll call ourselves Lone Brothers. This is why they always wanted to be someone like Pietro. Yeah, Keijio told them, "You will never be Pietro. That's not suitable for you. But who knows what the future holds? If you two unite as one, perhaps it could happen." Following this, he tied Dako Hyung and Dako Jae's hands together, telling them that in the upcoming training, they must act in unison no matter what. They were to climb a 100-meter cliff together, learn to agree during sparring, develop enough understanding, and even go to the restroom at the same time. When they encountered the B-rank killer chimpanzee, the brothers immediately made the correct decision. The result of the disciple training was that it gave them enough understanding to handle any situation that might arise. The clamped chimpanzee felt an inexplicable surprise surprise. Why had they suddenly erupted with such strength? And in resisting them, he felt a chilling murderous intent from them that he had never experienced before. That strong force even reddened his arm. At this moment, Lee Yuna began to worry. The brothers had been flung away, and now she was alone here. What should she do? The incoming person turned around with a sinister expression, seeming to think that now only the two of them were left. However, he was then struck hard. Logically, with all weapons confiscated, how could she have crafted such a weapon in such a short time? He thought Lee Yuna couldn't possibly use such a weak rubber ball against him, a B-rank killer. But what followed made him break out in a cold sweat. Why? Aside from those two brothers, from her shadow, was there another more familiar figure? Yet, Lee Yuna's rubber ball shooting made the chimpanzee laugh backward and forward. Is that all you've got? Who knew? The next second, he was struck on the back of the head. He turned around sharply, but found nothing behind him. Previously, Pietro had given Lee Yuna a rope dart, but she displayed very little confidence during the test. Pietro told her that the rope dart was a very effective weapon that could cause significant damage from a distance with little effort, but it also had its weaknesses. Sometimes, due to certain locations, the rope dart couldn't maximize its power. He asked Lee Yuna to try to hit a bottle at the farthest point from that spot. Lee Yuna was dumbfounded. With so many obstacles, how could she possibly hit the target? However, Pietro calmly said, if there is no path, you must create one. The enemy won't stand there and let you aim, and not every field is suitable for the rope dart. Timing and location are crucial, but most importantly, you must learn to cope with all unknowns. From then on, Lee Yuna trained desperately, hoping to become stronger, strong enough not to be eliminated by the organization, and to have the power to protect her younger brother. But she tried thousands of times and couldn't avoid obstacles to hit the target accurately. Even though her palms bled, her proficiency with the rope dart didn't improve. Suddenly, she noticed a pool table nearby. Recalling Pietro's words, obstacles are like a maze. Initially, you may get lost, but when you adjust your position, a new maze appears. This is an important process that will guide you to hit your target accurately. Trust your dynamic vision. When you find the right direction and path, the wrong routes will disappear. At that moment, the two brothers who had hurriedly arrived were utterly dumbfounded. When did she become so capable? The chimpanzee, in pain, lay on the ground, howling, then was swiftly subdued by Dako Hyung and Dako Jae under their crosslock grip, rendering the chimpanzee immobile. Thus, they together defeated a B-rank killer. The brothers believed that glory would promote them to B-rank killers, but Lee Yuna didn't think so. After all, it was a 3-on-1 situation, and such a reason wasn't enough for promotion. Suddenly, a cold voice emerged from behind them. The escapee from the factory, Shi Wei-zhou, appeared. Accompanied by the sound of gunfire, Lee Yuna's rubber ball was destroyed. It turned out that the gunshot at that time was his doing, and he threatened to kill everyone present. He raised his pistol, and everyone else was extremely panicked. However, one man walked over, completely unconcerned about everything, not only showing no sense of crisis, but even finding the situation highly amusing. Shi Wei-zhou thought he was insane. After all, this was live ammunition, not something to play with. Lee Yuna, however, remained calm, believing that being so close, he could quickly block his firearm or even dodge the bullets swiftly. However, Thaddeus did not agree. Since you think being so close gives you an advantage, why not put the gun barrel in my mouth and blow my head off? Wouldn't that be more fun? Suddenly, the atmosphere turned deadly silent. Everyone thought he was insane. Putting the gun barrel in his mouth meant there was no way to dodge. The bullet would instantly blow his brains out. At this moment, Shi Wei-zhou was too scared to pull the trigger, because he saw in Thaddeus's eyes that if he really fired, he might die right in front of this man. Even his arm holding the gun trembled frequently. Thaddeus urged him, go ahead and shoot, because if you don't, you'll really get killed by me. Although he was in a position of advantage, Shi Wei-zhou inexplicably felt a chill down his spine. The oppressive presence of the man in front of him made him sweat. He even found himself unable to pull the trigger. With a slight swing of his leg, Thaddeus broke Shi Wei-zhou's arm, disabling him in an instant. The two brothers were dumbfounded. What was happening? That was the second-ranked B-rank killer. So easily had his arm broken? Yet Thaddeus was not satisfied. It's just a broken right arm. You still have a perfectly good left hand. Immediately, a maneuver later, 26 bullets missed Thaddeus. Shi Wei-zhou was utterly dumbfounded. Who exactly was this man? He was a top marksman of the Black Snake sect. Why couldn't he hit this seemingly D-rank person with a single shot? Thaddeus knew very well, shooting with such a hand, your accuracy would drop by 50%, but if your opponent is me, the accuracy would absolutely not exceed 0.01%. In less than a second, Shi Wei-zhou was kicked dozens of times, yet Thaddeus still appeared harmless to humans and animals. Only Lee Yuna noticed something amiss. He's not just an ordinary D-rank. He must have hidden his identity like Kim Sung-gu. Shi Wei-zhou, barely alive, muttered, I remember now. I was really too foolish. The change was too great. I even forgot what you looked like. There was a time when everyone on that continent feared you. Why did you come here? The god of Kowloon. This place is known as the Kowloon Hell. Legend has it that no one who enters these gates comes out alive. No matter who you are, there are no exceptions. This is a lawless state. Yet, a group of people wanted to break in. The third leader of the Black Snake sect, Long Fei Lin, led a large group of people gathered at the gate, all armed with sophisticated firearms. Young Shi Wei Zhou heard someone scoff. Are you really going to go in? Everyone has heard the legend. Conquering this place gives you the capital to rule the world, but you are like moths to a flame, ultimately doomed to disintegrate. Zhou immediately grabbed the mad old man. Who do you think you are? We are the strongest black snake sect in China. When he took a closer look at the old man, he felt a wave of terror. The old man's hollow, bloodshot eyes, face full of black spots, looking like he had a contagious disease, even missing an eye. Faced with such a disgusting old man, everyone ignored him and continued towards the Kowloon Hell. However, once inside, they found no one. The leader of the Black Snake sect, Long Fei Lin, laughed heartily. Did they run away knowing the Black Snake was coming? Zhou suddenly saw a shadow appear above. A man in a kung fu suit standing on the railing coldly said, I warned you, there's no excuse for you to come in here. Even touching a speck of dust could lead to your annihilation. Long Fei Lin, unfazed, commanded Zhou. Yes, boss. Shoot him. As the gunfire sounded, smoke slowly cleared, and the area was blasted open with a big hole. On the ground, his comrade collapsed with the sound of a crisp bone crack. Immediately after, there came unusually rapid movements, each followed by the sound of bones breaking. Before they could see the figure, members of the Black Snake sect were dismembered, sprawled all over the ground. Long Fei Lin was panic-stricken, frantically pulling the trigger of his AK, but in just a moment, the AK in his hands was kicked apart. Long Fei Lin and Zhou were stunned. Could this really be the legendary god of Kowloon? This strength was unbelievable. A fully armed elite troop of the Black Snake, all taken down by an unarmed man. Like a death god, the god of Kowloon, emitting a terrifying aura, slowly approached Zhou. Zhou cried and begged for mercy. Anything, just don't kill me. I'll do as you say. Immediately evacuate this place. After you leave, tell everyone that anyone who dares to intrude into Kowloon Hell will be dismembered into pieces, and their bodies will be thrown out of this place. Zhou slowly crawled towards Long Fei Lin, wanting to escape this dreadful place with him. But when he lifted Long Fei Lin, he found his body was like boneless mud, completely limp. Seeing this, Zhou completely lost his fighting spirit and stood there stunned. Meanwhile, in Glory's VIP lounge, Raphael was enjoying royal treatment but received news from Death Island. The B-rank killers sent to kill the D-rank killers had lost signal. Raphael was not surprised. This was as he expected. If it wasn't Thaddeus who eliminated the B-rank, then it must be that old man, Pietro. Bring the CCTV footage from Death Island. I need to verify it myself. On Death Island, two figures were sprinting rapidly, with someone closely chasing them. The pursuer, for some reason, had come to this island. The two D-rank killers trembled with fear. The chaser was Mikhail. The clown was puzzled. Who was this person? Mikhail was a prison guard at a prison in South America, which held the most brutal criminals. For a time, due to a prisoner riot, many guards died. However, when the Korean Police Special Action Unit arrived, they found all the rioting prisoners had been slaughtered, with only one guard left in the prison, the prisoner's Grim Reaper, Mikhail. The only reason he became a guard there was to legally carry out killings. Although not a killer, he was a bona fide murderer. This contrasted sharply with the Glory organization run by Father Gabriel. Since they couldn't escape, they had to fight to the end. The clown threw several short blades into the air, which flew towards Mikhail. Fortunately, Mikhail dodged easily with a sidestep. However, who could have expected that the clown himself would be ambushed? A sharp weapon pierced his abdomen. Logically, all weapons should have been confiscated. The clown only found a few short blades from the loot. How could Mikhail have gotten weapons without loot? However, it wasn't an ordinary knife, but a femur stripped directly from a human body. This lunatic, frighteningly strong, was an existence that these D-rank killers could not match until their deaths. The two D-rank killers soon fell in defeat. Mikhail looked at the two toy-like corpses on the ground. It looks like I've got a whole new set of weapons. Just then, an unusual noise came from deep within the jungle, and Mikhail immediately sensed the activity. Weapon materials actually delivering themselves. This place is really my personal armory. Not even all the gold and silver could tempt me to part with the things in my hands. And the figure that emerged from the depths of the jungle was none other than Pietro. On the other side, with no direction of action, the two brothers and Lee Yuna could only follow Thaddeus, intimidated by the man's terrifying strength. Just a tug at the shoulder made the two brothers sweat profusely. Lee Yuna was aware of this. Dako Hyung and Dako Jae's reactions were normal. After all, he had easily killed a B-rank killer with swift actions that were too fast for the eyes. Lee Yuna recalled that among all the powerful people she had encountered, only Nathaniel and Kim Sung-gu could match him. This man before them was just as powerful as them. I haven't seen Brother Pumpkin for a long time. Where is he exactly? Suddenly, Dako Hyung and Dako Jae shouted, something strange ahead. They saw a fallen killer ahead, who by the number plate appeared to be the top-ranked killer. Already breathless, under another big tree, the two brothers found Kim Sung-gu covered in blood. Lee Yuna was utterly dumbfounded. How could Kim Sung-gu, such a strong man, suffer such severe injuries? This was absolutely impossible. The two brothers helped Kim Sung-gu up and asked who had done this. Pietro, gasping for breath, said, I didn't see clearly. He just walked away after killing that person. Anyway, it must be Mr. Pumpkin's work. He smashed the number one player's head with his fist. Everyone wanted to leave the island as soon as possible, but Thaddeus was was staring at the corpse on the ground, puzzled. Did Brother Pumpkin really do this? The pumpkin I saw was just a boxer. He didn't have the strength to crush a head into pieces. This clearly doesn't seem likely. Can you all wait a moment? Do you see the traces around here? There are 4 distinct support points on the ground, as well as crescent-shaped leaf markos, broken ankles, footprints on the tree, and a smashed skull. According to these signs, the answer is obvious. The number 1 player charged forward, facing someone. Seeing the opponent take big steps forward, he might have underestimated the other's strength. When someone allowed number 1 to get close enough to strike, someone stood on the right foot, raised the left, and kicked number 1's ankle. That's how the crescent-shaped leaf imprint was formed. The force of this kick was extremely strong, directly breaking number 1's pelvis. The technique of kicking the ankle was clearly well trained, causing number 1 to slow down. Then, someone stepped on the tree, leaving a footprint, and launched an aerial attack using the tree. In the moment of acceleration, a punch directly smashed number 1's skull. This skill is not only applicable in boxing, but also in killing. Someone used the force of number 1's charge to cave his skull in. Did Brother Pumpkin really do this? According to my guess, the person who killed number 1 was definitely not Brother Pumpkin, but someone else. What do you think of this view? Brother 336, don't you have anything else to say? The actual murderer of number 1 was someone hidden behind number 336. Just then, cries for help were heard, and everyone rushed to the coast. A large group of B-rank killers disguised as D-ranks blocked the exit from Death Island, preventing anyone from leaving. Lee Yuna hurriedly looked back for Kim Sung-gu, only to find he had vanished without a trace. Where could he have run off to at a time like this? Dako Hyung and Dako Jae were instantly surrounded by people. The two were terrified and claimed they were just there for the test, but the B-rank killers coldly replied that they were powerless to help, as the order from above was to kill all D-ranks on the island. It seems the host was right. The organization really did intend to kill everyone. At this moment, Kim Sung-gu was nowhere to be found. What to do now? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Sorry, since it's difficult, let's not bother. Your Pumpkin Knight has returned. To everyone's surprise, this blood-covered Pumpkin Knight suddenly appeared. Pietro, having donned a mask, perfectly disguised as Pumpkin Knight. No one could recognize his real identity, and the reason for this disguise was to find a way to defeat 20 B-rank killers without raising Raphael's suspicions. All the B-rank killers were unwilling to believe he had such ability. Instantly, they surrounded him. They knew that even an A-rank killer couldn't simultaneously defeat 20 B-rank killers. Pietro understood that as long as he continued to appear as Pumpkin Knight, he couldn't fully display his power. So, how could he win this battle without raising suspicions? Just then, unexpectedly, Thaddeus came to stand by Pietro's side, planning to confront these B-rank killers together. Pietro was surprised. What was his purpose? What was Thaddeus really planning? But Thaddeus told Pumpkin Knight not to overthink it, stating he just wanted to see what kind of sparks would fly when 2 D-ranks took on 20 B-rank killers. The situation now was that 2 D-rank killers were facing 20 B-rank killers. It was certain that Butterfly was one of Raphael's men, so why was he helping me? You don't need to be confused or think too deeply. The reason I'm helping you is very simple. I think it's interesting. The 2 brothers felt Thaddeus must be crazy. They might all die this way. Lee Yuna was also well aware of the situation, but she knew they had no other choice at the moment. After all, these were 20 B-rank killers. Even though they knew Butterfly was no ordinary person, having instantly killed a B-rank killer, Kim Sung-gu couldn't fully utilize his power due to the surveillance. That meant, essentially, Butterfly alone had to face all the B-rank killers on his own. At that moment, a B-rank laughed arrogantly. Where do you get your confidence from? Don't you realize the situation you're in? This is a beach, not solid ground. Pietro also realized that terrain was more problematic than the number of opponents. On a beach, compared to normal terrain, only 50% of agility can be utilized, because when you step on soft sand, the sand absorbs the force you apply, which is called force dissipation. Moreover, every one of these B-rank killers was armed with guns, and in reduced mobility, they were at a complete disadvantage. However, Thaddeus didn't care. He thought it made the fight more interesting. The B-rank killers thought Thaddeus was insane. You can still laugh in this situation? Well, let's see whether you run faster or the bullet flies faster. Thaddeus slowly sank down, steadied his stance, and then said to Pietro, sorry about this, Pumpkin brother. After that, he leaped into the air, aimed both feet at Pietro, and then shouted, plant your feet firmly. Pietro immediately sank his stance, his feet digging deep into the sand. He then absorbed Thaddeus's kick, but Thaddeus's purpose was not to attack Pietro, but instead, it was to generate kinetic energy for Pietro himself, creating a reaction force that would blast him forward into the ranks of the B-rank killers. The 2 brothers were stunned. The guy's speed was so fast that even that kick made Pietro's hands go numb. In the blink of an eye, he had dealt with all the gunmen. However, there was still one B-rank killer who had not fallen. He saw Pietro appearing weaker and wanted to rush up to kill one first. Pietro, however, was thinking that Raphael must be watching the situation on the island through the surveillance, wondering how he should act to avoid detection or suspicion. Suddenly, Pietro looked towards the 2 brothers and immediately ran towards their back. The B-rank killer leaped towards them, thinking to finish off all 3 at once, but he didn't realize that Pietro was not running running away but had intentionally hidden behind the two brothers. Dako Jae and Dako Hyung were both confused. What exactly had happened just now? Only Thaddeus saw the trick. It turned out that Pietro had used a dead angle in the surveillance to make a feigned move, pretending to accidentally step on the approaching person's foot and in a split second delivered a fast and precise attack, thus creating this situation. This pumpkin guy, as Thaddeus had expected, was no ordinary person. At this moment, Leuna anxiously pulled out a flare gun. We need to get out of here quickly. If we continue like this, we will eventually die on this island. At the same time, an intelligence officer rushed into Raphael's room in a panic and reported, for some unknown reason, Thaddeus has killed all the B-rank killers we sent, and they've fired a flare gun. It looks like they plan to escape with the other D-rank killers. Do we need to notify the other disciples? Could Thaddeus be betraying us? Raphael angrily stabbed a knife into a steak, clearly very angry. I'm not sure about the others, but at least I know Thaddeus wouldn't do that. He is the god of Kowloon who ruled the entire continent. He would never betray me. Absolutely not. Just watch. At this moment, all the D-ranks on the island were gathered, and Leuna told everyone the test was over, urging them to leave the island quickly. Thaddeus disagreed because he needed to find Pietro's trace before leaving. After arriving here, I've never seen anyone who looks like the old Pietro. He must be hiding. You can't just identify him by his appearance. In such circumstances, who can hide their identity but not their skills? In fact, there were already some clues. Why would those with skills not typical of D-ranks want to hide among the D-ranks? Could it be that they have a special relationship with Pietro? The most puzzling part is, Brother 336 doesn't seem to be here at all. Isn't that strange? Why don't Brother Pumpkin and Brother 336 appear in everyone's sight at the same time? So, should I call you Brother Pumpkin or Brother 336? Does this mean you are either Pietro or have some connection with him? Isn't it stuffy wearing the mask? Why not take it off? Pietro directly slapped his hand away, saying, what if I don't want to? Then there's no other choice. I'll have to remove the mask for you myself. Pietro was in a dilemma. The flare had been used to gather the remaining killers on the island. This meant all eyes were on him, including Raphael, who watched through the security cameras. In an instant, Thaddeus burst from his position, launching a powerful, swift kick. Pietro expertly dodged the strike, intensifying Thaddeus's interest. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. The force of Thaddeus's sudden burst from his position echoed like a cannon blast, startling the other killers. As Thaddeus landed, Pietro immediately countered, appearing to target him directly. Instead, Pietro kicked into the sand, blinding Thaddeus's vision. While Thaddeus tried to predict if Pietro would strike from the left or right, Pietro appeared directly in front of him. With a loud boom, the sand erupted. The other killers watching the fight knew immediately that these were not the skills of D-rank killers. In an A-rank battle, just being in the same room could make the air feel suffocating. Yet the clash between Thaddeus and Pietro felt surreal, like a dream unfolding before their eyes. Leuna, watching closely, understood the stakes. With so many eyes on Kim Sung-gu and security cameras rolling, he couldn't unleash his full strength. But as the fight progressed, she felt a wave of relief. The first time they met Butterfly, he seemed so scary and dangerous. But now, Kim Sung-gu seems to have the upper hand. Thaddeus, however, recognized something unsettling. Pietro had copied his attack, but then added an extra strike. As the smoke cleared, Thaddeus crouched, balancing on his left leg while resting his right foot on it. At this rate, you're going to lose, so why don't you stop acting tough and reveal your true strength? Fine, Thaddeus replied, his grin widening. It's rude to hold back against someone this strong. From here on out, don't bother begging for your life. Just remember, you asked for this. Brother Pumpkin. Through the security cameras, Raphael watched intently. I told you he would be here. A D-ranker who's not a D-rank. No matter what, I'll take that mask off and reveal it to the world. But, boss, a subordinate hesitated. If he really is Pietro, wouldn't Thaddeus be in danger? In track and field, when an athlete hears the starting gun and starts within 0.1 seconds, it's not just great reflexes, it's skill. They didn't move after hearing the gun, they predicted it. In theory, a human's reaction time cannot be less than 0.1 seconds. But Thaddeus, his reaction speed is beyond human. As Pietro strategized his next move, in the blink of an eye, Thaddeus was already in front of him. It turns out, Thaddeus's reaction speed is 0 seconds. All visual information he takes in is processed through his brain and relayed to his muscles in an instant. With this ability, before Pietro could land an attack, Thaddeus could swiftly counter. Brother Pumpkin, Thaddeus said, smirking, you'd better brace yourself. Dodging or defending against the god of Kowloon's technique is impossible. Then came his signature move, 100 instant blows. As the dust settled, Pietro's shredded shirt came into view and appeared motionless. Seeing this, Leuna's worry was evident, while Dako Jae and Dako Hyung wondered if he was still alive. Thaddeus marveled at Pietro's resilience. Your body's still intact after that? Impressive. Now, shall we take that mask off? Before he could proceed, a voice rang out. It was Leuna, standing between them. Sorry, but if you don't step aside, I'll have no choice but to retaliate. I could kill you right now. Hearing this, Leuna assumed a fighting stance. However, Thaddeus waved his hand dismissively, and she suddenly collapsed, unable to move. Thaddeus then approached Pietro, ready to remove his mask. At this moment, Raphael watched closely on the the monitor, thinking he had finally caught Pietro. He's alone without the former disciples, and no matter how strong he is, he can't defeat me, who holds the world in my hands. Thaddeus, take it off. Thaddeus removed the mask, and everyone froze. Behind the mask was Keijio. It turned out that during their time at Jailen's secret base, Keijio had suggested joining Pietro on the island. Concerned that a disciple might force Pietro to reveal his identity, Pietro agreed to let Keijio take his place. Keijio disguised himself as a D-rank and came to the island, and with Pietro's signal, Keijio took Pietro's place as one of the D-rank. But Pietro wanted Keijio to avoid fighting head-on with another disciple, for it would basically be telling everyone that he is Keijio. Additionally, even if they switch, the suspicion that Pietro is on the Death Island will not disappear. With that method, suspicions about D-rank Kim Sung-gu will disappear completely. Thaddeus was dumbfounded. Before he could process what had happened, Pietro appeared, adding to his confusion. He quickly apologized to Keijio and urged him to return to glory. Despite this, Thaddeus found something strange. Not a single drop of blood was visible on the face of Brother 336. This was part of the disguise. Blood had been deliberately smeared to mislead him. Seeing this, Dako Hyung and Dako Jae can't believe their eyes. Teacher Bear and Butterfly are friends? Is this some kind of prank? With that, the test on Death Island came to an unexpected end. Externally, the D-rank test concluded prematurely due to an ambush by outsiders, and all survivors were deemed to have passed. As for the man who managed to erase all suspicion surrounding Kim Sung-gu, Pietro made sure to repay him. For now, there will no longer be any more suspicion of Pietro being a D-rank killer within the glory. How was that? Was it fun, Raphael? Now it's my turn. Previously, when Raphael was caught off guard by the revelation of Keijio under the Pumpkin Knight mask, a man rushed in to deliver urgent news. Pietro has infiltrated glory. He's at Kowloon Hell. What did you say? Kowloon Hell? Yes, boss. If you see the screen over there. But before the man could finish, he screamed in pain. Raphael glared at the screens, showing shadow men pursuing Pietro in Kowloon Hell. Suddenly, Pietro stopped on his tracks. Do you think I went into a dead-end alley by accident? This way, I can get you all in one place. At first, it seemed like he was attacking from above, but in the next instant, he struck from below. In the blink of an eye, the remaining shadow men were defeated. Raphael could hardly contain his fury and shouted, "Anything but Kowloon Hell." At that moment, a figure on top of a building revealed himself, removing his disguise. It was Simon, posing as old Pietro. When Simon returned to Jailen's secret base, he was furious. His missing right hand throbbed as he glared at Keijio. Jailen tried to calm Simon down, but suddenly, Simon drew his sword. "Do you think I'll accept you as one of us?" What Keijio did next shocked Simon. Keijio bowed deeply in front of him. "I'm very sorry. I know I'll never be forgiven," Keijio said, extending his right hand to show his resolve. Simon clenched his teeth. Without hesitation, he swung his sword at Keijio's hand. Jailen rushed to stop him, fearing Simon might truly sever Keijio's hand, but at the last moment, the blade struck with the back edge instead. Seeing that Keijio made no effort to avoid the blow, Simon said, "Remember this, Keijio. From now on, that arm doesn't belong to you. It belongs to Pietro." Jailen was relieved to see that no blood was shed, especially with her expensive furniture nearby. She was not about to let any bloodstains go unpunished. With that, Simon became Keijio's uncle. Moments later, Jailen was shocked to learn that Butterfly was disciple Thaddeus. Pietro, however, was unsurprised. He knew that Raphael would have planted at least one disciple in the D-rank test. Jailen then asked why Pietro sent Simon to Kowloon Hell. While Simon was searching for the former disciples, he discovered that Raphael was hiding something in Kowloon Hell. Knowing Kowloon Hell is a place of anarchy, Pietro suspected whatever Raphael was hiding must be something he wanted to keep under wraps at all costs. But if it's Raphael's weakness, it means this is going to be an all-out war. Even if you're Pietro, that's going to be difficult. I'm aware. That's why I never plan to fight this alone. As you mentioned, the current glory has people who are unimaginably strong. It would be difficult for me to do it by myself, which is why I am planning to gather allies. And who would those allies be? We have no idea where the former disciples are, or if they're even still alive. Well, I have you all, don't I? Then Pietro opened the bottle of whiskey. So, you're planning to recruit more people to form your own team of disciples? Then why did you kill Nathaniel? He would have been a great help. Who knows? But from now on, Raphael will be more thorough. And what about the difference in numbers? They probably have thousands of people. Pietro simply smiled. It's easy math. It's one of us, for every 1,000 of them. Meanwhile, in Kowloon Hell, a subordinate reported, "Boss, as you requested, all the shadow men are on standby." "Good. I'll see you soon, Pietro," Thaddeus muttered to himself. Before long, after Pietro's meddling, Raphael could no longer tolerate this dying old man bouncing around under his nose. Therefore, he called the Congo brothers, the leaders of the shadow men, and told them they could be promoted to disciples of glory, but only if they took Pietro's head. Hearing this, the Congo brothers immediately jumped onto Raphael's desk, excitedly saying, "Really, boss? You mustn't think we're naive. Don't take us lightly, because that position should rightfully belong to us." The guard next to them broke out in a cold sweat and immediately raised his gun to signal the brothers not to act rashly. What era is it that people still use guns? Holding Holding that kind of gun shows you're very weak. After speaking, they crushed the metal-made gun in their hands as if it were just a toy gun. We'll be back soon. Of course, when we return, we'll bring a gift you'll like. Pietro's head, delivered right in front of you. Pietro, come again if you dare. If you step into the Kowloon hell again, I'll show you a nightmare beyond your wildest dreams. At that moment, Jaiwan asked Kageo, what exactly is Raphael hiding in Kowloon hell? Why does it need such tight security? Raphael once told the disciples a story. The most crucial part of his plan to successfully rule the world is in Kowloon hell. If anything goes wrong with the plan, it would be a huge blow to Raphael. Therefore, although it is not yet clear what is hidden inside, the only option is to infiltrate and find out bit by bit. At this time, Pietro had arrived at a tea house in Kowloon, Hong Kong. The decor of the tea house was filled with the old Hong Kong style of the 80s and 90s, and posters of movies like Ip Man and True Colors of a Hero were posted on the walls. Jaiwan cautioned Pietro over the radio, you must not act like a foreigner. You need to blend in with the local atmosphere well. I know that, but I'm not sure if the other person is aware of this. Simon suddenly spoke up. Hey, my brother, have you eaten yet? Pietro looked unamused. Are you trying to tell everyone we are foreigners? My accent will definitely make everyone think I'm a local. However, big brother, the situation here doesn't look good. After the previous fiasco, the security here has been significantly tightened. While scouting on the streets, I felt a strong resistance to outsiders, especially when you had me dress up as Pietro. They seemed ready to act at any moment. Another important piece of information involves the Shadow Men. Do you remember Nathaniel's team and the Somali pirates on the Ghost Cruise? They are no match for the forces of the Shadow Men, one of the strongest shadow forces on this continent. Their leaders, Mishaku Kongo and Nareen Kongo, have been nominated as disciples of glory. These brothers will be very tricky to deal with. Pietro remained composed. Although they are indeed a hassle, as long as we are well prepared, it won't be a big problem. Simon was speechless. Did you even listen to what I just said? We can't just walk into Kowloon hell like that. All the members of the Shadow Men know each other, so we can't disguise ourselves and sneak in. Who said we were going to disguise ourselves? Just wear our own clothes and walk in through the front door boldly. Hearing this, Simon was dumbfounded. What exactly is going on in Big Brother's head? Not long after, Simon, using binoculars to watch everything below, was utterly amazed. Is this what you call a direct confrontation? Pietro alone approached the gate of Kowloon hell. Members of the Shadow Men eyed the young man with complex expressions, anticipating a storm of blood and wind. However, Simon, ready to respond to emergencies with his blade, was shocked speechless by what unfolded. The members of the Shadow Men actually bowed at 90 degrees, shouting in unison to Pietro, we greet the boss's younger brother. My goodness, you really scare the life out of me. What on earth is going on? Not far away, Thaddeus, dressed in kung fu attire, smiled and greeted Pietro. You finally arrived. Brother number 336. Don't be so formal. Just be yourself. Relax. Where would you like to wander? This is a great place. Let me show you around. Behind him, two members of the Shadow Men looked at each them, puzzled. Who exactly is this guy? We have to treat him with the same respect as our boss. Is he really a deer rank from glory? He looks like a pretty boy. Look at his face. Perfect without a trace of the struggles of life and death. Soon he will meet the Congo brothers. I bet they will tear his face apart. Pietro is well aware that they must be curious why he could enter here so freely. Just before, as they were preparing to leave Death Island, Thaddeus greeted everyone, saying he would leave first, looking forward to the next meeting, because he received a message from Raphael. Pietro was at Kowloon hell. This guy dared to attack his old home while he was away, vowing to shred him to relieve his hatred. Pietro knew Thaddeus's hasty departure must be related to Kowloon hell. Should he do something before leaving, at least to delay Thaddeus's return to Kowloon hell? Suddenly, a shout stopped Thaddeus. Pietro sincerely approached, saying, I admire your martial arts greatly and realize how lacking I am. I, Kim Sung-gu, would like to learn from you. Having said that, Pietro knelt on one knee, lowering his stance, hoping Thaddeus would accept him as a student. Dako Hyung and Dako Jae looked on disdainfully. I didn't expect him to be an opportunist. Even if I die, teacher bearer is my only one. Thaddeus thought for a long time, finding the matter quite interesting. Although he usually doesn't take students, it seemed too easy to simply accept him as a student. If you can touch a single hair of mine, I'll gladly accept you. Would you like to try? If that's what you want, then so be it. May I try? Is this how it looks? The brothers thought he was an idiot, thinking, would Thaddeus possibly agree to this? Unexpectedly, Thaddeus actually agreed. Pietro, alias Kim Sung-gu, actually became Thaddeus's student. Upon entering Kowloon hell, Pietro was quite shocked. Although he had heard of this place, he expected a dirty and chaotic city, but the luxurious scene in Kowloon hell was completely different from the name. This place was indeed like hell before, but we've come a long way since that day. Everything here now, we owe to Raphael. It was he who injected new life into this previously lifeless place. However, Pietro still had a question. The fact that only combat personnel have been sent to Kowloon hell, and that there are no ordinary civilians here at all. Why is that? Thaddeus did not elaborate further, only claiming it was an unimportant secret, then changed the subject. What's important is, do you know about Pietro? He is an unimaginable figure. Simply his presence has caused unprecedented chaos within the massive organization of glory. Although I have no discomfort with Pietro as a person. I must meet him. After meeting him, I intend to kill him myself. So, Brother Sungu, you need to be careful, especially that unbelievable Pietro, now hiding somewhere in Kowloon Hell. Just stay close to me. I will do my utmost to protect you. After all, you are now my student. On a building, two people watched all this, starting a discussion. The current ranking system is unreliable. Sooner or later, it will be overtaken by the Congo brothers. What do you think? If the existing disciples fought the Congo brothers, who would win? Without thinking, the other blurted out, I think Glory's disciples are the strongest in the world. If that's true, then what about the Congo brothers? Suddenly, the wall behind them was smashed to smithereens, and behind them were the Shadowman's leaders, the Congo brothers. One was Nareen Congo, the other Mishaku Congo. Nareen Congo, clutching one's head, said, if you really want to know, I have a way, because it's very simple. You can go down and ask Nathaniel yourself. Now is a chance to prove that. Beyond the disciples of Glory, there exists a stronger force. Raphael, we will use Pietro's head to prove that the disciples should include us two brothers. Just now, Simon was gathering intelligence on the streets of Kowloon, communicating with Pietro via a communication device. He saw members of the Shadowmen carrying old Pietro's photo, walking in groups on the streets, asking everyone if they had seen the person in the photo. Originally, Simon was quite envious of Pietro. While he worked like a scurrying rat, the big brother was enjoying tobacco and moonlight from a fancy hotel window, carefree and watching the world. Here, Pietro was treated like a VIP, while he had to scrounge for food with mice. You don't think I'm relaxing in a hotel, do you? Imagine, a newcomer joins the company and immediately becomes your boss. Would you accept it willingly? That means, I've been targeted by members of the Shadowmen since I arrived. Standing outside the door, friends. Do you think I'm right? The two outside sweated coldly. How did he know? We didn't make any noise at all. Pietro advised them not to be shocked. From the moment I entered the room, I noticed it was unusually clean, prepared so neatly. Was it to welcome guests? Moreover, all sharp weapons have been cleared away, seemingly cleverly removing any potential offensive weapons. If that's the case, let's drop the pretense. As someone who got into the organization through connections, you must understand, we can't accept you as our boss. Don't think that just because our leader backs you, you are something special. In our eyes, he is worthless. Before the words had finished, the two of them picked up blades and charged forward. However, before they could reach Pietro, he flung one of them into the air using a telephone cord. The person hadn't even landed before Pietro attacked the other. With that, the fight ended, and they were neatly packed and laid in bed, fast asleep. Are you still envious of me? You really are a great big brother. I was wrong. I'll just be a good vagabond, and you, be safe. However, Pietro fell into deep thought. He had entered as a friend of their boss, but why would these Shadowmen members dare to openly try to kill him? And what about their leaders, the Congo brothers? What exactly were they up to? Soon after, someone rushed to report to the Congo brothers that the Shadowmen members they had sent to assassinate Kim Sungu had all been attacked, and that the youngster hadn't died. What on earth is going on? The person reporting immediately knelt down, explaining, Leader Thaddeus brought a friend and made him one of the leaders. Normally, this isn't a standard promotion path. Clearly, Thaddeus has other intentions. Thus, we can also use this opportunity to find a breakthrough to eliminate him. It wasn't long before Thaddeus called Pietro out and directly recommended his favorite candied haws, then asked, do you still like the cabin I prepared for you? It's okay. However, this statement confirmed his suspicions. Thaddeus's question implied that the Shadowmen members had attempted to kill a leader's guest without orders from their leader. This also suggested there was another force behind the scenes, and it was clear Thaddeus didn't know about the ambush, even asking, how do you find the Shadowmen? Are they treating you well? This left Pietro awkward, unsure how to respond to his question. Therefore, Pietro could only lie. Their warm welcome was quite overwhelming. But regardless, teacher, I am still curious about something. You call me brother, so why aren't calling the Shadowmen brothers too? Thaddeus widened his eyes in disbelief. It has to be you, Brother Sungu. Honestly, if it weren't for your face, I'd have thought you were an old man. How far have you deduced from these details? But yes, just as you suspected, nothing's wrong. Now among all the people in Kowloon Hell, I'm the only one who originally belonged here. The members of the Shadowmen are killers from this country. Simply put, they are mercenaries, here to capture Pietro. They don't care for me. If the leaders of the Shadowmen, the Congo brothers, manage to capture Pietro first, they'll replace me and might even kill me. So, do you think I will die? Pietro did not directly answer his doubts, instead asking, is your only reason for capturing Pietro to not lose? If not, what compels you to do this? Thaddeus led Pietro to a place and stopped. Everything is because of this place. The two stood in front of a small 4-story building. Pietro was puzzled. Is this really why you want to capture Pietro? Thaddeus did not hide his intentions, stating, yes, this is what I want to protect, because this was my mother's house, and it is the reason I fight so fiercely. Only by killing Pietro can I protect my mother and keep her former home. Thaddeus's tone was filled with sorrow. Pietro looked at the concerned Thaddeus, thoughtful. Just then, a shout interrupted their conversation. Pietro looked up, his pupils shrinking sharply. Two members of the Shadowmen were hanged in the middle of the street, shocking everyone, and those two were the assassins who had attacked Pietro earlier. However, things shouldn't be like this. Pietro had only knocked them unconscious, not killed them. Could it be that someone intentionally killed them and displayed it publicly? What conspiracy lies behind this? Pietro fell into contemplation. Thaddeus noticed Pietro's expression and asked, "What's wrong? Have you seen them before, or has something happened?" Before Pietro could speak, everyone around suddenly bowed at 90 degrees and shouted in unison, "Welcome, Congo brothers. I heard about the unfortunate incident last night. Our two brothers from the Shadow Men went to greet the new leader. That person is you, right? But after they met you, their bodies have now been discovered. Is that correct? As you said, their bodies were discovered later, after seeing me. But that doesn't mean their deaths are related to me." Mishaku Kongo took out a cell phone from his pocket, smirking as he prepared to reveal more truths. "Do you still need me to prove it to you? Open your eyes and look carefully. This is the surveillance footage from the front of your room." The footage clearly showed that after the two brothers entered Pietro's room, they never came out. "If it wasn't you, then who could it be? Do you have anything else to explain, you little brat?" Pietro finally understood. It was a long premeditated plan. Mishaku Kongo was exploiting the rules within their organization. If brothers kill each other without reason, the perpetrator is sentenced to death, and it is carried out immediately. This rule is absolute within the organization, with no room for negotiation. Now, they even put Thaddeus in front of everyone. This meant that even Thaddeus could not show any favoritism. This means the young man before them, Kim Sungu, who is actually Pietro, will be executed immediately without delay.